This is Tony Basilio. I don't even know what we're going to do after this one. It's Garza Law, Tennessee. Fifth quarter fan reaction. I don't even know what to say. I mean, we fell apart second half. No compete. No compete. Brian Hartman, your thoughts on what we just witnessed here on Garza Law, fifth quarter fan reaction, presented by Marcos Garza and your Garza Law firm, online at garzalaw.com.
All systems breakdown and all systems failure is what that was. Completely, and there needs to be consequences. That's the kind of loss that should lead to serious consequences against several members of the staff. I don't know that you can just blame the defense either, because you can't get outscored 31-3 and not only score 3 points in the second half. That is just, against that defense, that's embarrassing. And there needs to be serious consequences. There need to be serious staff changes right now. I mean, right now, because that should just never happen. And I don't like that Vanderbilt team. I hope they get left out of the playoffs. Oklahoma winning. I don't care if they look like they deserve it. I don't want anything good to happen to someone like that acts like Diego Pavia and his family. They don't deserve any good things to happen to them. Period.
Alex, your thoughts on what we just witnessed? It's easy to lay the blame at the feet of the defense. The offense mustered minus yardage in the second half. That's minus yardage for that offense in the second half. Now, I repeat one more time, minus yardage. Then we go to the phones.
Rushing yardage.
Go ahead, Al. Yes,
yeah,
rushing yardage.
I mean, just unacceptable. I mean, we talked on Twitter Spaces at halftime, Tony. I didn't like the fact that you went into halftime. Pavia had chucked it up and turned it over twice. You scored off of those, and you still didn't have a lead.
Yep.
And you're right. The defense is the easy target, and for good reason. However, even if the defense holds serve there fairly in the second half, like, you're not winning that game, because the offense against it's not like you're playing a really, really quality defense and you just struggled. This is not the issue. This is a team where you should have had some opportunities and you didn't really create them. Some of the stuff with the game plan was a little wonky to me. You know, just how Heupel was slowing things down and being very deliberate in the first half with the pacing. But, you know, you can blame whatever you want. There's going to be a lot of things to talk about. But at the end of the day, the biggest thing to me is where is the fight? And any sort of leadership stuff you read about, whether it's sports, business, anything, it starts at the top down. And, you know, Tim Banks is the easy target. But the fight in the first half, when everyone in that stadium looks around and goes, what is this call? How can you let an official make that call in that spot at home? And if you're Heupel, you just kind of sit over there and take it. You know, this is not basketball. They're not gonna tee you up for yelling. You've got to at least put up a little bit of a fight. And he didn't. And a play or two later, they score, go into halftime at tied at half. And then I'm looking at the game's probably over here with 5 or 6 minutes left.
Yes.
But they break off that long touchdown run, and I'm looking at the defense, and I'm talking with some of my buddies in a text thread, and I literally said, where's the fight? There's just not a whole lot of fight in that defense. And, you know, I can't help but look back at Heupel and just kind of emotionless.
He gets
on the sideline during some of those things. It's just really disappointing from a team that you followed. And it's just the expectation is you don't show up like
that. All right,
that.
hang on, guys. Let's leave some meat on the bones for other people. This guy's a flatliner head coach. No offense to him. I'm not going to overreact to this loss. You can't sit there in your building and be a flatliner. The great coaches in the sport are all fighting for themselves there. I'm sorry. I didn't do it. I've been talking about this for years now, and I mean it. This guy gets zero respect. It's like he's not even there. That call before the half for the personal foul penalty, the roughing the passer, is one of the worst calls it totally changed the game. Now, I don't know where the Vols going to – I didn't feel good about this game. And I said it all week because I don't trust Tim Banks' defense. I mean, should I? I don't know. You tell me. But we're going to go to the phones. this head coach has to decide if he's going to be a head coach or an offensive coordinator. Because when you're over there on the sidelines, you have to be a head coach when it comes to the officials. Because the squeaky wheel gets the grease. You've got to be a pain in the ass to these people. You have to be. And I said in our halftime spaces, this was my take on the game in the halftime space, tie game. If the Vols don't turn Diego Pavia over at least twice, they're not winning the game in the second half. It was pretty simple to me. I mean, what we just let happen is, and I love this coach. I love him and I'm for him. But that is one of the more embarrassing things I've ever seen in my life against a team that handled it well. I hate to say this. Vanderbilt handled it well. They handled it well. It's Garza Law, fifth quarter fan reaction, presented by Marcus Garza and your Garza Law firm, online at garzalaw.com. And look, I don't like the Pavia guy. They handled that really well. Vanderbilt did. You know why? Because our defensive game plan was stupid. Our offensive game plan was kind of stupid. They still haven't covered us downfield. And I don't even know, how many deep balls did we throw? What were we doing? What was that? That was inexcusable. This is big boy football. This guy's making $10 million a year. I mean, what was that? Exactly what was that? Oh, man. And listen, until you start behaving like a head coach on the sidelines and not an offensive coordinator, you're not going to get respected by these Zebras. This is pretty obvious. They didn't get a call all day in their building. Not one call. Like, not a call. We'll go to the phones. Presented by Marcos Garza, your Garza Law firm. Whether it's DUI defense, criminal defense, personal injury, Social Security, disability, the Garza Law firm has you covered. Marcos Garza is great, okay, and his team, but even they couldn't defend what happened today. Like if Heupel called them and said, hey, I need you to defend me after what happened today in Neyland Stadium, they'd say, hey, Josh, you might want to take your business down the road. No offense. I just can't believe what we just witnessed. And I like this young coach, but he's not a young coach anymore. And I said this leading up to this game, and I really mean this. Danny White, I know your people listen to this show because it's the show of record where we get down to the nitty and the gritty. Brother, you're in a new reality now, and I wish you a lot of luck. I hope you have a lot of smoke and mirrors and a lot of magic tricks because you just got pantsed by Vanderbilt in your building. That does not happen. Fulmer had a team when he was getting long in his tooth in 05, and Jay Cutler was a first-round quarterback, come in here and beat us in the last second. You don't lose like that to Vanderbilt in your building. You just don't. You just don't. And you might lose on a last-second field goal. Brian, what was the points run there at the end? Because we didn't punch it in there at the end. So what was the run after it was
31 to 3? After the 21-14 lead, it was 31-3 the rest of the way. And
Brian, our offense was so bad today. So bad. Everybody wants to get on Banks. Hey, get on Banks all you want if it makes you feel good. Our offense was not good today, y'all, against a terrible defense.
Not fighting. It just
not fighting.
It took away the aggression in the second half with the defense when you feel like you can't hit somebody.
Can't hit anybody.
Flag thrown on you.
Yep.
That takes away your aggressiveness. It affected the whole team.
To the phones we go.
Well, it affected the crowd. You lost the crowd at halftime, and you never got it back. You never got it back after you didn't fight for your guys, and after that,
you're right, Alex.
The screw job that was at the end.
Alex said
and they're
it at halftime.
not going to fight on the field.
Alex said it at halftime. Josh Heupel's in a brand new reality with our fan base now, and so is Danny White. That's the reality of what happened tonight. This is a really damaging loss. Now, his tenure's not over. It's not one of those things. But that's a pretty bad loss. I've been around here a long time. Kind of know this fan base. You can't lose like that to these guys in your building. You can lose to them. Last second field goal, tough game like Matt was thinking it was going to be, high scoring, run around. You can't lose 45-24 in your building. Let's go to the phones. And we'll get as many people in here as humanly possible. We're going to be on for a while. God bless America. Hello and welcome in. Hi, you're on the air.
This is Matthew from Cleveland.
Hey, Matthew. Welcome in, buddy.
Yeah, what a difference one game makes, Tony,
Yep.
between winning and losing one game in the season,
Yep.
you know.
Yep.
I don't know how many people are familiar with the movie Billy Jack, but it's an old, had a cult following. But the character in there tells an old man that he's going to kick him with that foot, and there's nothing he can do about it. And that's what they done there. That's what they done to us, Tony. Pavia, they talked on Netflix. They told us what they were going to do, and they followed through with it. They Billy jacked us, basically. And that's the most embarrassing thing,
Yep.
you know, is they told us what they were going to do, and they followed through on it.
Mm-hmm.
This football thing, Tony, it's just a fragile ecosystem.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we've seen our program go down at times and stay down for years. We've seen Florida go down and stay down. We've seen LSU kind of slump a little bit. And it's what hurts this time is we had hope. We had hope this time, Tony, that we were kind of back. And we still may be back. We don't know. But when you have something like this happen, that's why it hurts so bad. It's because we think we're almost back. And if you've been around a while, you know that we can be down a long time. I remember I had some family members in '98 said, "Oh, you should go to the national championship game. That's a once in a lifetime thing." And I was a younger man then, and I didn't have the means to really. I could have done it. You know, I didn't have kids at that time. I could have done it, but I just didn't have a lot extra. And I told them, I said, "No, I'll go in the next."
That's right.
I'll go next year. I'll go the next 2 years.
Yep.
And we'll be back.
Yep.
Well, I'm middle-aged, Tony, now.
Yep.
I'm a middle-aged man. And I'm over 50 years old. And
you came to
we
the conclusion.
haven't made it back, Tony.
Here's a conclusion you came to that I came to tonight. We're really far from it right now. Now, that might be an overreaction. That Vanderbilt team literally, now I know we have a young team. They walked the dog on us in our building is what they did. That was a dog walking. And it's not going to help you in recruiting. It's not going to help the perception of your program. You cannot get beat like that by them. You can get beat, like I said earlier. You can lose on the last second field goal, 45-41. Hey, our defense isn't very good this year. The offense was terrible. Terrible. Josh Heupel's offense was and don't tell me we had a drop pass in the end. Don't tell me we had a drop pass. I don't want to hear that. That's loser. That's loser talk. You either make the play or you don't, and I appreciate you calling from Cleveland, but that is a great lesson that somebody told you in your life, which is when you get a chance to win a championship and walk through the door, you better freaking enjoy it because it may never come again. Trust me. I know all about it. I mean, I'm just trying to comprehend what I just witnessed. Because we quit in that second half. Brian, how many times have we quit under Josh Heupel? Have we ever quit under him? Have we ever quit under him?
If somebody like that shows up at Vanderbilt running his mouth all offseason and talks all that crap, you know what would have happened to him in Neyland Stadium if he comes along in the 90s and tries that crap?
Oh, my God, he would have left.
It would not have ended well. It would not have ended well.
No, he'd have left on a stretcher.
And they would have made sure of that. We had the players back then that would have made sure of that.
Yes.
And I think it's too bad we can't find that type of mentality now. Don't know if it even exists.
Oh, man. I just don't think that's acceptable. And I like this coach. I want him to make it. he got to change. He has got to change. He needs help. He needs help, man. Because his offense was not good tonight.
Both sides of the ball need help.
To the phones we go at 865-200-5402. And I was joking around on the show. I said if they lose this game, he's going to wake up in a new Bugatti, which is a really goofy song. But he is about to. The reality is different now for them. You don't lose like that to Vanderbilt. I know I'm going to say that. Let's go back to the phones. Hello and welcome in. Hi, you're on Garza Law, fifth quarter fan reaction. Hi.
Hey, guys, Dave.
Hey, Dave.
Well, in 2022,
yep,
we were a 3-touchdown favorite going to South Carolina. And I couldn't explain to you what happened that night. It was something that, it was a red flag. My first red flag with him. And then we won the Orange Bowl. We knew next week we beat Vanderbilt bad. We won the Orange Bowl, and I said, okay, I just kind of shook it off. 2023 season wasn't anything special. We were decent. We didn't beat nobody. And then we had the 5-star quarterback that was redshirting, that he was going to come in and he was going to bring us up to the next. It's going to push us over the top. Take us to the next level. We didn't make the playoffs, but he wasn't any good. And we lost to Arkansas, a 5-7 Arkansas team, and Josh Heupel's offense only scored 14 points. That's another red flag. And then we got absolutely creamed in the against Ohio State, and everybody got beat well. That's fine. But Tony, you don't. We can wish and we can hope and we can think. This thing is only going in one direction, and we all know it. We just don't want to admit it. And I knew it. I knew a while back that this guy is going to be fired at some point.
Dave, Dave.
No, it's no Dave, but Tony.
They all get fired at some point, Dave. Tell me something I don't know.
Do what?
How many of these guys leave on their own terms? They all get fired at some point, Dave.
I know it.
Well,
Brian Kelly got fired for this kind of performance.
That's correct.
That's correct. And guy making $10 million a year, Tony, you can't look lifeless like that on the sideline against like Vanderbilt. You can't. It can't happen. He's not done anything. He doesn't seem like. Do you think he does? To me, even after the 3 losses before this one, he doesn't seem like there's no sense of urgency with him.
No.
He's just comfortable.
No, there was no urgency, man. Tonight.
He's over there with his play sheet.
Yeah.
And he's just comfortable.
Yeah.
And he's not.
Comfortable's a good word.
I don't think Josh Heupel realized. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's a good word for that. Comfortable is what he looked on the sidelines tonight when they were getting hammered. It was really strange. His body language over there was really odd.
I don't think he realizes what's fixing to happen. I don't.
I'd have been chewing some ass tonight. Wouldn't you, Dave? Huh? Wouldn't you have been chewing ass tonight if you were getting beat like that in your building?
Oh, my God. I've
screaming at somebody.
I've been everybody's ass.
Screaming at somebody.
He doesn't realize. I don't think it. He doesn't realize. He doesn't know. He doesn't know what's coming. He doesn't. He thinks he's just going to, line up the bowl game, call his plays. Oh, yeah, we got to play better, do this.
These people are going to freak out, man.
No. Do what?
This fan base, Dave's going to freak out. You're exactly right.
No sense of urgency. Tony, he never had any sense of urgency watching that defense all year. He never had it. He just like, they're bad,
looking,
okay.
Man. It was his body language tonight, but Dave, thank you. You've spoken, but you're unfortunately tonight right. Generally, you're an empty barrel. You're like a BB rattling around in a metal can. Maybe, if you will, a Derek Dooley trash can. But yeah, you're like a BB rattling around. If you want to get in the hunt and in the mix with us, 865-200-5402 is our number. Our numero uno, numero dos. As the Vols just got hammered tonight. I mean, 45-24. What is there to even say about it? I mean, it was bad turkey. I feel like I'm going to get food poisoning after watching that. I mean, what in the world was that? And here's the thing. A buddy of mine told me, I talked to as it was happening, he said, Tony, I took Vanderbilt in the points earlier in the week. This does not surprise me. He says, what's shocking to me is the way we have not competed. Losing's one thing. I mean, Vanderbilt they've got a quarterback that's like 35 years old. Okay. Chris Wenke thinks the guy's old for the sport. So they got a guy that's 35 years old. And you can't let that happen. But we'll go back to the phones. Because my friends at VIP Play want to remind you there's still some stuff left in the card. The playoffs are right around the corner. And you bet $20 and get $100 in bonus bets instantly. The promo code and the phrase that pays is TN Tony. Again, the promo code and the phrase that pays is TN Tony. Live always, 200 plus leagues, numerous bet types, props, options. And if you have a bet in mind and it's a compliant bet, they'll try to make it for you at the book, because everybody gets treated like a VIP at VIP Play. Gambling problem, 800-889-9789, 21 and over, located in the state of Tennessee to place a bet. Between the Eagles, my Eagles, and my Vols, two really good offenses that, well, I mean, they just decided not to play this weekend. Alex, would you explain to me how we scored 3 points from that Twitter space on when you and I talked to each other and got outscored 24-3 in the second half? Would you please explain that to me, Alex?
It's not good radio. I don't really have an explanation for it, but I don't have an explanation for our approach for a lot of the game. You know, being so hesitant to take deep shots, and I get it. You know, they're walking guys up, they're walking backers up. You know, making it look like, oh, they're going to blitz and that we're not going to have time to do it. But, you know, I mean, Deshaun Bishop early in the third quarter had 100 yards, and then they announced it. I was listening to Mike Keith a little bit too, and not just watching it. And they announced that he's gone over 100 yards, and then the next play he lost like 5 or 6 yards, and they made the comment, well, he's back under it now. And I don't know that they ever got back over it, because I think they finished with -6 rushing yards in the second half. So it just I don't know. It's kind of mind blowing.
Let's go back. Go ahead,
look like a coach who is looking around as if not really focused on what's here, but focused on other stuff.
I don't know about that, Brian, but his body language was a little detached tonight. He did not look like a guy all that tuned into being pissed off to what was going on. And I didn't feel good about the game. John Adams and I talked today, and I said, what's going to happen? I said, I think Vandy's going to whack us. I told John. I said, I have a bad feeling about it. I didn't think it would look like that. I mean, not in a million years. John, before we go back to the phones, John Adams in here, presented by Jennifer Morris, Next Move, SmokyMountains.com. John, your thoughts on, I mean, we've seen a lot of crazy stuff around here down through the years. That team just kind of quit playing in the second half, John. John Adams? Where's John? All right, let me come to Sean Sinclair. I'm going to mute John for a second because I can't hear him. So I can't hear him. I can't hear you, as one of our head coaches once said. Let's go back to where we were. Cinco, your thoughts on what we just witnessed?
Well, Tony, I think you said something that I never like to say, but I think it's appropriate. It was embarrassing. We're in a different age. These are professional athletes. Guys, some of these guys are making close to $1 million a year, and it was just embarrassing. You said the head coach was checked out, he certainly didn't have the fire of a George Cafago hatred towards Vanderbilt in your building, the chance to win a bowl game and average 10 wins, keep Vanderbilt out of contention for a playoff, control the state, all those things. And he was, as you and Dave said, comfortable. I hate to say this, but he almost had the effect of my agents looking to restart my clock. I'm not saying he is, but nothing seemed to bother him. And in fact, from my vantage point in the stadium, I was watching as the defense was just getting bled. It was a slow bleed all night long, and let me jump in. If you start spring football with Tim Banks, Willie Martinez, and William Inge on your football team, you're an unserious head coach. Period. I'm sure they're amiable fellas, but you are absolutely an unserious head coach in the SEC, because the safeties and linebackers they're worse than abysmal. I've been talking about the linebackers all year, and I've been taking so much heat. They're terrible, and their only saving grace is they're not as bad as the safety play. And then again, the undisciplined aspect. I don't care if it was a bad call or whatever. Time and time again, this team does stupid shit to shoot themselves in the foot, where unforced errors all year long, whether it's Max Gilbert's field goal, whether it's a personal foul, whether it's the 40th time I've watched the stupid-ass wide receiver have an offensive pass interference on a screenplay. How many times can you do that in a season? How many? And so, you know what? I don't know. It's just embarrassing. And, someone said before when we hired him, he had the look of a Big 12 coach. I can't disprove that right now.
To the phones we go. 865-200-5402. Hi, let's get our next call in. You're on our Garza Law fifth quarter fan reaction. The Vols get absolutely just hammered. I mean hammered a couple days after we gave thanks. Hi, you're on the air.
Hey, Tom. Mark Columbus.
The day just gets better and better.
I saw this coming for 6 weeks. I knew that guy was going to come in here and just run us up a flagpole. This team's not good. The talent is not there. And I know there's certain callers into the show that think we were 2 plays away from the playoff. What playoff? The FCS playoff? We won a coin flip overtime game over Mississippi State. They're not good. And myself and Lee, we said it before. Walking off the field last year in Columbus, Ohio, where I'm sitting, you had a choice. You either take it as a learning experience and say, okay, that's what the top of the sport looks like. What do we have to do to get there? Mm-hmm. And you make the moves to get there, including not allowing your 5-star quarterback his whole thing to become a complete circus, and going to the transfer portal and getting some help in here. Mm-hmm. You're chasing that. Instead, they says, "Oh, that's just good enough," and you stay in neutral. And Vanderbilt passed you by, Ole Miss passed you by, Oklahoma passed you by. I mean, I just don't understand why anybody thought this team was even close to a playoff team. Why? Because Joey Aguilar lit up Syracuse in the first game? I mean, that kid's not good. I'm sorry. I know that offends people. This team's not good. And Josh Heupel, when he was hired, I said, okay, his job is to score points and fill the stadium, and they'll probably replace him in 4 years. He's been better than I thought.
Yeah, yes, I agree with that.
He has been better than I thought.
Yep.
He's given us some great moments.
Yep.
But it's nut cutting time now. Like, you got to decide what you want to be as a football program. Like Doc's just said, there's dead weight on the staff. I don't know what you could do with Banks. I mean, do you try to get him a G5 coaching job anywhere? Look, the coach at Cal that was here at one time just got fired. I'd be making a call to Justin Wilcox tonight to come and run the defense. Because the other thing Heupel needs, and I called him on your show and said this, Heupel needs to find some assistants if he's replacing guys this year that aren't from his orbit. Get some other voices in here, some fresh eyes on it, and say, Josh, we had this situation when I was at this place, and this is what we did, and it worked. New ideas. Because we all want the guy. He's a good guy. Like 95%. 95% of these coaches in this business are complete scoundrels and
this guy's a good guy.
Weirdos.
That's exactly
right. And
right.
this guy's an actual regular dude, good guy that you can root for.
Easy.
I'll give him that.
All right, let me, John Adams, your thoughts on what Colombo's saying, that this is a crossroads tonight. You agree with that?
Well, I just think you need to get more talent in here. I'm not saying you need to fire Josh Heupel. I don't think Mark said that either. But I think it's a talent game, and I think Tennessee needs to look at all areas, not just positions of need, but all areas, and see where it can get upgrades wherever it can, if it has the NIL resources to do so, and it seems to. But this game, when we talked earlier, as you said, you really thought this was coming. I didn't think so. Vanderbilt is not as good as it looked in that second half. Alabama, Texas, both threw the ball all over the field against this team, and I thought Tennessee would do so as well. Didn't help that Mike Matthews dropped a surefire touchdown pass in that game. That was a crucial, just an easy score. And that touch, that kind of captured the way the game was. Tennessee was moving the ball, but those big-time plays are in some cases the plays you have to make. Tennessee didn't make them. And what got me, it was, in terms of the Tim versus Tim matchup, Tim Beck, Vanderbilt's offensive coordinator, and Tim Bikes, Tennessee's defensive coordinator, that was a mismatch. It was as though Beck kind of felt Tennessee out, saw what it was doing, adjusted his play calling thereafter, and Tennessee never stopped them from then on. The last drive of the first half, all through the second half, it couldn't stop Vanderbilt. And Vanderbilt has a really good offense, and I knew that would be a problem for Tennessee. But, boy.
Not like that.
It came too easy. And Pavia made them look foolish. This guy backs up what he says. He made Tennessee look foolish. He thought he was going to beat Tennessee, and he did. He beat it with relative ease. That's another thing that stood out to me. Pavia aside, he's got my vote for the Heisman Trophy. And I was looking at that. I was close to making that call even before the game, but this kind of clinched it. But it wasn't just Pavia. 3 of Vanderbilt's scoring runs from its running backs, was it Cedric Alexander that scored all 3? I know he had a 28-yarder, a short yardage run, and then one more. Did he have the last one too? I was so busy writing, I wasn't honed in on what was going on the screen.
I'll find it. Yeah,
but the point is, those scores came, and Pavia's touchdown run for 24 yards, they were all untouched. All untouched. And the Tennessee's defensive front got abused. If you watch, anybody that rewatches this game will see it. They're blocking. Vanderbilt's offensive line dominated Tennessee's defensive front. And Mark pointed out about the linebacker play. Yeah, that was part of the problem because they were often just a step out of position on some of these plays, and they got caught.
And the defensive front is supposed to be the strength of this defense.
That's exactly right.
Right.
Columbus.
I agree.
But
it wasn't just
what are we doing?
What are we doing?
You got, and Doc's right. It's a talent thing. We look small and slow again, like we did under Dooley, like we did under Butch, and later years. We look small and slow, especially on the defensive side of the ball. Player for player, Vanderbilt looks like the more impressive football team on the hoof. I'm sorry, they do.
There's no way that's true, though, right?
There's no way that it should be true, but again, it's 2025. It's not 2005.
Well, they do have a bunch of old
money,
guys.
You could put a roster together if you got money.
I guess, and I appreciate the call. Thank you, Lumbo, on our TLD Logistics phone lines. Here's the truth about this game and about what Vanderbilt did. They open up a discussion in the sport. Indiana opens up a discussion in the sport. What's better? To win the recruiting battles that we talk about all summer in the high school ranks. Sean, you tackle this, Sean. Or to put a football team together that can function as a unit. You go into the group of five, you get some guys out of Division II football, and you bring guys in who this is their opportunity, this is their shot. Sean, you tell me what's better? Because it looks like Vanderbilt's getting a laugh here. And that's what they did.
Well, they are. I mean, you take a look at theirs, and it's easy to pile on Tennessee right now. That's not my intention. But they have a whole personnel department there, and I think you're right. What we heard last year, in part, the portal time, and you got vilified all over social media and these chat sites because you were on it about just being very sleepy around the portal.
Yes,
it worked out. The wide receivers stayed healthy, and the three-headed monster was very productive. Good for them. I call that fortunate.
Well, I'll give you this though. I'll give you this on the receivers. Let me ask you this: if you'd added that Concepcion guy, which is what I wanted to do, okay? Now you tell me. You watch him last night against Texas. Do you win another game so you're not in that spot tonight? And are you better in that game tonight? See, that's what I'm talking about. And that's what Columbus is talking about.
Well, what they did was last year they talked about how they spent all their money on the freshman class.
Right.
And retaining the roster.
Right.
When the fact of the matter was last year's team was buoyed by a bunch of 5- and 6-year seniors. And so they were going for a whole roster flip with these young kids and found themselves, hey, right or wrong, we don't have the budget to go get some of these other guys. Forget receiver. They went and got the Schnell kid out of Division I AA or II to be a defensive lineman. Yeah. They were gonna count on Jabal Wallace, who hasn't done anything. And then they thought about that. They've stacked a lot of their money on 3 guys in the same position at that Leo position. And they sat there and they did nothing at safety. They did nothing at linebacker. All they kept telling us about was how good these guys were on paper, but they just weren't. And again, you're right. The offense didn't do anything to cover themselves in glory, but that defense is just pathetic. They've had one marked year in 5. Now, the first couple of years weren't Tim Banks' fault because they didn't have the troops to do it. But they've been living on last year and last year alone. And this year they weren't even representative. They were just terrible. And the dirty secret is they're going to lose most of that defensive line and the secondary.
Yes.
And they have not recruited to replenish those ranks.
And here's the rub about tonight that I just don't understand. John, you tell me, because it's the damnedest thing I've ever seen. Then we go back to the phones. What was our game plan tonight against Pavia? Were they aware, John, of who he is? I mean, here's a guy. He's the only guy Vandy has that can beat you. And they just let him beat him. I mean, they let him run wild. Somebody asked me yesterday, they said, Bino and I were talking. But I told John I said, John, I think we're getting really cooked tonight. Why? I said, because this guy's going to run wild on our defense. John, I never dreamed in a million years he would run that wild when I told you that. And John said, well, what's the score going to be? I said, about 42-14. I told Kyle the same thing. I said, I have a terrible feeling about this game. I don't trust this defense at all. And this guy is like made for the moment. It's who he is. And I don't like him. But that's who he is. And so you have to meet that. What were we trying to do, John, on defense? I want somebody to please explain. And here's the thing. You're the head football coach. You're not an offensive coordinator. You should have a hand in that. This was a big game. This is a big game for you. You're seen now in a different light. You're paid $11 million or whatever it is, $9 million, whatever the money is, to put it all together. So, John, what were they trying to do tonight with a guy that's literally the heartbeat of Vanderbilt's football team? What were they trying to do?
I think they were trying to pressure Pavia, and that worked initially. And I think that led to their downfall. They pressured him some, had him off balance. He threw a couple of interceptions all early. I don't know if Vanderbilt adjusted its routes, its blocking, or whatever. But after that, he was taking advantage and he was running.
Yes.
And when Tennessee blitzed, he was running. And Tennessee blitzed a few times with Cedric Alexander. I think there was a blitz on the corner blitz on that 28-yard touchdown run he had. It was as though, the way I saw it is Vanderbilt, he kind of figured out what Tennessee's game plan was. But I thought that early success proved to be misleading and gave a false indicator of how the game might unfold. Because if you rush him, you want to keep him in the pocket. The last thing you want him to do is get out of the pocket. And he did that
repeatedly.
After the early going, he did it all night long.
Repeatedly. Go ahead.
One other thing, and Sean pointed this out, and you did, about building a team, assembling a team. Vanderbilt had only 2 starters, 2 of their 22 starters. Only 2 of them were not juniors or seniors or graduate students. 10 of its 22 starters were graduate students. This is a well-seasoned football team. And it goes back to Clark Lee, who is now the toast of Nashville and a real legitimate candidate for National Coach of the Year, for whatever that's worth. But he just signed a contract. That's worth more, a 6-year contract. But what he did, this guy was on the verge of getting fired, even at Vanderbilt. If you go back and look at how his tenure started at Vanderbilt.
That's exactly right.
Vanderbilt was as bad as ever. It was sinking to the bottom. Anchor down, you bet. I don't hear him saying anchor down anymore, which always really never made sense to me, but kind of fit the program. So you do all that, and then what does he do? He says, this isn't working. What does he do? He goes to New Mexico State and gets the offensive coordinator, Tim Beck, takes Diego Pavia. I think he got another coach from New Mexico State as well. Went heavy in the portal. And, of course, somehow, some way, people invested financially in Vanderbilt football because those lines, that offensive line is pretty stout, I think.
Well, you know what? Let me make a point here, because this is what it points to. Urgency. He knew my goose is about to get cooked if I don't do something. We laughed at him.
Yes.
When they went to New Mexico State and did what they did, I was on the air. We were all laughing. Let's not kid ourselves here. Nobody, when you win 45-24 in our building, I want to see this head coach this offseason show some damn urgency. And let me tell you something. You're going to a 9-game SEC schedule. You want to get yourself fired next year? Do what you did this offseason. You all can laugh at that. And I know people are going to be, well, you're overreacting. Okay, do what you did this offseason. And you will get yourself, next year, they will be calling for your head. Because we played a bunch of teams that couldn't play and finished 8-4. And listen, if we'd have gotten home with a 9-3 record, I'd have been on here saying it's an A coaching job. I'm not going to lie to you. But this is about winning and losing at this level. Results happen to matter. and I'm going to say this one more time, it's not so much the result tonight, and it's 8-4 and Joey Aguilar, and it's a nice season, all things considered, because those things are true. It's the way you looked tonight. You cannot look like that and the head coach, the way he looked tonight. Because a lot of people that were at the game are going back and rewatch that, and they're going to go, what's he doing? And that would be a great question. Because I don't know what he was doing. I don't know what they were doing. We just got absolutely obliterated, as they say in the trade, by Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt! What are we doing? Let's go to the phones. A little wordy there. But I want to see some urgency out of these people now. This loss at 8-4 now lets your AD go into that man's room and say, what are you going to do next year to fix this? Don't tell me get better players. What are you going to do to fix this? Because that was unacceptable tonight, and I refuse to accept that. And I like this coach. But you mark my words, if he doesn't do anything, we'll be here 1 year from the night, and people will be calling for his head. That's what's going to happen to him. And I don't want it to happen to him. We don't need to go through that again. I'd rather fix what we have, if that's okay with everybody. Hello and welcome in. You're on our Garza Law fifth quarter fan reaction.
Hey, Tony. This is Jagger from Trenton.
Hey, welcome in.
Hey, Tim Banks was probably Vandy's best offensive coordinator and play caller tonight, because I've never seen a guy with the uncanny ability to call blitzes that always help the other team's offense every time. It's unreal.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, the biggest problem I see this season is roster construction, like y'all been talking about, especially on the defense up the middle. When you lost Omar Norman Lott, Maury Thomas, Elijah Simmons, they were kind of three big run stuffers, and you didn't replace any of those. You got some nice linemen, but you don't have any run stuffers. And then that linebacker, you came back with the same linebackers again from last season. You didn't get anybody out of the portal. You didn't try. You didn't do anything. You just thought that those guys were going to get better, and they didn't. They were terrible. That T-Lander guy is awful. He should not be playing in the SEC, period. He can't cover anybody. He always runs himself out of a play. He's terrible. And the safeties are dreadful. Turn time is awful. The Farouk guy, he gets some turnovers sometimes, but he's terrible. He runs himself out of plays. They're just up the middle. They're just dreadful. And he had the excuse all year about losing the two corners. And those are big losses.
Yeah.
But the freshman, Ty Redmond, he's been pretty good. He's played well for a freshman.
And he played well tonight.
And Colton Hood was a semifinalist for the Thorpe Award.
Yep.
So, those guys have played really well. There's no sense of urgency on the defensive side of the ball and addressing the roster issues. And to me, that lets on we don't have a serious football program under this guy, because ultimately he's responsible for it. And Danny White needs to take charge himself and not let his lieutenants take care of it, but they need to get in there and get involved and get a better roster for this coach and, make some changes on the staff for him, because he's not going to do it. He's proven he's not going to fire anybody.
Well, look, if you don't pair your tree when the branches are not producing, eventually the whole tree's going to go, and that's just not going to work.
Right.
You got to be able to pair you got to cut the dead wood off the tree, man. You have to.
Yeah.
John, do you think this guy has it in him? Does this guy have it in him, John, to do that? Because it's going to be a real interesting thing to watch this offseason.
Well, first I want to compliment you on your gardening skills. I didn't realize you were that knowledgeable about gardening. Well, I think we just talked about Clark Lee. I think Clark Lee had a different plan in mind when he became the Vanderbilt coach. He was at Notre Dame as a defensive coordinator,
Yep.
I guess. And I think he had a different idea of how he would build a program at Vanderbilt. And then he saw, well, my idea is not working. I'm about halfway out the door here. And even though Vanderbilt's not quick to shove somebody out the door, he figured that out and made changes. I think Josh Heupel needs to realize that now rather than later. What he needs to do, he needs to he takes a look at this. He changed his offense this year.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the widest splits, and the offense overall has been really effective. It's one of the highest scoring, most productive yardage-wise teams in the country. So he changed his offense somewhat, but just the overall approach here. Tennessee has a 7th-ranked recruiting class for 2026, according to 24/7 Sports Composite. It has one of the top 2 or 3 quarterbacks in the country in Faison Brandon. But that's not what you need next season. When you're playing LSU, Texas, Texas A&M, Alabama, and maybe Vanderbilt, it's going to be a much tougher schedule, even Georgia Tech in a non-conference game. You need a quarterback. You got to realize that. If Joey Aguilar can come back, fine, then that's different. Otherwise, you have to go to the portal, and you need to be figuring out where do you go and how much money you can spend, because you can't go into next year with George McIntyre, who hasn't played hardly any this year, and then an incoming freshman. You just can't do it. It won't work out. We saw today Bryce Underwood, who was talented as any quarterback in this draft class, in recruiting class, and he started at Michigan. But he couldn't handle Oklahoma's defense. He couldn't handle Ohio State's defense.
No, he got swallowed.
Today.
Yeah, he got swallowed today. But Trenton, finish up, my man, because there's a lot to talk about here.
Yeah, I just, offensively, I think he did the best he could with what he had this year. He got a raw deal with the quarterback, and I got nothing but respect for Joey Aguilar. He played his butt off for us this year. He did a great job. I think the biggest problem this year was the run game. If you look at the stats from, he had, I think, averaged over 220 or 230 the last 2-3 years. This year, I'm not sure if we got to 200 average, and I think that's kind of hindered his offense this year because he needs the run game, in his offense for it to work effectively. And I just don't think he had it this year, but I just hope, in the off season, they really get serious and evaluate this staff and the roster, because I hope this is a wake up call to them. Thanks, Tony.
Appreciate you. Yeah, and John made a really good point about Clark Lee. This was not his intention when he took the Vanderbilt job, but he pivoted. You better be nimble, and you better be quick. Or you know what happens on that candlestick, right? I'm not kidding. Well. Hey, listen. You do the exact same thing you did this last offseason, and you take a young football team into that, and you don't fortify your roster next year, we're going to be sitting here talking about a 6-6 team. Now, all offseason, all summer, I was saying even with the schedule was easy. And I'm not saying I told you so. I'm not. I'm not doing that. But all things considered, that's a pretty good season, to go ahead and do that, considering what happened to you with the quarterback until you watch them get absolutely destroyed tonight by Vanderbilt. Because there's nothing pretty good about that. Nothing pretty good about that. But Trenton, thanks. It's good talking to you. I want to remind you, Tuesday night, Tennessee plays basketball with Syracuse. We're on live. We're on after every basketball game. It's Garza Law, Tennessee basketball overtime. As soon as the basketball balls go final all season long. We even did one after the Duke game. I did 3 of them this week, or 2 of them. The last 2 leading up to Thanksgiving, and Laura said to me when we were eating Thanksgiving lunch, "You look tired." I said, "Yeah, I'm pretty tired." So I went and laid down. I had like a 3-hour Thanksgiving nap, not that you care, but we're going to be here Tuesday night. We also have a blog over at tclub.team or tonybasilio.com, however you want to get there. But we would encourage you to check that out, like and bookmark, and share this show with others as we continue to grow like a weed. And we had several hundred people stop by Calhoun's yesterday, where we are on Fridays during football season. And I just want to personally thank them because that was really kind of incredible. I mean, all year long. And they reached out to me last night, and it was just insane. The support we got all year. This fan base, I mean, goodness knows. Look, you're not going to make the playoffs every year. That's fine. You can't look like that against Vanderbilt. You just can't do that, as Jimi Hendrix once said. But to my friends at Calhoun's, through the holiday, and that means through the January 1st holiday, ladies and gentlemen, feed the family. The hot and ready smoked turkey, I'll tell you this right now, it's out of this world. They've got a feed 5 option, a feed 10 option. Both highly affordable. We did it the other day. It's turkey, it's mashed potatoes, it's peas, it's gravy, it's their dressing, it's their rolls, it's cranberry sauce, the cheesecake. It's all fresh, and it's just utterly wonderful. They also have a smoked prime rib special. So pre-order your meal. Go to Holiday Feed Pack, holidayfeedpacks.com, holidayfeedpacks.com, as we go back to our phones. And we'll get our next call in. We've got a full panel in here. I've got Dr. Sinclair in here. I've got Alex Myers, who you will hear a bunch on our Garza Law Tennessee Basketball Overtime. Brian Hartman, who hosted Garza Law Tennessee Basketball Overtime one day this week. We also have in the room John Adams, who joins us Tuesdays on the show. And so we've got a full panoply of folks commentating, if you will, as we get our next call in. Hi, you're on the air. Welcome in.
Hey, Tony, it's Randy from Altamont.
Hey, Randy, welcome in, buddy.
Hey, Tony, this game could have been worse than it was. They turned the ball over twice. I think they just punted twice, maybe. Banks, how do you not have a spy the whole game on this quarterback? I don't understand that. Of course, we might not have a linebacker who can tackle him if we do have a spy on him.
There was no spy. I mean, I spy, no spy. Like that kids game, I spy, no spy. Sean, what was the game plan with Pavia, Sean? You're in the stadium. What were they trying to do with him, Sean, besides turn him into the main character tonight?
What Banks has done all year is they subscribe to a thing where they're not going to get beat deep. So as long as the quarterback's holding the ball, the safeties and the linebackers keep dropping. They keep dropping in depth and they keep dropping in width. Now, it used to be that you had 3 linebackers, so you could kind of cut the field in thirds. But now you just have 2, you got those guys are going half the field. And over and over and over all year long, that's why 3rd and 8, our linebackers are 12 yards deep, and they get hit. So today, you could have landed a plane between the linebackers. I mean, every single time. So it's just
Altamont.
I get what Banks. Look, I think that Banks is more concerned about his reputation as a defensive coordinator than he is about and giving up points than he is about the results on the field. I truly believe that. Because he's another one, has no sense of urgency in stopping the ball.
Looks half asleep. I agree with that. And Randy, his linebackers, they're not taught to come forward. If you watch us play, they are not coming forward, Randy.
And we have played zone with these linebackers all year, and they don't have a clue. I understand why he blitzes a lot, because if he puts them out there in coverage, you're wasting them. And Tony, our defense is bad. It's just bad, okay? The offense let me down today.
That was crazy.
Because our guards got whipped. Mm-hmm. They blitz. They come up there and they do a fake blitz. Our quarterback get out there and do an audible, and they'll change it. Mm-hmm. It's been happening all year long. Mm-hmm. And y'all are talking about the money. Heupel made a They spent their money on high school and young football. Tennessee is a very young football team. I'm not making excuses for tonight, but they are a very young football team. And he's going to have to go get some portal guys next year. And y'all are right. He's got to have a quarterback. You cannot go in next year with a redshirt freshman with everybody coming back on offense. You're going to have to score next year. And on defense, I don't see them going out and spending money on linebacker. They've got a bunch of high school players they may know how to play with. They spent money on linebackers already. And just our offensive line just got killed at second half. They couldn't do our running back ain't big enough to pick up a blitz. He's good enough to get in the way, but he can't pick it up. Aguilar, if you get pressure in his face, he's just average. I can't wait to see what his numbers are when they blitzed him and they didn't blitz him. I haven't looked at that yet. But Banks, it's just the same. And Heupel, I think the reason he may not fuss so much, he's thinking about his next offensive play.
That's the point. And that's the point. Are you an offensive coordinator or are you a head coach? Because here's the thing. At this level, in these games, the close games, and tonight could have, turned out to be a close game, it comes down to 3 or 4 plays. It always does. You got to get the benefit of the doubt from the Zebras, Randy. Randy, have you ever seen a guy get more disrespected than this guy at the University of Tennessee of all the guys we've had? I mean, Pruitt got more respect from the Zebras than this guy did. This guy does. Jones got more respect from the Zebras. This guy just stands over there. Alex and I, we did a space at halftime. Alex had a great line. Alex, say it again about Josh Heupel, what you said earlier, because it's the truth.
Oh, which thing? I mean, he just sits over there and takes it.
That's it.
And the thing is I don't know why. And the guy's got to have some competitiveness in him. And I know he does. We've seen him take vengeance out on the Simpson guy at UT Martin. Like, I know that he's got a competitive bone in there. But the thing is, what are you afraid of? This is not basketball. You're not going to get a technical foul for yelling. You saw Saban. You saw these other guys who, by the way, were respected by the officials, slam headsets,
exactly.
just verbally just berate guys. And nothing happens except they get a couple calls the next few minutes later. Our guy just stands over there and takes it. And I don't know. It's one thing if playing Mr. Nice Guy had worked, but he's been here for 4 or 5 years. He's been the nice guy the whole time. It's not working. It's not gonna work. So why are you just content and just comfortable over there to not change it because it's not working?
And he won't, Randy. He won't say anything to the media at all, which is okay. But one thing you could do with the media is you could communicate to the league that we're not your doormat. I'm not your doormat. I've won 10 games twice in this league in 5 years, and I'm not a doormat. It'd be nice to get a call in our building every once in a while. You think Kirby Smart would stand there and take that, Randy, tonight, that phantom personal foul on the quarterback that they called on us? On McMurray, Randy, do you think Kirby Smart would take that, Randy? Because the answer,
Heupel is.
You say it again.
This just may be who Heupel is as a person. That's just his attitude. I think it's more he's ready for his offense in his mind to do what he's got to do next. He can't just sit there and coach. He's got to think about what the defense just done to him and everything else. So the whole time in the back, he's got 2 thoughts in his mind at one time: running together, being an offensive coordinator, coming back out and what plays to do. And he's also got to be a head coach. That's constantly in his head. 2 things.
Randy
Banks,
yeah.
If Banks is there next year, he is going to get so much grief, Tony, because there is no improvement. It's the same old. Linebackers everywhere.
Yeah.
The caller said, "We'll go T-Lander, slowest linebacker." Carter, I need to move him to defensive end. Get him out He might make a good end. He ain't no linebacker. And just the only linebacker we got, that I see linebacker is 27. I forgot his name. I can't say it anyway. That boy goes out. He might not know what he's doing, but he goes after it.
Yep.
And so, our safety play, we got to get safety. But that's the but everybody's going to call in and complain about our defense. Our offense let us down today, too.
I agree with that.
They let us down big time because we knew we had a score to beat Vanderbilt. We knew we had a score, and we come out and laid an egg. I think our team's still in Florida.
Randy, thank you. Randy in Altamont has spoken. 865-200-5402. John, chances that let's go around the room, guys. Chances that Tim Banks is here next year. John, you begin. What % chance?
Oh, I think it's 100% chance.
That he's back.
Yeah.
Sean Sinclair.
Unless he, on his own volition, goes to a different job, he's absolutely here because I'll just say it. Heupel is poisoned by his experience of getting fired and being made a scapegoat when he was at Oklahoma. And I believe he's saddled with that thought that he doesn't want to do that to somebody else. And therefore, he does not have the stomach to make that tough decision. I truly believe that. There's a lot of things to be honorable about with that, but not in this cutthroat business.
Brian Hartman.
What if somebody says, hey, Josh, you're not making the decision because we're making the decision for you. You got to get some new assistant coaches.
Which does happen at this level.
And you've got to get a new defensive coordinator. That's the only way I can see him being forced to move and make a change.
But he's got an offensive coordinator that's dead weight, who literally does nothing. Your head coach calls the plays.
Yes.
You know darn good and well the head coach is strategizing what he wants to do. There's no way that Joey Halsey is a voice of reason or a second opinion.
Yes.
He's a yes man.
Yes.
I get it. I mean, he's done a nice job of recruiting high school quarterbacks, and he's done a decent job. He's gotten so much, he banked so much goodwill with Hendon Hooker. But in the past 3 years, we've had, and I'm not taking anything away from Joey Aguilar, but we've had just very, very average quarterback play the last 3 years.
Yes. And you know what? Tonight's not Aguilar's fault because when the inside of your pocket collapses, kind of like that Oklahoma game, he did throw some balls up for grabs in the Oklahoma game. Okay, fine. But the interior of their offensive line was getting caved in, and that was going on tonight with Vanderbilt. With Vanderbilt. Back to the phones we go. It was an odd night for Tennessee, and to me, the pivot of the game occurred on that McMurray penalty, and apparently Heupel after the game said he didn't see it when he was asked about it post game. So he's
what is he looking at?
Because
it happened on his sideline.
How does the coach not see that kind of a play on a third down?
I don't know. That's apparently what he said. But let's go back to the phones. Hello and welcome in. You're on Garza Law, fifth quarter fan reaction, and I need a fifth.
Hey, Tony, it's Maggie.
Hey, Maggie, welcome in.
There's nothing that takes the wind out of your sails like losing to Vanderbilt. I remember listening to your show for one of the first times after we lost them in 2016, that game in Nashville. I was like probably the most mad I've ever been in my whole life. But now is a completely different, but still really bad feeling like after losing to them. And I know that I can get wordy, so I'm going to try to be better about that with this call and appreciate the patience. But obviously I have a lot to say. There's so much money in this now that stuff like this is totally inexcusable. It feels like this program, like there was a 15-year period right before everything changed with NIL, and COVID played a part in that. But we were so desperate to be removed from the abyss that we were in where nothing mattered, and we haven't, had a successful, we could call successful season in so long. And then we did, and it lined up exactly with NIL and money completely taking over the entire sport. And it just feels like it's lost so much character. And sorry, my voice is gone because I tried to contribute. But it's just so frustrating to be in that stadium that feels like going to Disney World now. And the concessions are more expensive than anywhere in the country. And there's a talent fee. And there's another price increase on my tickets for next year. And it's just never enough. Like, it's never enough for the fans. And the program's like never satisfied. They always need more money and, pay this amount of money to get your name on a brick and, make your mark. And it's so frustrating because I'm kind of ready for them to give back to us. They did about 3 years ago, and we won in Gainesville last week, but man, it's been 18 years since we went to Atlanta, and you got to start chipping away at being a legit program again, because you can't just ride this wave from 3 years ago much longer. And the timing it's just bad, and man, it's just really frustrating.
Danny White and his ilk have made it so transactional, right? People like you that give their heart and soul, that go on the road and do what you do. How could you not reevaluate when you see a team just lay down tonight and quit like that, Maggie, against Vandy? That guy talked massive trash, and they let him walk into the end zone, Maggie. Walk in. And nobody hit him late, like nobody hit him. Like back in the day, somebody would have at least hit the guy.
I really am careful about saying this because the players, they do work so hard, and, they put their bodies on the line, and it's a dangerous thing to do. And I'm not going to get into that because I know nobody wants to hear that conversation, but it's really hard to watch and be in this era of it all being who's going to pay me the most money and not consider for a minute, do they care? Am I sitting here caring way more than they do?
Right.
Is it just about the logo on my chest is the one that's signing my paycheck, or is it? And again, I hate to occupy that mentality because I know that so many guys who care and it matters and they work so hard, but at the same time, you can't come out here and don't get me wrong, leading up to the season, my assumption was we were going to go 8-4. That ended up happening. I didn't think this team no one should have ever considered the playoff, and the Georgia game was an anomaly and kind of screwed everything up in terms of expectations. But I can think that we might go 8-4, and then also turning around and you lose to Georgia the way we did. We lose to Alabama. You lose to Oklahoma at home. You lose to Vanderbilt at home. So all told, we won, one game that really mattered, which was ending that streak in Gainesville, which, thank God that's over, and I'm super grateful and happy about that. But, it's been 18 years since you even got the opportunity to go to Atlanta, much less win it.
And Danny, I'll say this,
that become unacceptable?
And you make a great point. Danny White is charging You're in Atlanta Every Year prices in his stadium.
Yes.
Danny White acts and I'll tell you this about him, because I love his game and his gimmick, because I'd like to play his game, and I love his gimmick. And his game is, we have a waiting list of 31,000 people. We're going to put an upper deck. Let me tell you something. Nick Saban, when they were winning championships, was pissing and moaning about how people wouldn't come to games. Now, explain something to me about Danny White. Maybe he's discovered something. The power of magnetizing your brain and pulling everybody into that stadium that everybody wants on a waiting list for upper level, okay, college football, which is what Tennessee's playing. Kind of upper level, okay, pretty good, not great, but pretty good. That's what Heupel is. He's pretty good. He's not great. He's pretty good, though. I mean, nobody wants the guy fired. I certainly don't want him fired. Maggie, do you really believe there's a waiting list of 31,000? Liar, liar, Danny White, your pants are on fire?
Well, if there is, it's about to be 30,999 because I can't, the amount of time and effort, not even to mention the money, the time I've got stuff to do. Seriously, I care about this so much. but I feel it pulling away from me because, like, the G10 thing, right? So that's like such a iconic part of the experience.
Of course.
We're going to tear that down?
This guy only wants his own ideas. Hey, Danny, I got a good idea for you. Don't let the coach that you hired get the hell beat out of him in Neyland Stadium by Vanderbilt. Because, Danny, I got another news flash for you. That's never happened in the modern era history of this school. You did something, Danny White, tonight that's never happened in the modern era history of the school. I know you're smarter than everybody in the room. I know you won't take a meeting with anybody. I know you don't talk to any of your coaches, but I do want to personally congratulate you for that. Good job.
What's really frustrating about it, too, is, like I mentioned at the beginning of the call, and I honestly want to write about this because there's so many layers to it.
Yes.
But the timing of when he got here and he brought Heupel with him, right? Like they're coming from UCF, and people forget, like, he's the architect behind the 13-0 national champions thing at UCF. He is a marketing guy, and he got to Tennessee because nobody else wanted to come here. And I really appreciate that he came here. And then, like, with, I remember you saying Donde's Inferno, which still makes me laugh. Like, but we needed the leadership really badly, and we were floundering because the whole Fulmer debacle and everybody before it, like, it was a shit show. And it's not that kind of shit show anymore, but now it's a different kind of shit show, and that's just as frustrating because now those fans who spent that 15-year period desperate, gasping for air for the relevance that we got pretty quickly after the Heupel thing.
That's right.
Now it's like we've been completely exploited, and the whole thing is about the money when we're forgetting the reason why we're all here. I'm telling you, they did this thing today, Tony, like between like the end of halftime, I guess, and the start of the third quarter, where it was like the lights shut off, like they were going to do the dark mode thing again. But it was like this Trans-Siberian Orchestra, like red and green lights, and this
guy,
like Carol of the Bells and green fireworks, and it's like, what are we doing here?
When is Danny, you need to have a monorail, brah, around the stadium.
Literally.
A monorail,
like,
Danny.
We're going to tear down G10 so people can go have lunch and drink. Like,
Maggie,
you can do that
in G10.
half a mile away and
Thank
walk.
you. Thank
Where's
you.
everybody going to park?
Thank you. Hey, Maggie, G10, here you go. How many generations of people have been tailgating at G10? How many people just go to G10 and don't go to the games, Danny White? How many people for eons have made so many great memories up there, but you're just going to rip it down? You're the same moron. No offense to this guy. I'm the only one in town that'll say this. That's the same guy that about got people killed this year. When people on the campus were telling him, don't do that. And they did what they did against Georgia, and they changed the band route, and they're herding people through these snow fences. It looks like a lab rat experiment over there, Maggie. What are we doing? What are we doing? So I want the monorail with the student deck, Danny. I'm calling it right now. I want a monorail or a sky ride of some kind, Danny. You can do it. You can raise the money. You can do it, buddy. And by the way, I'd like to not get the hell beat out of me by Vanderbilt, by your coach in his 5th year. No offense. Maggie, thank you. Great call. Thank you. Please write.
I want to zip line across the river myself.
Zip line. Yeah, let's do a zip line. Cinco, I can't behave myself. Cinco, I'm trying to behave myself over here, man, and I can't.
Well, that's okay, because I'd like to know why the 31,000 waiting list, a patient of mine called over there to get tickets, was told about this waiting list, but was told he could jump straight in front with a donation. That's interesting.
Well, I want to know why Josh
So you got 31,000 people that are just begging to, clamoring to get in there.
Yes.
But this no neck, a patient of mine, calls up and says, "Hey, I'd like to talk about next year," and was told, "You can jump right to this. We can guarantee you tickets with this big of a donation."
Alex, is that a waiting list?
You don't have a waiting list, brah.
Alex, is that a waiting list? What do you call that, Alex, when you can just jump to the front of the line if you give money?
I think exploitation was a great word that Maggie used. I just got a question. I think we had just got through Black Friday. I think for a lot of nonprofits around the world, I think Tuesday is known as Giving Tuesday. You think Danny White will come up with some sort of something for Tuesday for social media?
Giving Tuesday. I tell you what, he's getting on Sunday and Monday, because he's going to get a lot of hell from people. It's catching, and he should. Hey, John, here's a little nugget just dropped at me. Well, I didn't know, because we're just, like Maggie said, it comes at your windshield so quick you don't even have time to digest it. Heupel, in his last 15 games against ranked opponents, John, what do you think the record is? And these guys are raising tickets. I'm telling you, they are charging you the finest of steak prices in the whole wide world here. Okay? And I don't think that's what you're getting on your plate. John, in the last 15 games against ranked opponents, what's Heupel's record after tonight?
Well, he beat Alabama last year. He hadn't beaten a national ranked opponent this year. He beat Alabama last year, and then you go back to so you going back to 2023?
I'll help you out. The C Bureau tells me that he's 2-13 in his last 15 games against ranked opponents. Now, here's my thing. Again, I'm fine until you lose this game tonight and you lose the game the way you look. I'm a good boy.
I'll get you fired at Penn State.
It gets you fired at a lot of places, John. It really would. And I don't want the guy getting fired.
Tony, you called this a couple weeks back on the show, about the Florida and Georgia, is that
is it what, Al?
They're giving it back, and you
I just lost. You're going in and out. Stay right there. Come back. Get out of Titans Bills cell zone. And let's go back to our phones. I mean, Maggie's right. When you do what this guy's done to the fans, and then you go out and you look like that tonight, and you make this thing totally transactional, he's in a new reality. It's a whole new it's a new day and a new way. Hello and welcome into our next call. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony. Yeah, you're right, man. Tough to follow Maggie. She's got a good point. Tonight was tough. Before tonight, I probably would have had a lot more arguments for my boy Heupel. But tonight was tough, man, especially the way that we looked in the second half. Really, frankly, how we looked midway through the second quarter, through the rest of the game. Vandy won the middle eight. It's kind of what I was saying to my brother when I was watching the game. Like we got to be able to win the middle eight, and we didn't, and they did.
Yep.
And that was the difference of the game. I think, as I hear people call in and talk about, the season, this season went about how I expected it to go, guys. Like when we didn't have a quarterback in May, right? Like we didn't have a quarterback when we go back to May, 4 months before the season started. Our starting running back is a former walk-on. He's a good player.
Yeah.
Good player now.
Nice player.
But former walk-on.
Yep.
Our defense was probably worse than 110th in scoring defense in the country this year. Mm-hmm. When you look at what we lost off of last year's team, especially on the defensive line, that front seven, that was our hole this year. All year long, we've been soft behind the linebackers in front of the safeties. We've been gashed on third down. We haven't been able to get off the field. So those are the things you look at, and it's disappointing to see. But to try to put a little bit of positive spin on it, you see the playmakers that are there. You see the young guys like Hobbs, like Redmond, like Spillman. Those guys making plays that are there on defense. You see that Heupel's got a good recruiting class coming in. Again, like the fact that we didn't have a quarterback to start this season, and what he got out of Joey Aguilar, out of a former JUCO kid that played at App State, 9 months ago?
Yep.
I mean, he led SEC in passing. So I'll take my guy Heupel. I mean, he's going to take his bumps, man, but I'll take my guy Heupel, especially when you look at what's going on in the SEC, especially in the coaching. I'll take my guy, and we're going to stack up next year. We're going to run it back because we got a young team. We got a good recruiting class. His best ever recruiting class, if I'm not mistaken, might be coming in next year. So we got some players. He's going to hit the portal. He's got to do a better job than he did last year in the portal. But we still made, you know, he went out and got Hood. Yep. Hood's an All-American. Hood is an All-American player. So he didn't get nobody, but we got to do better than that. We got to get a little bit more to help out this team, especially when you got such a young team playing and you're in the SEC.
Let me ask you this. Would you go get a quarterback, stopgap quarterback?
I would,
to help you?
100%. You have to. 100%. You absolutely have to get a quarterback. And he's proven he can do that. What he's had, 4 different starting quarterbacks in the last 4 years?
Yeah.
And outside of Milton, most of those guys are probably going to be playing in the NFL. So, I mean, I like his chances being able to coach up a quarterback in this system, especially with the way that he plays. You know, he's a play. I will go back, though, and say this. He is a schemer, but we haven't had a true offensive coordinator since Golish left.
That's correct.
He's been the coordinator.
He is the coordinator.
I mean,
that's
if
correct.
he's going to carry that weight, you almost have to take the heat when your team's not doing it. Or you bring in a coordinator. I mean, so that's where Heupel's at right now.
Will this guy do that? Would he do that? I think he loves calling plays so much, I don't think he would do it. I wish he would do it. I want him to make it. You know, people are asking me, why don't you want him fired? And they're asking you that. What's wrong with you guys? Let me explain to you how hard it is to find a good coach in college football. Look at the Florida situation, people. Look at it. Look at what's going on around the country right now. Look at it. I would much rather take somebody that's rehabilitatable and rehabilitate them. Heupel needs some help. He's not perfect, like our caller's saying. He's not. But you're certainly not going to fire him. Here's my concern with him, though, to you, sir. He doesn't do enough this offseason. He's not proactive enough. And then next year, they play that real rugged, rough schedule with that young team, and they get roughed up, and our fan base is going to want his head. Because that's how this goes. Unfortunately. That's how it goes.
Yeah, you're right. And again, as I look around all of college football, not just the SEC, I like our guy, man. I mean, I think, unless you're going to give me back Lane Kiffin, but I like our guy.
So you would take Lane over him?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Lane's unbelievable. Thank you. Good talking to you. And here's the thing. Lane's coming to Knoxville next year with LSU, Brian, yes? Because he's taking the LSU job. Unless he backs out. Let me tell you this. This thing Lane Kiffin's doing is comical. And I'm for it, not against it. But he took that job like on Wednesday of this past week. Come on now. Let's all get real here. But could he back out? I don't know. Could he? But the belief is that he took the job, and that's okay, whatever. We're all big boys and big girls here. It's a transactional deal anyway. I will promise you this. He'll have a pretty good team in year one at LSU because that son of a gun, I bet you, is already on the phone with people. Cinco, how much you want to bet they have a pretty good team next year? A pretty prolific passing game, some skill people, and they're able to move the ball around. Better than this year's team.
I would say that Orgeron's already working that deal.
Interesting.
Calling people. According your last call, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I like Heupel too.
Yep.
But he's the one thing that I get a kick out of when people say, "Well, this is what I thought the season would be 8-4." Mm-hmm. Well, I said the same thing. However, the inconvenient truth is you actually play the games. And before the season, we thought that Georgia would be a world beater. They weren't. Mm-hmm. And you had a chance to win that game, and you didn't. Mm-hmm. And because you missed the field goal, the team collapsed. All the air went out of their sails, and they just totally let Georgia walk in the end zone. Oklahoma game, or Alabama game, you don't have the fortitude to call the right plays. And you end up self-destructing with their defenses scoring touchdowns, and the games are just flipped just like that. In this game, same thing. You play the game. Vanderbilt is not a world beater. I think they are tougher. I think they are bigger and stronger and older, but they're not more talented. I'll die on that hill. They aren't. They got a nice quarterback, but he's not Michael Vick. And we made him look like Michael Vick. And I sat there and watched a coach look like it didn't mean as much. Again, I'll go back to, I can't remember who said it earlier in the call, earlier in the show. He looked very comfortable getting his pants pulled down and getting spanked by Vanderbilt.
That's a negative, isn't it?
I don't like that.
No.
I don't like that at all.
No.
It did not seem to bother him at all. And what he'll do, the next interview, he'll say, I trust the guys in that building. I'll go to war with them. Well, okay, coach, you'll go to war with them, and you better bring a whole bunch of fucking body bags because you're not up to snuff in the SEC right now.
Wow.
Tony, you've kind of said for a few years that the mark of a healthy program in this league and at this level is defending your home field. And Josh Heupel has done a really nice job of reestablishing that over the last several years.
A great job.
While we kind of have an attitude, it sounds like a lot of people kind of have the attitude of like, okay, it is what it is this year, but like next year, people are going to start getting upset. Well, the reality is that's sort of already happened. If you look at, I think he was 3-3 at home this year. Basically lost every game that kind of mattered at home this year.
Right.
And then you lose to Vandy. And I know this is a different Vanderbilt team than most. There's no question. But what has happened to every other coach who's lost to Vanderbilt? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just kind of it's a bit of a red flag.
Wow, I hadn't even thought about that. Hang on a second. What has happened to every?
Even a guy like Pruitt never. And again, Pruitt would have lost to this Vanderbilt team, but
that's
an
interest.
Right?
I haven't even considered. Well, let's go back to the phones. That hurts my head that you just said that. But let's go back to the phones at 865-200-5402. To the people watching on YouTube, I got over 500 in the room. Hit the like button, please. It helps people find us. And, we do a show every day that helps us grow. We're from 11 Eastern to 1 Eastern every day. We're also on basketball post-game shows. There's a guy named Bino Jeff Henderson. He holds it down for the Lady Vols here. We do one after every Tennessee basketball game. We'll be in here after Syracuse, the Cuse on Tuesday night, the ACC, SEC, Unchallenged. That'll be about as competitive as tonight's football game was. Or then again, who knows? This year, the SEC hasn't exactly... I'm channeling Jimmy Dykes over here. I see 14 teams getting into the tournament. Hello and welcome in. You are live on our Garza Law fifth quarter fan reaction. Hi.
Hey, Tony. Hey, guys.
Hey, Greg.
I hit my like button, thumbs up, baby, when I came into your room.
Thank you, brother. You're a good man.
I've been a Tennessee fan 40 years. And I can never recall a whooping from Vanderbilt where we got outscored in the second half, especially 31-3. That ought to be the deal that turns everybody's head, that spins you around, because that should have never happened. But I look at this game tonight, I think back against Oklahoma, against Georgia. Our coach beat us in those two games. Tonight, had those wide-out screens to the sidelines. I would love to know out of the last 5 years how many times he's called that play, how many times it worked. It doesn't. And then you got a guy today, I don't remember who the player was. Of course, it was too late to do anything. We were already way behind in the fourth quarter. But on fourth down, He throws it to a guy who didn't even make it to the yard marker.
Yes.
Why don't receivers go to the yard marker?
That was Brazel,
before they turn around.
Well, that was just pressure on the quarterback. That was just a quarterback trying to make a play.
He'd taken 30 yards and sacks and
Yeah,
was way behind the sticks.
Yeah, they were way behind the sticks. I mean, and I'll give our guy a lot of credit here, Joey Aguilar. He hung in there and played tough and played smart today and played within himself. He didn't get much cooperation. He got hammered several times today, incurred several sacks. And Vanderbilt, you talk about a defense that took the play to the Vols. Vanderbilt's tougher than Tennessee. I don't know if they're better, Sean. To your point, man over man, are they better? I don't know. The numbers say that Tennessee in that blue chip quotient this year is one of the top, near like a team that could win the national championship. But we're going to have to come up with a different quotient because that Vanderbilt team, I don't know how you quantify what they have, Greg, because they have a bunch of men on the field that are older guys. And, I mean, they took our lunch money today, Greg. That's what they did to us. They took our lunch money.
Yeah, you're right. Aguilar played his butt off. Bless his heart.
Yep.
I mean,
Yep.
he played hard. But let me say, and I'll get off of here, you got a guy making $10 million a year.
Yep.
I don't know what his coaching staff totally makes every year. And then you've got an athletic director who's wanting more money here, more money there, more money this, that, and the other.
Yep.
Give me a donation. I'll move you to the front of the line. You know, give me a freaking break. You got a team that looked real bad tonight to end the year. But the thing about it is, it looked to me like out of all of these top recruiting classes that we got, top 10, top 5, whatever they were over the last 5 or 6 years, these guys have not been developed worth of crap. But I saw something the other day with Kirby Smart, and I don't know what the question was it was asking, but he said, our guys hit in practice. We hit in practice. Sometimes there'll be an injury. But if you go out there worried about an injury, you might as well go home and not play because we're going to hit in practice. That's what's happened to Tennessee. Evidently, they've gotten too easy, too soft. As a Tennessee fan for 40 years, I'm not used to that. I'm used to our guys on defense knocking the hell out of people and hitting them guys hard when we tackle. I haven't seen that not too many times at all.
Thank you, my man. Good talking to you. Billy Toombs, Cinco to you says, Sean Sinclair, love the passion. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate it. Look.
He said we're feeling you, bro.
I'm not speaking for the Vol fans, but because they've been there a lot longer than I have been. But I've just had the opportunity to be on your show, and I greatly appreciate that. But I'm gonna speak for them. I don't know if that doesn't make any sense because there are people out there that can't get on your show. There's just too much demand to get on here or whatever. But no, I was at that game. That game was cold. We're not playing for anything. And that thing was, I don't care it was 85% filled. And the crowd was into it all year long. I've heard about how the crowds, that's nonsense. The crowds are Maggie's right, 18 years. We've been living off this 98 Fulmer championship forever. I mean, it's time to plant a flagpole and just say we're here. And and a lot of these guys are right. The Dave, you can call him whatever you want, but the chinks are there when you get toyed with by an average quarterback's family, when you get toyed with by an unserious football player that doesn't show up for a month. Your leadership council tells you to get rid of him. They don't want him around. And then he punks you all year long by not playing hard. And he forces the issue. Our guy is, again, I love him. I'm not for firing him. But you have to at least want to be representative. And this thing is, I hear another thing about what Maggie said was, I see a different side. I love the NIL. I love that because that tells you that someone like Indiana, someone like Vanderbilt, someone like Texas Tech, that if they're serious, they're in an environment where they can play with the big boys. They don't have to walk in a stadium that says 15 national championships, 5 top 10 recruiting classes. If they're serious, they can make a dent in this thing, and I think that's great.
Amen. And I think it makes the sport a lot more interesting. The NIL does, personally. But you better have a head coach who can manage it, because they'll run your ass over if you don't. The Carter guy ran him over. I mean, let's just call that what it is. That's in the rearview mirror now. There is no handbook for this thing, and I hope to goodness, and I said it live on the air when it occurred back in December, when you do right by a quarterback and you find out through the back channels, and Tennessee got a call from Miami, and they basically said, hey, this guy's trying to work us, trying to say that you're going to pay him this. And Tennessee was like, no, but they knew it. They knew Nico, and they thought they had it all calmed down. And Dan Lanning's the one that tipped them off back in the spring. Hey, they're back in the market. They're shopping him to West Coast teams. Let me tell you something. There is no next time for that, for Josh Heupel, while he's at least at my alma mater. Because when you're managing this thing, and that happens to you, and a quarterback that you and Spire have done right by, you call him and your family into the office and you say, guys, you got 24 hours to pack your stuff and get out of here. Get out of the apartment that we're paying for, the house that we're paying for you. Get your stuff out of our locker room. Don't let the door hit you. We're not going to write you a letter. And you have a Doc Gooden and peace. We didn't do that. This guy gets rolled on. Cannot get rolled on. The officials roll on this poor guy. And I think he's a good coach. I think he knows what he's doing. I think there's a lot of good things about him. But, man, he's got to toughen up. He got to toughen up, Buttercup. My friends at Waterside Contracting, if you have a dream about buying some land and you want 2026 to be thy year, custom homes or remodels, they do it. 25 years of making dreams come true. Hundreds in our area. Cannot be wrong. They do incredible, incredible work. Structural integrity and quality without compromise is a way of life with Waterside Contracting. And you can check out the wonderful work Waterside Contracting does at watersidecontractingllc.com. When it's time for your dreams to come true, quality without compromise. Waterside Contracting. Shout out to our friends at Walker's Painting as well, because when it's time for a fresh coat, you're not going to walk, you're going to run to Walker's Painting. Because Walker's Painting, whether it's interior or exterior, making it beautiful since 1999 across the Knoxville area. New construction repaints and commercial, repaints. They've got residential, commercial, free estimates available. Tell them you heard about it here on Garza Law, fifth quarter fan reaction, and you will get 10% off your first job. Let's go. You're going to run, don't walk to Walker's Painting. See the ad over at tclub.team when you check out our deal. Perry 2020 says, flush high-profile players and see how that works out for you in the long run. Hey, Perry, I got news for you. I don't care how high-profile your ass is. I don't care how high-profile you are or aren't. If you are in my organization and you take a month off in the summer when everybody else is here, you're gone. You're gone, Perry. Try that at Nick Saban. Try that in Nick Saban's organization, Perry. Hey, Sean, how do you think Nick Saban would have dealt with a guy gone AWOL on him for a month? How do you think that would have worked, Sean?
That'd have been ugly.
Come on, Perry.
He would have absolutely public embarrassed him.
Be better, Perry. And by the way,
he
Perry,
could have been off for a week and it'd have been over.
And by the way, Perry, if you're my starting quarterback and I've done right by you and your family, and I find out you're negotiating with somebody behind my back, Perry, you're going to pack your bags, Perry, and you're going to kiss your ass goodbye, Perry, because you're not going to be on my team anymore, Perry. Let's go back to our phones, because I want people that want to play. That's how this is. We're going to pay everybody. That's fine. I want you to be here. His players, as it turns out, were right about the Carter kid. I'll win with you, and I'll win without you. I'll lose with you, and I'll lose without you. Back to the phones we go. No offense to you, Perry. I'm not trying to get argumentative on here. So we go back to our TLD Logistics phone lines. You're entitled to your opinion. It's wrong. Hi, welcome in. You're on the air.
What's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mariano, welcome in.
Tony, I've never seen anybody so flippant as Heupel is during the press conference after the game today. It's just like,
that's why I don't.
No big deal, you know. I'm going to work on it. We got to get back and, you know, it's just like I think Sean said. It's just like he don't care.
I don't look at it.
And at least one thing, when we had Majors there after they lost the game, well, it was, you could tell he was like biting through a pencil, and even Fulmer was working like heck. We're going to work like heck and get it better. We don't even get that from him. And it's pretty sickening. I mean, in his Monday press conferences, I mean, that's just a waste of time. Why does he even show up? He don't answer a question. If they ask him a decent question, you know, he just beats her. He's great. He could be a great politician. He says words that mean nothing. You know, I can't even get an idea of what he's talking about. And, you know, a buddy of mine sent me a message during the game. He said, do you think he was interested enough to call his wife and tell her to pick up another twice-baked potato on the way home?
Oh, come on, Mariano. Let's not do that.
I mean, seriously, Tony,
Come on now.
What's bothersome is this. We knew last year when you lost, and I've said this on your show, I don't know, a month or so ago, on the Daily Show, we lost three bigs inside, and we did nothing to replace them in the portal. Mm-hmm. You know, we lost Big E, Big O, and Omar Lott, Norman Lott. So what do you expect? I mean, we basically got beefed up, strong side defensive ends playing tackle. You know, Hobbs and Don Bailey and those guys. You know, and a converted linebacker and Bryson Eason. You know, so I mean, you start out, you know, and you just see how many times during the game do you see our players get hurt? And I think it's an S&C I think the strength and conditioning is an issue. I think other teams are bigger and stronger than we are. I mean, Jesse Perry got manhandled today. Absolutely manhandled.
Yes, he did.
Ran over by some guy that I've never even heard of. I mean, and it's sickening, Tony. It's just they have no edge. They're soft, like everybody says. And we fade in the second half. We did against Oklahoma. We did again tonight. You know, they run out of steam. You know, the defense just gets worse and worse. And, I mean, it's just sickening. I mean, I don't know of anything that I can say that they do well on defense. I'll tell you the brightest light on defense for me, honestly, is Pilati, because the kid can run and get after somebody.
Yeah, I like him because he'll hit you.
He's the only guy out there I see doing that.
He's going forward, right? I mean, he's trying to make plays.
He is. Yeah. I mean, until they could probably coach it out of him, I don't know.
They'll coach
I've been told, you know, William Inge has done nothing to impress me as a coach.
Yes.
I've seen nothing from him. And, I mean, the back end, I've talked about Martinez. You know, he got poor old Mark Richt fired years ago. I almost got him fired until he fired him, and then it was too late. And, I mean, when Mark Richt will run a guy off, he's got to be pretty bad.
He got fired from Oklahoma.
Yeah. I mean, Sean, it's just been on and on. I mean,
Pilati's the only kid on that defense that's in attack mode.
Attack mode, Sean. That's a great word.
He's the only hammer out there. Everyone else plays like a bunch of nails.
Exactly. And I don't know, you know, that, you know, we got him, but at least the kid will get after it, you know, and he looks like the only one. And the angles that we take on tackling, out of position.
Oh my gosh, tonight. Oh.
and turn time on the goal line there. I mean, you know, it's just one position. You know, what you got to do is I got to cut this guy off. I've got to seal the corner. You know, and I'll say one thing for Vanderbilt. I mean, they are physical. They're well coached. They have a scheme. They stick with it. That the running back they have could play for anybody. I think he always pushes the pile, and also probably one of the fastest kids on the field. I mean, they just took it to us and made us like it.
Hey, Rihanna, that Pavia guy off the field's not my cup of tea. But when you talk
Agreed.
that amount of trash and you comport yourself like that and you go into somebody's building and you basically out-yardage them yourself to their football team in the second half, and they're supposed to be an offensive juggernaut, brother, you got my vote any day of the week. That Pavia guy could play for me anytime he wants to.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, Mariano.
You're right, Tony. And another guy who's really been a disappointment is Josh Josephs. I mean, the guy's got all the talent in the world to rush the passer, but that's all he can do.
Yep.
He can't play the run. He takes bad angles. I mean, he had Pavia dead to rights 2 or 3 times, but took a bad angle and let him get outside of him. It's just poor fundamentals. It's just, blocking, tackling, and it's pretty simple. But, when you're not good at that, Tony, it's an uphill fight. And, that's just poor coaching. And I'm like you guys. I like Heupel. I think he's a normal, outstanding guy,
Yeah.
But, he has no sense of urgency. I don't see any sense of urgency on the field when things happen.
None.
Yeah, I don't see anything in a press conference that makes you think he has a sense of urgency about where this program's headed. What are we going to do? What kind of talent acquisition are we going to get in coaching and players? So I really don't know what to think. And I had really high hopes. After 22, but I don't know, guys. I mean, I don't know where we're headed.
Good talking to you, Rihanna. Yeah, and that's going to be a really interesting off season for that reason. Look, my belief coming into this week was if you lose to Vanderbilt, you're in a different reality. They're in a different reality now. I did not think it would look like that. I was joking around with friends. Like I told Kyle today, Kyle Blackburn, who took his lovely mom to the game. He said, what do you think's going to happen? I said 42-14. And I told Billy Derrick that too from the Vandy site. And they're like, you were right. And I'm going, guys, I thought Vanderbilt would win. I didn't think it'd look like that, of course. I mean, here's my thing about Heupel. You cannot sit there and let the officials punk you over and over again. Those guys tonight missed a blatant holding call on Vanderbilt. I believe it was Vandy's second touchdown, where Stowers just takes a backer and throws him to the ground. And this guy gets nothing from the officials. Nothing in his building. That's got to end. I mean, that'd be my first sense of urgency I'm showing if I'm him. Enough. Have some chutzpah, man. Stand up. Cuss somebody out. I mean, come on. We bring Matt Dixon in here. TGMD in the Mixing in the Hunt with us now. Back from the game. Hopefully calmed down. Matt Dixon, your thoughts on what we witnessed?
Well, just an awful game, awful day. Just got dominated there in the second half, and Vandy did what they've kind of done the last month of the season, which is just go up and down the field on defenses. It was embarrassing to watch, but that's kind of what they've done to teams here once they figured out in the fourth quarter against Texas that they had a vertical passing game. I mean, when you're +2 in turnovers, but tied going into the half with Vandy getting the ball, you weren't in a great spot. Offense just had too many empty possessions, and then, fourth quarter, you just kind of quit. I don't know the last time or if Heupel's teams have ever gone 3 and out to start both halves of a game, but they did that today. So it just sucks. It's a really, really disappointing loss to end the year. I mean, I thought it was kind of a toss-up game. There weren't a lot of great things that Tennessee could do to stop Vandy, but for Tennessee to only score 24 points and 3 in the second half is just not good. It's not good enough. Nowhere close to it. I mean, the running game was basically non-existent the second half. So just a brutal way to end your year. But it's a really, really good team that you lost to, and I hate to admit that, but they've got they're playing their best football right now. So
Yeah, they're playing their best football. Matt, I just can't believe. When's the last time we saw a Heupel team quit, Matt? Have we seen, and in our building, have we seen that before? I was racking my brain on that today. I don't think we've seen it, have we?
Georgia probably made them look like they could have quit
but
a couple
when
times.
you play the way Vandy does, that's what they do. That's what teams do. They run the play clock down and just keep grinding out first downs. It's just so demoralizing that, and when you can't get off the field and you can't stay on the field, that, it looks like you quit. It's just Vanderbilt's a better team than Tennessee. It doesn't matter what the recruiting rankings say. That's a better team than Tennessee, and especially right now, they're playing much better. I mean, to be honest, if they played Texas or Alabama, next weekend, I think Vandy would beat either one of them because they have the best offense in the country right now. As much as we can pretend and not want to admit it, I mean, the numbers kind of back the last 4 games. They've been the best offense in the country.
Oh, they're smoking.
It's disgusting. But Tennessee not being able to do anything on their awful defense was bad. All the sim pressures that kind of threw us off. A lot of that.
Yeah.
And we just couldn't keep running the ball. And when we're one dimensional, that really, really inhibits. I'm not sure Aguilar is good enough to win games against good teams when we're one dimensional.
I give him credit. Hey, he was heroic in that one drive when Matthews drops the ball on the slant. Should have been a touchdown. I mean, he did some things outside of his general purview, taking it into his own hands, running for it on the short yardage situation, shaking off a would-be tackler in the backfield. Then he made another nice run down to the goal line. I just, for the life of me, cannot figure out what we were trying to do defensively, and whatever it was not working. But Matt, you make a great point. The 2 turnovers in the first half, and the game's tied. You know what's coming. You just know. You watch enough of this, you know what's coming. So now it's time for our T3 TD of the game, as Matt Dixon's now in the room along with Sean Sinclair. Alex Myers is here, and Brian Hartman on a night where we just kind of lick our wounds together. And my friends at T3 Vodka want to remind you can score a T3 TD, and you can do it each and every day with our friends at T3 Vodka. The Volunteer State has been taken by storm by T3, handcrafted in the majesty, the foothills of the Great Smoky Mountains. Quality, it's not just a promise, it's a way of life. It's filtered 10 times, it's 80 proof. Smoothness unmatched, the dedication to excellence. It is a 5-time gold medal winning vodka. It's a 2025 SIPS Consumer's Choice Award. Whether you sip it neat, whether you sip it on the rocks, whether you drink it with your favorite cocktail, T3 Vodka is your choice for a premium award-winning experience. Score a T3 TD today and ask for T3 Vodka by name at your local restaurant or your wine and liquor store. T3 Vodka, distributed by Athens Distributing Company, and we encourage you to please drink responsibly. Brian, what is our T3 TD of the game? Do we have one?
I'll go with the 52-yard TD pass from Aguilar to Chris Brazzell that gave Tennessee it didn't give them the lead, but it tied a game after Vanderbilt had gone ahead 14-7. The Vols tied the game like 3 plays later on a 52-yard pass where Aguilar was almost sacked, and they almost got to him. He got the pass off, and Brazzell was wide open as he blew right by his guy. He was looking over toward the sideline that was covering him. So that made the score. That swung the game back around, and Tennessee eventually took a 21-14 lead that they had. Unfortunately, that they ended up losing before the half, but they did have the lead for most of the first half. And I think that was a potential early swing part of the game early that at least kept the Vols, making you think that they could still win this game and beat the Vanderbilt Commodores. But unfortunately, it wasn't to be. So I'll go with the 52-yard pass to Brazzell.
That was some quick strike stuff Tennessee showed there. And Vanderbilt's defense, Matt, is absolutely dreadful. That secondary, those 2 corners are absolutely horrendous players, Matt.
Yeah, they're not very good. I guess one disappointing thing was Tennessee couldn't create anything, on the perimeter after the catch. I mean, that's what Texas torched them doing. I think they threw a screen for 80 yards on the first play of the game, and Vanderbilt couldn't tackle Texas at all. I'm not sure how many tackles our receivers broke on those screens tonight, but it certainly wasn't many. And we just didn't create any big plays from that. And then we just didn't have a downfield threat, outside of the deep ball. And I think you got a PI in the first play of maybe the fourth quarter, but
What about the officiating, Matt?
To not take advantage of that secondary and let the sim pressures and all that stuff with lining up, 7 or 8 guys on the line.
Come on, man.
Like that obviously confused us. And our offensive line on the interior just got dominated.
Give them credit. They had a great scout because that's been an issue for us all year. That interior, that offensive line, the chicken sort of came home to roost today, Matt, because in our losses, that's been a trouble spot. And
and you had Mo get hurt early in the game. I think you actually had ran the ball pretty well when he was in.
Yep.
But the drop off shouldn't be. You shouldn't look that bad when one guy, especially a guard's out. But they were getting Aguilar pressure on him up the middle all night, and that throws every quarterback off. But Aguilar especially doesn't do well under pressure. But so he did as much as he could, but the no running game was really disappointing.
What'd you make of Pavia tonight, Matt?
That's what he's kind of done these last 3 games.
He's like in a different gear, isn't he?
Kind of scary. I was worried about it all week.
Yeah,
because we're an awful matchup for them because we can't contain.
Yes,
we take bad angles.
Yes,
they can scheme us to death pre-snap with motion and alignment and just get guys wide open, go empty, and then Pavia's got 10 yards. Like they could do all that. And that's what they did.
And when they got into their
got
bag,
the 2 turnovers early.
Yeah.
But again, we went into the half tied with them getting the ball in a game that we definitely needed to take the lead into the halftime. We probably should have had a 2-score lead to have much of a chance because Vanderbilt just put it on us in the second half. So I thought it was interesting. Pavia post game, instead of trying to make the case for Vandy to be a playoff team, he was only focused on getting to New York to be a Heisman finalist. I thought that was kind of telling the tune.
I wonder what those people really think of having to make a deal with that family and the deal with the devil they've made with those people. Jeez Louise, man. At least the telecast, I'll give ESPN credit. They didn't shove the mother down our throats, thank goodness for Chef Boyardee. This holiday season, for the Vol fan on your shopping list, nothing better than getting your favorite Tennessee gear under the tree. How about a nice polo shirt or a new hoodie or something for that man cave? Pop in and see my friends at Alumni Hall, the best selection of Tennessee gear. 3 Knoxville locations. Also, they've got one in Bristol, Johnson City, or Murfreesboro. You can shop anytime in the world at alumnihall.com. They've got so much incredible stuff. Yesterday, this fellow will tell you this is a true story. A guy had an incredible hat, like an old school emblem, and it was kind of old school. It just sort of spoke to me. Somebody who, when I'm playing music in the park, people walk over and like flip me money because they want me to go get something to eat. At any rate, I pulled him aside and I said, "Hey, where did you get that hat?" And he said, "I got it at Alumni Hall, man." And I said, "When did you get it?" He said, "Yeah, I got it last year." And I went, "Oh man, I hope they still have it. I hope I can get one." And I forgot to take a photo of it. So, sir, if you're listening, please take a photo of that and email it to me because that really did happen, and I would love to get that hat. And that's what they do at Alumni Hall each and every day. They want to wish you a great holiday. They are the ultimate volunteer shopping experience. I want to remind you, Tuesday after the Syracuse game, we're live with you. We're hoping for a better result than this one tonight, where Vandy beats the Vols 45-24. And with Matt Dixon, I was very concerned about this game. I was telling people around me, I didn't want to be a killjoy on the air and talk about what I think was coming, but
careful.
Let's go back to our phones and get our next call in. Hi, welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Thank you. This is Mark from So Far, and I got to say that I agree with all of the comments on how some players executed and coaching, we were outcoached, significantly. But I'm going to go to a higher level and think about this going forward. And, what's expected of a head coach today is significantly different than what it was 5-10 years ago. And a lot of other programs have gone to a general manager. And I'm wondering what you think. Maybe that would be a good path forward for Tennessee, to have a general manager who's there to, evaluate everything about the program. And if the defense isn't good, to evaluate the defensive coordinator. If the offense isn't good, go in that direction, even to the head coach. Because, balancing the money that's going to be paid for transfer portal players, the money that's got to be paid for high school recruits, just seems really different for a college head coach than what it was when we even hired Heupel. And so I just wonder about that. Schools like Vanderbilt, Indiana, that have turned it around within just a couple of years, have they kind of gone to that approach, and that's why they've been successful? Is what we're hanging on to an old approach that's not going to be successful going forward? I mean, I'm an old guy, and I think Josh would have been great back in the 80s and what he represents and what he wants to bring to the program. But it just seems like things are so different today, especially balancing the money and the need for talent in certain positions with high school and transfer. That just seems like a lot for a coach who's trying to win a football game. And so, I'm just curious as to what you think going forward, if we will ever go to that model, or if we'll be kind of late to that and maybe other programs will pass us by. And, oh, by the way, it's 9:17 on Saturday, and we still haven't heard from Kiffin. He loves the drama, doesn't he? Thanks, Tony. You do a great job. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, Lane Kiffin is it's almost embarrassing, really. No offense to him. I mean, we all know what he's going to do, right? Don't we all know what he's going to do? Yeah, I think we all know what he's going to do. I think we're all kind of pretty sure what he's going to do. Come on now. I wasn't born yesterday. Here's the deal with Tennessee. They don't have their thing set up with a heavy-handed GM. It's a collaborative effort. What they're doing, the way they do what they do. Billy High is the guy that's inside there, who's been sort of installed. Danny has a couple of his. What does Danny call those people, guys? What's the word?
Lieutenants.
He has one specific lieutenant that's involved in that stuff as well, just kind of like with the money and watching all that stuff. And then obviously they work with their NIL as well. The issue for Tennessee, the issue for all these programs is it's not coming up with the money to spend. They all have the money. It's spending it wisely. It's getting, like at the NFL level, the teams that win are the ones that win at the back of the draft, and they're the ones that win with free agents. Vanderbilt has a bunch of free agents on their football team. That's what they've done. They've gone into G5 programs and lower, and they've been very resourceful and very good. A friend of mine emailed me today and said, or texted me, he said, me and my sons realized that we were visiting family a couple years ago, and we saw New Mexico State play, and we went back and looked online today, and we saw Diego Pavia play, and we didn't even realize it, like 3 years ago. And that's kind of the point. If you know how to find football players, you can like them, love them, take them down the road and dump them. The guy at Indiana knows what he's doing. those people internally know what they're doing. First of all, he had guys that he brought, a core of his team, he brought with him from James Madison, and they went out last year and won 10 games. Now, we all said it was schedule-induced. Okay, that's fine. Schedule-induced. He brought guys from James Madison and went 10-2 in a major conference. The core of his team. That's basically what they did. This year, for an encore, they went around college football and found more table scraps and 3-star guys. I think they have 7 of them on the roster. I think I read that. 7 4-star guys.
The team he left at James Madison's pretty damn good.
It's back to the phones we go. So I'm just, you've got a great point, sir. The real issue is finding players. Finding players. Where and how. And one thing that I worry about with our head coach is his evals of quarterbacks. Hey, this Brandon guy might be the greatest thing since sliced bread. Then again, he might go right into that pile of the quarterbacks this guy's liked since he got here. It's a very odd thing with Josh Heupel. But let's go back to our phones and get our next call in. Hello and welcome. You're on our Garza Law 5th quarter fan reaction. Hi.
Hey, Tony. Thanks for being there, Joshy boy.
Hey, Josh.
Tony, I think our great friend Dino Jeff Henderson has said many times this year, is Josh Heupel going to have the stomach to do what he needs to do and fire Tim Banks? What do you guys think?
Well, we were saying earlier, our panel doesn't think that he's going to do it. But Brian Hartman brought a great point up. What if Danny White gets enough pressure from the big money people that he's forced to do it? And I think, you know what? I think that could happen. I think that
he very well could.
Yes.
Hey, Tony, I heard a rumor that Danny Dimes is going to charge us 25% talent fee starting next season.
Why not? People will pay it. Why not charge 50% talent fee?
Yeah, they will.
I mean, people are, another thing that our friend Bino Jeff Henderson's always said down through the years is these people are glorified crack dealers. They know we need it.
Yep. Hey, Tony, when's the last time a team turned the ball over 2 times but had more yards than another team and still won?
Matt, do you remember that ever happening? The fact that those 2 turnovers, it was almost like they never happened, Matt. What a weird game. You guys know Vanderbilt never punted? Just never punted.
Yeah, they drove the length of the field before one of the turnovers, didn't they?
Yes. Brian, they never punted.
They threw it. It was right at the goal line.
They never walked their punter out onto the field. He didn't even have to make the trip today.
Yep.
I don't remember anything like it. I don't remember seeing an SEC game where a team turns it over twice and is tied at halftime like that.
It happens.
Yeah.
It happens throughout every year.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel like it.
But usually a team, and I know Vandy outgained this, but usually a team that wins the turnover battle most of the time wins the game. Yeah.
I think we had actually lost the turnover battle to Vandy 3 of the last 4 years, though, which was interesting.
Wow.
Kind of weird.
True.
Wow.
That's true. Yeah. Tony, is Josh Heupel, is he going to not fire his friends, keep them on the staff, or is he going to finally do the unexpected move and finally fire one of his assistants, because he could eventually go down with the ship and that could get him fired?
Matt, what is your sense of Josh Heupel and Tim Banks and that whole thing? What's your percent chances that Banks is here next year, Matt?
Probably 60-40 he's here. I mean, Heupel's not going to fire him. I do think it's really a good time for all parties to kind of reset and try something new. There's Virginia Tech, DC would, kind of an ideal kind of jump where you're not firing, because I just don't think Heupel's going to fire the guy. So you kind of need him to take another job. But I'd say probably 60-40 he's back.
Or
It wouldn't
maybe
really surprise me
Heupel
either
moves
way. I
on.
think you need to upgrade there. You need to upgrade a lot there.
Or maybe Heupel moves on and possibly takes the Penn State job or another job.
Josh, after tonight,
Yeah.
come on now. Where's he going?
Hey, come on. James Franklin says, hold my beer, Josh Heupel. Josh Heupel cannot win. I know besides Bama in 2022, Josh Heupel cannot win a big game.
Come on, Josh. You don't mean that.
He beat Bama last year.
Come on, Josh. You don't mean that. He's got more wins in big game, James.
How funny, guys, is it that we did not beat a team over 500 this year?
Not funny at all. It's hard to watch.
That's pretty next level.
It was pretty something.
Diego Pavia just went up and down the field against us. Our defense had no answers for Vandy's offense. It's just miserable, Tony. Watch it not in the stadium.
Maggie described it wonderfully when she said at one point they did a Trans-Siberian orchestra light show in the midst of us getting trampled. And
at halftime.
Yeah, and she said, I thought to myself, what in the hell am I doing here? Because I'm not watching a football game.
Hey, Tony, out the door. And one more thing. What's worse, a Tim Banks defense giving up 3rd and longs, or Heupel going home to his wife being sloppy in bed? See ya.
What in the world? I'm hitting the dump button on that.
If he's not under wings, he just crashed whatever plane he's trying to fly.
He's not under my wings.
Lord.
Pulling
that was
stuff.
Unfortunate.
865
brutal phone call from Joshua Boy.
865-200-5402. Yes, Joshua Boy. Very unfortunate for you. And maybe suspension worthy. We've got to check with Commissioner Bockwinkel too, and that might be suspension worthy. It could always be worse,
hey,
boys and girls.
Can I push back on a previous call for a second?
Cinco. Yeah, hit it, Cinco.
Well, there was a nice fella that called in just a couple of calls ago, and he was talking about how there's so much on the head coaches these days, right?
Mm-hmm.
I contend that it's the easiest time ever to be a head coach. And he's talked about Josh Heupel being in the 80s. Josh Heupel in the 80s would have been steamrolled. He doesn't recruit. The recruiting is being held up by Spire and by the reputation that we throw out the money. Right now, the head coach, you don't have to carry recruiting evaluation mistakes for 4 and 5 years. You can get rid of them in 1 and 2 years. Name me the last football player that was suspended or dismissed because of academics. Doesn't happen. Tell me the last player that has failed a drug test. Doesn't happen. APR. That's a thing of the past decade.
That's right. Yes.
If you walk in one day and say my roster is lacking, you can go shopping anywhere, anytime to anybody you want. You've got, when I was in school, there were 2 GAs. I guarantee you there are at least 40 support personnels. There are subscription services like PFF, et cetera, that do all of your film breakdown and game evaluations. You can log into any recruiting service and get any film you want. Now the head coach doesn't have to go out on a big orange caravan. He doesn't even have to do a coaching show. He's made $10 million, and if he's average at best, he's going to walk away with $40 to $50 million. Don't tell me it's hard to be a head coach right now. That's like being a Fortune 500 CEO. It's never been easier. And the fact of the matter is there aren't that many great coaches. There's a couple of dudes, and then there's about 50 just guys. And unfortunately, we've got one of those guys. Now, our guy has a chance to become a dude, and we'll see if he's going to do it. But I've heard a whole lot of resignation on this show tonight, doubting that he does have the stomach to do it.
Cinco, I don't know that you can become that guy when you're as nice as he is. Like, I mean, it's one thing. Like Mark Richt, nice guy, but like he never took that next step. And I just don't think that Josh has that cutthroat in him. Whether it's getting rid of an assistant coach that maybe he doesn't want to, burn a bridge. Whether it's telling Abu Carter to walk and setting the tone. Whether it's upgrading, recruiting over guys in the portal. I just don't. And unfortunately, I mean, it's nothing against the guy personally, but I just don't. I don't know that you can develop that at 40 whatever years old Josh Heupel is. I don't know that you can force someone to kind of have that gene in them if they don't have it, and I don't know that he's ever going to do that.
Well, Alex, I would suggest this because it's interesting that you say that, because you go back and listen to all these shows. You go back and look at when he was on Bussin' with the Boys last year. And all those guys could talk about is the people that they talk to, talk about how Josh Heupel is the most competitive player they've ever played with. You go back to Oklahoma, and they talk about they would not have won the national championship if it weren't for the medal of Josh Heupel. On and on. It's all I hear about until I see him as a head coach here, and I don't see it at all. I don't see that. I mean, when does this competitiveness surface? Because in his first 2 years, he was at times not even competitive. He was almost reckless. And now he's just become. Yeah, exactly. Now he's become. It's the best word I've heard all night. He has become comfortable.
Fulmer was a coach that kept a lot of assistants on his staff that probably he shouldn't have, because he was afraid of getting a coach that could come and possibly form a coup on him. It's rumored he got the job. And now Heupel, from experience, won't upgrade his staff because he knows what it's like to have been fired. It's interesting how the two most successful coaches that the program has had, that many have seen, had the same type of issues, just from different sides of it on the whole staff issue and changing staff members.
I think that's a really thought-provoking thing, Brian Hartman, you just said, and it makes me want to pause and say a word here and shout out my man Alan who led us in the chant. I said it's great, ha to be he a Tennessee Vol yesterday. You know why? Because he's a Vol to the core. And he was out there on the river celebrating with us another great Football Friday at Calhoun's on the river, and now all our games have been played. And by the way, we're live with you Tuesday night. Garza Law, Tennessee basketball overtime all year long. Say it, know it, and write it down. But contractors, homeowners, listen up. The WeShipFloors.com Black Friday sale goes on till Monday. Use the promo code TNTony. You're going to get 45% off your purchase. Here's how it works. You go to WeShipFloors.com. If you or your family's in the market for some flooring, let me tell you something right now. They've got a product called Supercore. It's a floor designed by Alan himself. They've got a huge warehouse in Johnson City, millions and millions and millions of square feet, and you can drop any of the 120 Supercore floors right into your house virtually, into your room, and then call them or reach out to them, and they're going to send you some freebies for you to check it out. But they're going to go ahead and send you some free samples, and then tell them you want that discount. But you got to say, I need the Tony discount. You're going to get 45% off, and it's through Monday. So please reach out. Please reach out. And WeShipFloors.com. Again, WeShipFloors.com. As we go back to our phones and get our next call in, hello and welcome. You are live on our Garza Law fifth quarter fan reaction. Hi.
Hey, guys. It's the Foley one.
Welcome in.
Did Banks call the plays the second half? Offensive plays?
I don't think so. I don't
Did
think Banks.
parade his redshirt freshman out on a bye week to be at a rock concert or country music concert before the biggest game of the year? Let's quit blaming Banks, guys. When I consider he's making that much money. He's a CEO of our football program. Don't blame the janitor for not cleaning the office. He's in charge.
Panel, what do y'all think? Panel, what do y'all think?
Everybody had a bad night tonight. Heupel, Banks, they all were really bad. We kind of expected it from Banks, but the offense, being shut down in the second half was really disappointing.
That's right, Matt.
We wonder why Boo Carter acted like he did. Okay? The biggest recruit, Nico got the money. Everyone that's been around Heupel gets worse.
Oh,
Nico
come on, not
better
everybody.
Nico's first game that he played was better than his last game.
Why does it have to be that? Why does it have to be everybody?
No, there's no development, Tony. Just
That's
like
not
Butch
true.
Jones.
Those wide receivers really developed this year. Are you kidding? How about the tight end play? All three of those guys. What do you mean who? All
He didn't
three.
recruit. He recruited Matthews.
And Bishop's been excellent, Matt. That's exactly right.
The only one that played tonight was Boswell, and he was a walk-on, Tony.
Bishop. Well, he developed. He came from a walk-on to
He's
start.
the only one, but the recruits that he brings in don't get better.
It's forged by confidence.
That's not true.
Jesse Perry.
Braswell made a big leap this year.
Huge
Braswell
leap.
isn't
Staley's been pretty good. Mike Matthews
been very
isn't
good.
a safety on your team.
Mike Matthews is a safety.
Transfer?
Is who?
Is Braswell a transfer? He had Hooker fell into his lap, Aguilera fell in his lap, and Braswell fell in his lap. Am I right or wrong?
Brazel. No, he got him from Tulane. He's a recruit.
Dylan Sampson and Jalen Wright were like no-name three-star guys that they turned into NFL draft picks.
I mean, how can you say that nobody's gotten better on this team? A lot of people have gotten better. Are you kidding?
Miles Kissip never caught a pass at Alabama.
It wouldn't shock me watching
And he
him
kinda caught
today
some
on
here.
the sidelines. It wouldn't shock me as if he takes another job before next year.
Where's he going?
Maybe Ole Miss, and maybe about 3 hours.
That's not a bad.
Why wouldn't he go? And
That's
you know
not
what?
bad.
If there's not a change somewhere, Danny Dimes' VIP access is going to be where the band comes in and out.
Danny Dimes is shrinking. He's shrunk it on the common fan. I give Danny Dimes credit. He's shown total disdain for Tennessee fans with his annex over there. No doubt about it.
Did Heupel really say that he didn't see that personal foul they did?
Yes.
Do we know if he's interviewing to be the SEC commissioner for referees next year?
Matt, is this guy going to get on an official, or is he just going to just keep doing the bit eternally?
That reminds me of Barnes saying Carson Edwards committed the foul against Carson Edwards.
What happens to us when we bring Barnes up?
Barnes is interviewing for the SEC commissioner's job. I heard it
happens when we bring Barnes' name up. You're out of here. 865-200-5402.
Jolie Poe.
Matt, does our guy, he's just not going to do it with the officials? Just going to keep getting. I've never seen a guy get screwed like this dude, Matt. Ever. I mean,
I don't know what the solution is, but it continues to happen. I mean, that pass interference or the roughing the passer
was awful.
Was such a awful call.
Awful.
A mobile quarterback who's, rolling out of the pocket. You have to get in position to tackle him. I mean, if he pump fakes it and you give up, he walks into the end zone. That's an awful call that cost Tennessee 4 points.
Yes.
There's the pass interference. I think on our second play, we took a deep shot that went no call. You know, I mean, we just don't. We rarely are on the side of the officials. We were last week in Gainesville, surprisingly, but that wouldn't have mattered then. It actually could have mattered today.
Yeah,
I don't
morbid.
know. I don't know what the answer. I mean, you brought the lay down lineman back, so that maybe that's part of it. But they used that after a
TV
touchdown, but
timeout
before the extra point. So that was a nice little wrinkle they had to it.
Tress Lawless says you can't hit the quarterback high. That's why they called that. Come on, man. You can't believe that. They didn't touch the quarterback. It was awful. It was an awful call.
Hit him at half speed. He tried to pull up and barely grazed
call. It was an awful call. Come on now. In a game where they let so much contact go, which I don't mind. Let the DBs hand fight. Let the receivers and the DBs kind of, fight for their territory, whatever, fight for your right to party. And then you're going to call that? And by the way, it was a huge call in the game because it made it a 1st and goal down at the 7-yard line. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is my Connexial drive of the game, unfortunately. Because my friends at Connexial get it done, ladies and gentlemen. Knoxville's own transportation logistics tech company. Right here on your Garza Law 5th Quarter Fan Reaction for several years now have been sponsoring the drive of the game. And that's when Vanderbilt punched that in to tie the game and then come out of the locker room in the middle 8 and score again and then score again. But without that first one that tied the game, it's a different story. KONEXIAL.com, KONEXIAL.com/Tony for more information. And we want to make your fleet more efficient, make your drivers, and make our roads safer. Everybody's going to win with Connexial. KONEXIAL.com. Again, that's KONEXIAL.com. 865-200-5402. Matt, in the middle 8, knowing Vanderbilt's getting the ball, you have a few seconds on the clock. You have Vanderbilt's morbid pass defense out there. If you're Josh Heupel, do you kneel the ball down there or do you take a few shots? Because a couple people asked me about it in our halftime space. So let's go around the room, guys. Is the right thing there to kneel the ball out and kneel out the half? Or do you take a shot downfield there?
I think they should have onside kicked to start the second half.
Okay.
They can't stop Vanderbilt.
How about at the end of the first half? I mean, I don't hate that, Bri, to be really honest with you. Look over at Tim Banks and go, hey.
That's the game you do it in.
I agree with that.
You can't stop them.
No, I agree with that. Hey, Tim, it might be nice if your defense
they're
going
to middle eight you to death. You steal a possession from them.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And then you have momentum, and then you go down and score a touchdown, maybe. And then
it's not
the
a
whole
bad play.
Second half could look different.
That's showing a little sense of urgency, like Cinco was saying earlier, that we didn't see tonight at any point. Matt, do you agree with kneeling the ball out there?
Probably. I think there was like 12 seconds left, and you had 2 timeouts. I think I didn't agree with lining up to kneel it. I would have lined up in some kind of formation where you're showing something. You get a weird look where you can get a number, maybe something, and then if it's not there, you just kind of hand it off and run in. But I mean, the odds of us executing down the field and not bungling the clock and stealing points there was pretty minimal because they were playing their safeties deep. But it is what it is.
It's interesting. I mean, it's a sport of discussion, and it's a point of discussion, and it is highly interesting what you're saying there, Matt. Let's go back to our phone.
What I just love is calling the running plays when you refuse to account for the backside rusher. I love that. In fact, I can't see enough of that. Run to Sean Bishop right up Sam Pendleton's rear end.
Yes.
While an unblocked backside rusher just makes a beeline for him and meets him before he hits it. I can't get enough of that.
Perry
In
2020.
fact, I hope we see way more of that next year.
Perry 2020 says Morbin pass defense. Come on, Tony. They were in Joey's kitchen all day. No, that's well, especially in the second half, they were in his kitchen all day. But at that point in the first half, the question is, I've got a middle eight there. I know they're going to score on me. I know what my defense is. Do I take a shot and try to get a play out the midfield and try to get something funny to happen? But you guys answer my question. We'll go back to our phones. Back in the day, I want to think that Josh Heupel, 4 years ago when he was playing crazy ball, I think he probably would have not sat on the ball there. But who knows? Back to our phones we go. Hi, welcome in. It's Garza Law, fifth quarter fan reaction. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony, am I on the air?
Yes, go right ahead.
Hey, first time, long time. P1 since day one. You know all the rest. Look, I've been a long time Josh Heupel supporter, and tonight was just insanely disappointing. I know everybody's upset with Beck. I get it. But look, I'm upset about something more. In the new NIL era, we all know Vanderbilt has more money than God. Are we upset at all that maybe we've seen the last time Tennessee's ever going to beat Vanderbilt? I mean, I've seen in the past, like I went to school in Tennessee. Somebody earlier on the caller, you guys said the word moribund. I don't want to sound too moribund with you guys. Is this the end of the Tennessee volunteer program? We can't recruit transfers. Look, Diego Pavia was out there at New Mexico State. Anybody could have had him. Tennessee could have had him. We look at Joey Aguilar, and he sucks. I'll say it. He's a bad quarterback. We thought we could pull somebody from Appalachian State, and he could play in the SEC because Josh Heupel, that man looking for a donut, thinks that he can just insert anybody in his offense and play quarterback. I don't think so. You guys have anything to think on this, or?
You think Joey Aguilar sucks? Sucks.
Look, I think Joey Aguilar threw 50 interceptions playing for Appalachian State.
Come on now.
Why did we think we could insert him into the SEC
no
and he would be an all-star quarterback?
Your quarterback left. Chief.
They didn't have an option.
You had no
some Vandy troll call. Get rid of it.
Yeah, you're totally rewriting history. He got him after the spring semester.
I blew him up.
Joey Aguilar was actually, if you look at it, he completed spring in UCLA, not Appalachian State. And we didn't have any, but we tried to get the Hoover kid from TCU.
Yep.
They looked at Rocco Beck. They looked at other things, and the problem that came up with was all those guys were not willing to leave because they didn't think we did enough in the portal. That's not my opinion. That's what the actual agents said to Tennessee. So they didn't have a choice. It was Joey Aguilar or pretty much nothing. And then the love affair with Merklinger, which was a complete fantasy. I've never understood that.
I love the media, man,
and then
playing that up.
And the other thing, Tennessee spent the most money in recruiting the past 3 years, in not the SEC, in the whole country, and they by far blow Vanderbilt away in NIL spending. I'm really not sure where you're getting your facts, sir. I love your call, but you're just absolutely rewriting history.
Was he troll calling me? Was that a Vandy troll call, Matt? Is that what that was?
Yes, it was Yeah, absolutely it was.
Back to our TLD Logistics phone lines on Garza Law, fifth quarter fan reaction. Hi, you're on the air. Welcome in.
Hey, Tony, Mike in Portland.
Hey, Mike, welcome in.
Hey, just a real quick deal. The UT fan base is pretty patient. I mean, it's a majority rule kind of deal, but I think Heupel has a hall pass this year contingent upon staff changes other than Rodney Garner, but I think next year going into a nine-game SEC schedule, with the schedule the way he's set up, if they don't do really good, I think their fan base is going to turn on Heupel. They won't turn on him this year, but next year I think he's going to be on a real hot seat. They'll drop him like a bad transmission, as they say, contingent on next year. I think he's okay this year, and I think next year's a big deal though for him.
I think there was some turning on, and maybe not a wide majority, but at least a small minority, even before this Vanderbilt game this year.
I think your point, sir, though, is really well taken, Mike. In that, look, most people know that this year was this year, and you can't control the uncontrollables, and Nico's family's nuts and all this stuff. And hey, you got to the playoffs last year, but that Vanderbilt loss and the way it happened is kind of narrative changing. And and that's a problem. That's why that's a huge to lose that way, to look that way in a loss is not, and I mean not good. Not good at all, my friend.
Hey, Tony,
Well,
one quick question.
Another big problem you have is you don't know who your quarterback's going to be next year. You're somewhat relying on a judge giving you a quarterback another year. Second of all, you lose Don Bailey, you lose Bryson Easton, you lose Jackson Moy, you lose Joshua Josephs. And there's a lot of talk in the program that David Hobbs is just gonna test the waters in the NFL because he's tired of being in college. And you haven't recruited. I mean, I get the Utley kid and the Campbell kid was a 5-star, but you haven't done anything in recruiting. You're going to lose. McCoy hasn't done anything. You're going to lose. Colton Hood's going to go pro. You're going to lose McMurray, Turrentine, which is addition by subtraction. But nonetheless, the starters on this team, if you want to compete, are not on the roster right now. And we have a head coach that does not make the portal a priority.
He better
That's
start.
A problem.
He better start.
We'll see you getting hot. Thank you, guys. Have a good day. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, your point though is well taken, because at the end of it all, they're going to jump on this guy with both feet if he doesn't win next year. It's just the way this works. And by the way, I think there's a high probability Lane Kiffin brings a quality LSU team to town next year. They're coming here, right? Isn't that right? I know they're on the schedule. They're coming here, yes? Or are we going there? Does anybody know?
It's LSU. I think LSU, Bama, Auburn, and Texas come here.
That's okay.
And one other.
Okay. I wanted to make sure I had my
and Kentucky
facts straight for once in my life. Just one time.
Now, I don't know that for sure, but that's what I heard. I think that's the teams. I'm like 70% sure that is.
Unless Matt Dixon really buys this thing about Lane Kiffin being conflicted and he's not going. Or are you buying it, Matt, or?
Well, I think he wants to coach Ole Miss in the playoffs, but he doesn't really have a choice. He's either going to take the LSU job or stay at Ole Miss and coach them. Like, you can't do both.
That's right. And he and his representation are muddying the water, shall we say? And what are we supposed to say about any of it? It's a mess.
So we know that Kiffin likes the attention, but
Yes.
did you? It kind of made me chuckle about how and some national media people were just getting really offended by it. That Juice Kiffin, his dog's Twitter account, was making comments about the SEC championship game. Your thoughts on his dog's Twitter account chiming in on the Ole Miss love affair?
I think that Lane Kiffin really, 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 really needs it. Guys, I've cut off a couple calls tonight. This thing with Heupel and the sloppiness, and that talk's going to start all over again, right, Matt? A friend of mine texts me and says, "Why won't you talk about him chewing gum tonight in the press conference?" I mean, that's what we're doing. We're worried about a guy chewing gum in a press conference. I mean, that's what we're doing. I'm worried that Vanderbilt chewed us up on the football field. I wouldn't care if Josh Heupel went to the press conference chewing Redman and was spitting in a, like, Cinco, do you remember when we were in school how guys would do that? They would take their chaw with them into class and spit right in front of you, and then look around.
Oh yeah, have their little Diet Coke bottles or whatever.
Yeah, and spit it right into them and have all that black stuff in there, and then sit there and try to mack on the young girls in the class.
There's something funny. When we were in school, they still had no smoking signs in all of the classrooms.
Wow. That's where we are, Matt. People worrying about the guy chewing gum. Are you worried about him chewing gum, Matt, in his press conference? And somebody said Twitter's all stirred up
what
about
he
it.
looks like. I just want him to improve as a head coach and stir up our roster and have us competing again. That's all I care about. I don't care what he looks like.
I wish he'd chew an official out every now and then.
That's a good line.
While he's chewing his gum.
Did Auburn just score?
No, it's coming back.
They scored like two
they scored
tonight and they've been called back.
Just as a comparison,
good call, man,
on how we're talking about with Heupel and the officials. Heupel earlier says he didn't. Whatever, I guess he said he didn't see it. Whatever, there was like no reaction there. We've gone over that. DeBoer earlier in this game, it ended up kind of being a nothing burger of a call. It didn't really affect the game long term, but the Auburn was back to receive a punt. Their guy clearly throws up his hand, waves to fair catch, runs up about 6 yards and catches the ball, and an Alabama defender just decleats him. I mean, just decleats the guy. And they show the replay like 3 times. It's not even close. He clearly calls for a fair catch, and the guy just lays him out. Well, DeBoer's over there, and I'm laughing over here while we're doing the show. Like, what on earth is he even complaining about? But he's over there just berating the officials, just letting them have it, not letting it go. And it was it was a more obvious call than the Heupel deal. But it's interesting to me that the difference in, like, to me, what that level of coach, how he treats that moment.
Well, and the point is, guys like DeBoer know, I'm just setting you up for late in the game. Rick Barnes gets on officials all the time if you watch him. And he gets regal whistles on the road, Rick Barnes does. When he gets off the bus, he starts working those officials. And he'll argue with a call that he knows is a proper call. And he'll rip them. Double move by Auburn's receiver. Alabama bit. Bad angle. I like some of our DB work, Matt. I mean, what in the world?
Not quite.
Why?
You don't have to do double moves to get open versus roll against us.
What a great
At least Alabama's DBs were in this TV screen here.
You guys.
But the thing about the Josh Heupel not commenting on there, I hate to say this, but I watched Heupel one time along the sidelines when we were on defense, and the caller was right. All he does is sit there, and he's obviously looking at his play sheet, and he's obviously talking to the coaches in the press box. He's there, but he's not paying attention. I'll just say this: his focus is on the next series of plays, and I think that's part of the reason why he can't engage with the refs all that much, because he's concentrating so much on calling plays.
And I think that's an issue. I hate to say that, but 865-200.
And his defensive coordinator is suspect.
86. Oh, he's suspect. All right, he's
not a good combo.
He's suspect.
Not a good combo.
He's suspect number 1, 2, 3, and 4 this week at the post office.
Banks is taking it from bend but don't break to bend over and take it.
Rick Barnes shows more urgency at 70 plus years old.
I cut Poley off for bringing Barnes up earlier. Let's go back, and I was guilty of it myself. But let's go back to the phones and get our next call in on your Garza Law 5th quarter fan reaction presented by Marcos Garza, the Garza Law Firm, and also by our friends at Dos Equis. Go for Dos, ladies and gentlemen. Go for Dos! Although we never really had a chance to go for Dos tonight, you have an opportunity all weekend long to go for Dos. You have an opportunity the next time Tennessee takes the floor in hoops to go for Dos. You have an opportunity to make Dos Equis a part of your championship football weekend next year as we watch these college championship games and the high school championship games, and down towards the NFL season as they're coming down the stretch. You have an opportunity to go for Dos. And if the Eagles offense keeps playing the way they're playing, I'm going to go for 14. But you can go for Dos with that refreshing taste of Dos Equis Lager Especial. You can taste it right now. Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York, as I go back to the phones. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony Basilio. It's Zach in Elizabethton.
Hey, Zach. Welcome in.
I'm going to take 24 and a pack of gum after watching this display.
I heard that, brother.
Does anybody know what kind of gum we think he might be chewing? Was it Bazooka Joe? Gatorade
I see.
gum?
What kind of gum would it? Gatorade gum was the nastiest, gnarliest stuff. Gator
What?
gum.
You're crazy.
You
That was some
liked
great
Gator gum? You liked Gator gum?
Hell yeah, man.
Guys,
Orange and lime.
I think Josh Heupel will probably choose T-Berry. What do you guys got? I think he's got either going with T-Berry or something cinnamony gum, like Dentine or something.
Maybe Trident.
Trident
or
yeah.
Big Red.
Big League Chew.
Big League Chew. Heupel with a big old pouch of Big League Chew. Let's go.
How about the old Popeye gum? You know, the green Popeye gum?
Oh, yeah.
That tasted so good because Popeye says, I am what I am, and that's kind of what the vibe I get from Heupel.
Yep.
I mean, you know, look, I hate coming on here and saying this, but I went to UT from 97 to 01, which was, we all know, that's the golden era.
Yep.
I'm 85, 89 also. We had guys like Dion Grant, Fred White, Al Wilson. I mean, Raynoch Thompson. I don't have to name these. These people would knock your. They would put you in
blow
the
your
dirt.
begonias off. Yes, they would.
Yeah, your cojones in the ground.
Yep.
I don't see that type of viciousness in any aspect. And it's really just I don't know if it's our team or just the game of college football. I thought it was kind of funny last week, and it was maybe a portent of things to come. When we were talking about halftime of the Florida game, are we going to push the gas? Are we going to mash the gas? And I don't think there's any more gears. I don't think there was ability to mash any gas. And this football program has, and the way college football has developed, has bummed me out to the point where, you know, I'm a hoops nut. Like the way y'all are taking this, I took the Kansas loss.
You were pretty tore up the other night there, brah.
I was mad.
And I had to bring you down off the ledge and remind you that it was one pre-Thanksgiving basketball game.
That's right, but may I retort, to quote Samuel Jackson in Pulp Fiction? I mean, this is one Vanderbilt game that had no playoff implications for us, and so I mean, you guys seem to be awfully
forgiving.
Yeah,
I don't want to go back there.
I detected pain in your voice, and Cinco.
Total pain.
I can tell Cinco really, he feels the way about Tennessee football the way I did back in the late 90s when I knew where Albert Haynesworth went to high school.
There you go.
I mean, I knew that stuff. I just really don't care so much about it anymore, and this is the reason why. Nights like tonight are the reason why. We've lost that magic.
No, that's not true. Come on, man.
I don't know. It's turned into a gazillion dollar sport. The tickets are outrageous. The working class.
It has.
The working class fan has limited access to it, and I know we got trolled by some Vandy goon a minute ago, but this is an inflection point, and because the X's and O's and the blocking and tackling has been analyzed to death. Yep. I'm thinking about this as more of a philosophical thing. Like, where are we going with this program? Why can we not land some of these dudes that are out there? Like Cinco was talking about guys and dudes. Why can we not land dudes with all this money that we pay for tickets? And I go to basketball games. I pay a lot of money to go to basketball games.
Barnes lands dudes. He lands dudes. That's your point. That's the point.
Right.
That is a point. That is a point. If basketball can do it, how come football can't go in that portal and go get that Concepcion guy?
Basketball only has to get 3 guys.
Well, that's another good point.
It's a little bit easier to do it in basketball. You're not wrong, but
it's a great point. No, it's a great point, Matt.
Guys.
It's well
totally
put.
valid.
No, we need to be more active in the portal. We need to be more active upgrading our roster because I don't know if anybody said it. I mean, Tennessee just isn't some great team this year. We don't have this high end talent. We just don't.
The head coaches.
The
head coaches. One's showing urgency and the other one isn't. Even though you don't have to get as many guys.
Yeah.
It's really strange. I don't know, and the rewards of having a great football team kind of outweigh the rewards of having a great basketball team. Now, I can die. I'm 47. I can die a happy man and knowing that I've done everything I can. If I can get a T-shirt that has the name Vols and a thing that says Final Four or, God forbid, national champion or national champion game. But right now, I'm not. I am very. I don't know if I'm using this term right. I'm nonplussed about Tennessee football and the lack of dudes, the lack of the Deion Grants, guys that make amazing plays.
Yep.
The last guy to make like amazing plays that came through here. I mean, who would you say the last amazing playmaker? Any of y'all?
Oh, Hooker and those 2 receivers he had were just so fun.
And
I mean,
yeah,
Jamar McCoy had some incredible interceptions last year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he had a one-handed one against Bama in the end zone.
Great one. McCoy's another good one. Yep.
Yeah, and he couldn't participate this year, and that hurts. It's just. I never thought I would be
Dylan
here.
Sampson was one.
Yeah, you know.
Not according to Tony.
Zach, thank you. On our TLD Logistics phone lines, guys, Tyler Whetstone is confirming with the Knoxville News Sentinel that quarterback Diego's Pavia Javier was arrested by a Tennessee Highway Patrol officer in charge with public intoxication tonight in Neyland Stadium. He had a flag blocking people's view at the stadium, refused to take it down, got mouthy with an officer, and they put him in cuffs and threw him in the paddy wagon, Matt, for public drunkenness.
That was like minus 400 on VIP play. That was just down there.
Well, he'll bail out in time to see his mom shift at the Mouses a year later.
Let's
go fund me for his New York trip.
Let's and Pavia, Matt, in the post game, what was he worried about? Making the playoff, right?
He was just talking about making the podium for the Heisman. He didn't. There was no mention of we should be in the playoffs. It was send me to New York. I think that's very, very telling to me. I mean, he's totally changed their program for these couple of years. But
yes.
That was a very telling thing to make it all about himself when they just the best team ever Vanderbilt's ever had and probably ever will have.
Adam Brown came back behind him and said his brother looks like he's going to jail as well. There's a shot of his other brother, Matt. I'm going to send this to you guys. He's in cuffs. Going in the
That's the least shocking thing that happened in Neyland Stadium today.
That's the greatest thing ever.
His brother's getting put in cuffs.
Those 2 guys, they're really likable.
I wish we could have put Diego in cuffs.
Yeah, they're really likable. Oh, my gosh.
I don't think Tim Banks has the police ever trained to be a police officer, though.
No. Mm-mm. Hey, Matt,
in that sense.
Hey, it's hard to put somebody in cuffs, Brian, when you're backpedaling from them. Hello and welcome into our next call. You shouldn't laugh at your own jokes, but that was
What's up, Tony?
Hey, welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, this is Perry from the YouTube comments that you showed.
Hey, Perry. Good to talk to you, buddy.
And shout out Matt Dixon.
There you go. Shout him out.
I just want to. You talk about narrative changing games.
Yeah.
How about Vandy's just better? Is that not possible? Not at all. 100 years. I mean, I get the 100 years, the way the series has gone, but they're just better this year. Is that not true?
Oh, I think they're better. Yeah.
Yes, and they're playing a lot better right now.
We lost.
Why are we all upset? I don't know.
I find that scenario unacceptable at Tennessee.
Yeah. What does that mean?
Is that right? Okay. That's unacceptable. That Bandit gets better and we're just not as good as them?
Well, we're supposed to accept that?
Well, to play like you did in the second half is unacceptable because you're better than that. And they're not as good. They're not that good.
Well, I want to hear the
dominant
caller
like
answer that. We're not better than that, though, are we? We got everything we got out of our talent tonight? You're happy with the performance?
No, I'm not happy with the performance,
okay. Well,
but
then why?
They're a better team.
Huh? Which one? Now, which one is it? Are you happy with the performance or not?
Am I happy with UT's performance?
Yes.
So you're saying, am I glad that we lost? No, I'm not.
No, I'm asking you, are you happy with the way we played tonight? Since they have a much better team, right? Are they a better team or a much better team? What do you think?
I think they're a better team. Yes.
No, I'm asking you, are they better or much better?
Better.
Okay. So do you think 45-24 is representative showing by us and does not merit criticism that we're giving it?
Well, you can criticize all you want.
No, I'm asking you. No. Answer my question. Now, answer my question.
What's your question?
Do you believe that 45-24 and getting outscored, whatever it was, to 3 from the middle late on, is worthy of criticizing tonight?
Well, hell, I knew the game was over at halftime when they scored to tie it up.
Okay.
Where were you? I mean, this game was over at halftime.
Yeah.
I think you've just beaten Joshy Boy for the worst caller of the night.
Hey, thanks, Sean. You're a real piece of shit, too.
You're welcome. Have a nice evening.
Yeah. You too, buddy. Enjoy yourself. You're an even bigger loser than you are on YouTube. And that's saying something. Hello and welcome into our next call. You're on the air. Welcome in.
My Lord, man.
I mean, hey, Lee, why do we even bother talking about it? I mean, Vanderbilt's just better. Better where? I mean, what does that even mean? Yeah, they're better. Okay, they're playing better football. But they're not 45-24 in your building better. I mean, you couldn't have been more ugly tonight if you were the Vols.
31-3 better.
I mean, shit, man. What are you talking about? You're just as dumb on YouTube as you were. I mean, you might be dumber than you were on YouTube. No offense to you.
People calling everybody pieces of shit. Yeah, this is awesome. How many are you going for? You going for Dose or Catorce now?
I mean, that fella there needs to go for Dose cases.
Mix in a water.
Interesting.
So at the end of the after the Ohio State game last year, I really was holding out hope that we were gonna look ourselves in the mirror, ask ourselves the really tough questions, the uncomfortable questions, do you want to play at the elite level of this sport? And if the answer is yes, then you put together a plan on how you improve every part of this program, every position, coaching position, everything's up for grabs. We're going to look to improve everything. And I don't know, it just feels like we just kind of stood pat. And why I was kind of worried about this season coming into it. And yeah, I felt like we got passed up by several teams this year. Tonight was awful, man. I mean, you got drugged pretty good. I mean, I don't understand. I'm trying to figure out, when do we get better? Have we gotten better, week to week? When's the last time that happened? It feels like we get worse.
Matt, you're my
year.
You're my real observant guy in here. How do you answer that? Do you think we've gotten better this year?
I actually thought about it this week. I think 2021, you kept getting better. Granted, that's year one. You're breaking into everybody new, and you kind of figured things out. But no, I think it's a legitimate question that the last kind of fourth of the season, Heupel's teams are clearly not at their peak. You're playing at their best, and they're most times not even close. I mean, the first half last week in Gainesville was probably the best half this team's played all year. But just as a whole, overall, it feels like we're kind of leaky that basically all November every year. I think there's some truth there.
Yeah, I mean,
they did get better from Pitt to like Florida to LSU to Alabama during that stretch, I guess 3 years ago.
That's really inviting that you guys are going back 3 and 4 years. I mean, that really makes me feel.
Yeah, it just seems like, you look at these teams going into the playoffs right now, like they continually get better week after week.
Yep.
They improve their game.
Yeah.
And that's just not what happens with us, Not that I thought this team had some ridiculous ceiling or anything like that.
Yeah.
But all the stuff on defense, like we're the last game of the season, we're still out of position, like looking around when the ball snaps, like are we in the right position and taking bad angles.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the game plan was tonight with Pavia. I'm still trying to figure out how you sit in a zone with all your defenders facing the quarterback and you still let him run for 40 yards without getting touched.
And he runs
like
by
if you're
you,
a man
Lee.
and everybody's got their back to him, I get it.
No, he runs by you, Lee. Everybody's in a zone, and the angles are so bad. And I use the term, and the last caller ought to close his ears because I'm going to criticize. It looked like electric football. I mean, I'm sorry. It looked like somebody turned the board on, and there's a guy over there like hugging the side. I mean, what in the hell was that? What? And they let him do it. They let him do it at least 3 or 4 times, Lee. That's the crazy thing.
Rob Lewis came up with a stat just now that says Vandy ran for 300 yards for the first time since 2002.
But to our last caller, they're better. So you just got to take that, Sean. They're better than we are.
I mean, man, they could have spanned the same 3 run plays with Alexander and Pavia all night, and we still wouldn't have figured it out. And they could have run for 600.
My favorite
like
run
this
play
has
of the
been
night was when I know Matt loves the safety blitzes from Tim Banks. My favorite was when they literally bring the safety down and just run him right out of where the play was called, and they scored a touchdown on it.
It's incredible.
Shout out David Ackworth on that one. I thought about you,
I love those
Ackworth, when I
safety
saw
blitzes.
it. That safety blitz, Matt, and I mean they ran right where you
Well, we're about 8 steps from that thing getting home. If we keep trying it, one of these days we're going to come close.
Poor Tim.
And it's usually the safety blitz is usually coupled with sending your Leo guy into coverage.
Yeah, drop him into the
It's a nice
So
wrinkle.
you blitz a 5 flat, a 40 safety, and take your best pass rusher and throw him out into the flats.
All because Pierce had that pick 6 against Iowa. We've continued to get torched with that.
Exactly.
Well, let me ask you this. Again, look at all these teams going into the playoffs.
Yep.
Like Indiana, even, Ole Miss. All of these teams have very clear plans on roster construction. This is how we're going to do this. And they're very specific in identifying talent, going after it a specific way. They all do it a little bit different. Some emphasize the portal more, some are recruiting and development more, but they're all very clear on how they're building a roster. And I don't feel like that's us. I feel like it's just random. Oh, this guy's in the portal. Let's talk to him. Maybe he'll come. Do you think when we walked off the field against Ohio State, our plan was, you know what, we're going to be the youngest team in the league next year? Because I just think that's just kind of how it ended up.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is
I wish Heupel was transparent with the media, and he would say these things publicly, what is our recruiting approach in the portal? I wish he would come out and say these things to the fans, because we are all questioning where our program's at. He needs to open up a little bit and let some of this stuff out. It's not going to get some disadvantage to your opponents, but it would be nice if you could convince your fans, give them confidence that you're trying to fix the problems we have.
Lee, to your point is that we have a great amount of our NIL budget tied up in players that don't actually play.
That don't play. That was my next point.
They're second and third teamers waiting 2 and 3 years there to become impactful.
Exactly. This money does not grow on trees. You have to get a return on your investment. Just take the quarterback position. I don't know how much money we gave to Nico for several years, and I know that was an abnormal circumstance, and whoever's fault was whoever's fault. But all the money he got, but when he leaves, we give Merklinger a raise. We double Aguilar's salary from what he was going to make at UCLA and bring him in here. McIntyre's not holding a clipboard for free this year. He cost decent amount of money. Faison is not committed for free out of the goodness of his heart. And now we're talking about going out and adding a quarterback out of the portal. How much money are we going to throw at somebody else?
Yep.
Like at some point, you got to get a return on investment for the money you're spending. And that's just the quarterback position. Like, I do think they did a good job with the wide receivers saying, look, these are the guys we recruited. We developed them and Brazel, and I think they've gotten their money's worth out of Staley and Matthews. But the rest of these positions, yeah, it's just like we've got money. You have to identify how you're going to spend your money, what you're going to get out of that money. Like Vanderbilt did it, and they won 10 games in this league. This is a brand new era. That's how you have to operate. You can't just randomly throw money around at players, you know? And I guess, like Matt said, if he was more open on how this thing is working,
that's exactly
then maybe
right.
I would have less questions about it.
Well, he's not
going to continue.
Yeah, you're right to criticize. He's never going to open up. He's never even going to let his hair down. And as Sean said, they don't even make him do a coach's show now because he's got the easiest gig in the world, and he's got these people recruiting his stuff, recruiting his players. He didn't have to go beat the bushes like they once did.
They should let the stuff leak to let VolQuest report it all. Let VolQuest report what their portal process is and evaluations and what they look for. Like let somebody else leak it out.
They don't share it with those
just would be
guys.
nice to know because when the
it.
fans don't know, they assume it's not there, and that's probably not true. But it would be nice to be reassured.
Well, it's like Nick Saban said, guys. If you're involved with the wrong guys, you're SOL. And the guy at Indiana is batting 1,000, Lee. I don't know what Indiana's doing, but I would hire the 3 people from inside their deal and pay them whatever they want right now. And I am not kidding you.
They have great scouts who understand what they're looking at on the field. And like I said, a very clear plan at how they want to construct their roster and who they want to go after and how to get it done.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
And that's the difference. And, I mean, he's obviously a really good coach, too. That matters. But all this other stuff matters, too. But the last thing I'll say, and I'll jump off here, look, a lot of these things with Heupel, with, like, the discipline and the penalties and how he handles refs and all this stuff, like, these have all been issues with Heupel since he's been here. I am not holding my breath thinking that any of this stuff is going to get better. I'm sorry, I'm not. I'm just let me ask you, what comes first? He wins some type of championship here, or he leaves and resets his clock somewhere else, or he walks this thing off of a cliff.
Thank you. And that's a question I'm not going to answer because I stay employed. But Lee asked a great question, and those are your 3 choices. I mean, that's where this thing's going.
Well, this is his high watermark. He will not get a job a higher profile than Tennessee.
He leaves and resets his clock, which, you could leave laterally and do that. You could do whatever you're going to do. You change or you walk off a cliff. You have 3 choices. And Matt's right, too. When you're as ungiving with the media as he is, people start to get frustrated, and it looks like you have no plan because you're not communicating. Let me tell you, from person that does what I'm doing, person that does what Mike Keith is doing over there on the Vol Network, Mike Keith would love to sit that guy down and have him tell him, hey, this is my plan. I just want to communicate
exactly what they need to do
to the fans. Mike would
That's exactly what they need to do in January.
Mike would love that. This coach, they don't even make him do a coach show anymore. Like Sean put it earlier, the comfortable thing, he looked like a very comfortable guy tonight on that sideline. To me, he was too comfortable for my blood, to be honest with you. And my previous caller that got mad at me and said, well, their team's better. Yeah, okay, their team's better. Yeah, and that means you shouldn't work a ref? That means you shouldn't demand more from your defense? That means you shouldn't demand more precision from your offense and control your controllables? Because, sir, that's what we're talking about. You add nothing to the discussion when you call in and say, well, Vanderbilt's bad. It has nothing to do with anything. You don't think teams beat teams that have better players than they do every week in college football? They do. You know why? Because they control what they can control. But as long as you don't control what you can't control, you're going to have what we had this win, which is this year, which is a bunch of empty calorie wins. And no offense to you, because I didn't do it.
I'd like that guy I'm not cracking on him, whatever he called me.
I am.
I would like a guy like him or someone else to just articulate what they saw tonight as a plan, either offense or defense for us. I absolutely saw a plan both sides of Vanderbilt.
Mm-hmm.
You could tell immediately what Vanderbilt was trying to do offensively.
Mm-hmm.
You could tell immediately what they were trying to do defensively. They made a couple of changes here and there, especially once they found out they didn't really have to pass the ball. Now, there was nothing coherent about our offensive or defensive game plan.
Well put. Well put.
I think it's really kind of blatantly obvious on UT's campus right now, because when you look at what Vitello has done, how aggressive he is, how much of a sense of an urgency, even after winning a national championship. You look at Rick Barnes, and last year, off the heels of a back-to-back Elite Eight performance or appearance, the highest watermark this program's ever seen, it would be easy for him to kind of get, just complacent and, okay, well, I've kind of made it. Not only does he go out and hit the portal again and, get a home run portal guy for like the third year in a row, but he does that and specifically addresses with Carey a plan to defeat the team that he couldn't beat last year. And you saw what happened when they played Houston, and you go, okay, they've specifically addressed faults that they had last year to be able to take the next step. And after last year's Ohio State game, I remember listening to the show and people were calling in and basically saying, you got two options. You get complacent, or you say this is the next level and you go out and do what it takes to get there. And I think people are frustrated because they see the kind of the opposite sides of that spectrum. And it doesn't mean that he's not doing it, but like Sean and Matt and other people have said, the callers, you don't really see what it's just, I think that makes it harder too when you're looking around campus and seeing everyone else seemingly doing it.
And they're not, and he's not going to tell you about it because his athletic director communicates like he does.
Well, and it's not just, it'd be
not
one thing if that's just
not
if
at
it's
all.
just kind of disrespectful to the media, Tony.
It's disrespectful
as
to
a
the
guy
fans.
who's worked in media and grew up a fan here,
It's
one thing to
disrespectful
do
the
that.
fans.
It comes off as really arrogant.
It's the point. And this guy doesn't have a record to be arrogant. Hey, Nick Saban didn't comport himself that way. Matt's got a great point. He needs to communicate to this. I'm telling you right now, if they don't have a great off season and fill some holes, and they go out against that schedule next year, and some of you close your ears on this, people are going to freak next year. And rightfully so. And let me tell you why rightfully so. Because Danny White has turned this into a transactional thing. It's all it is. It's worse than pro sports. It's anarchy. It's pro sports without contracts. It's way worse than professional sports. Professional sports, we at least have contracts. This thing's a freak show. Our head coach is getting away with not talking to anybody about anything, and apparently he went up there. I don't know. I'm not gonna traffic in saying that he chewed gum at the press conference tonight. One of my buddies said, "Why don't you talk about?" I'm not going to do that. We're not going to do that, and I'm not going to make it like Matt said. I don't care if a guy chews tobacco up there. Like one of those guys used to in my Western Civ class, and I about vomited because I was like one seat behind him, and he was sitting there trying to fill his little spittle, like that last caller that got on Cinco. I could just see that guy trying to spit in a little. Let's go back to the phones. That guy was spitting all over Cinco, man.
What do you call me, a piece of POS?
Well,
That's great.
whatever, dude. I mean, he made him feel better about himself, and
that's all right.
That's why we used to have dry counties in Tennessee. That guy.
Hello and welcome into our next call. You're on the air on our Garza Law fifth quarter fan reaction. Hi,
Tony. How's it going?
Hey, welcome in.
Tough loss tonight, but I'll tell you, it was fun because I got three boys in my living room watching this game, and all three of them now are starters on our local high school football team. And I think you guys were alluding to their second rushing pass, their first rushing television TD, their second touchdown.
Yes.
And they were weak side. We had a weak side zone, and we pull either a corner or a linebacker down, and we bring him in off on the side. And sure enough, the guy shoots B gap and just basically runs right in, just has to beat just a little bit of a foot race the guy in our backfield. And I turned to the boys, I stopped, I paused it, I said, "What'd you do?" And it's like, they all three told me, they were like, "You can't rush that guy off the corner unless you cover everybody has to shift over and cover all the gaps." And it's just stuff like that. And some of you guys were talking about like covering guys or pulling guys or, short field or kind of long field, going into the end zone. It's just stuff where you fundamentally, if you got a keen offensive coach on the other side of the football, knows that our defensive coordinator doesn't know what the hell he's doing. And it's just like, I know situationally things are going fast, they're going 100 miles an hour, but I think the frustrating part is for anybody that played football knows from tackling to concept and scheme, the defensive staff is not getting it done. To compete on a D1 level with the staff, with the personnel we have made decisions on and the ones we have, they don't they're not getting it. From tackling to scheme, they're just not getting it, and they're not getting any better. As what the last caller said before, I totally agree with that. It's just you see things every once in a while, especially I always think the offensive coordinator on the other sideline's got to be like, guys, if we kind of do this, that, or the other, we kind of put things in motion, we're going to create mismatches. And I know that's part of the game, but as a smart coach, Heupel's so smart, I don't understand why he's not constantly evaluating the other side of the tape and be like, why are we doing this? Like, why are we doing
That's
this? Why
my point entirely. If it's
so
my
smart,
shooting match,
he
that's
should
right.
be eating his lunch in between
that's
Monday to Wednesday. Like, why the hell did you line up like that?
That's right.
Why did we do that? That's like basically Brown for the Giants is a family friend of ours, and he was laughing a couple of years ago when Guantanamo, I forgot what we were doing. We were playing against somebody, and we called a play-action pass into the short, strong side of the field, and he just laughed. He sent me an email, was like, I don't know what your coaches are doing, but that's the craziest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. At like the 15-yard line, you called a play-action pass into the strong side of the field. I mean, you're insane. And so I just think that there's, conceptually speaking, there's things that they just don't understand or not doing right, and they're not. Our players are lost as a result of that. And conceptually, and then also my boys that were sitting here were laughing. The one time we did have somebody as a spy, it was like 3rd and 12, 11, 12, or maybe 14. The one time we did have a spy, everybody, our guys basically on both ends curved around the quarterback, opened up their line, which our kids were laughing, saying their offensive line is basically giving steps off the center and basically creating an opening in the middle of the field. Our guys think they're getting penetration, but they're not. They're just setting us up every time. He's just waiting in the middle to open up, and if it opens up, he runs. So the one time that did happen, and our guys that think they're getting the penetration, they're getting that first step, they're not. They're actually kind of baited into moving, going to the side. They open up the middle. The one time we did have a spy, he takes the bait and runs right downhill, and Pavia runs for first down. And I think 2 plays later, they scored. And it's like, what are you doing? Like, the one time we actually played assignment football and things were going the way they were supposed to go, it's just like, I just don't understand. And it goes back to the point of what you were saying earlier. It's like, every time, how in the world could you not tell the guys? And I think actually, what's his name, Cutler, laughed in like the second quarter. He even said it. He's like joking. He's like, I don't understand why these guys are even pass rushing that deep at all and not staying even. This is a joke.
Yeah, that
you
was
guys
Rogers.
Opening up lanes.
Yeah, and Rogers also pointed out, he said, look at how open.
Rogers, yeah.
He said, look at how open the C gap is there. He said, there's nobody near him. Like look at how unsound that is. And to your point, this is my problem with Heupel. This is my main problem with this guy. And I don't know. They're letting him get away with it somehow. He's not talking to the media. Fine. Why wouldn't a head coach, after all this time of employing this Banks guy, go down there and go to him and say, Tim, what happened out there today? I know we're missing some guy, and I know we're down a DB or two, and I know we've had a few injuries. We cannot see that again on the field. How many unsound things do we have to see out of this guy before the head coach walks down there? I mean, does it take getting a dog walked on you by Vanderbilt? Who a caller told me we're not allowed to criticize this game because Vanderbilt's allegedly better than Tennessee. Huh?
That's bullshit.
Okay.
I mean, in this day and age, nobody gets a pass. Nobody.
Oh, okay. I'm just checking. To see.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. I mean, everybody every week. I mean, you're only as good as your last win.
Right.
But it is literally a crime from the. I think the people that just play football before, just like the tackling is atrocious.
Unbelievable.
I mean, there were 2 or 3 times where we could have had people at the line for a loss or no gain, and we whiffed. I mean, it's just uncalled for. And then you have little things going on, not little things, but like miscommunication where breakups in the backfield. I just don't think conceptually we're getting it. But I also think it goes deeper. I think time and time again, I think it goes back to like that question about like having a program manager aside from Heupel, maybe aligned with the AD, saying, "Hey, look, we're planning for year 2 and 3 and 4 and 5, and you can't go to Banks and Martinez and say, hey, man, we're going to the portal. You guys need anything? No, we're all good. I like my guys." You should be like, no. I know at this spot and this spot. I'm sorry, but we're going ahead and getting the guy, and I don't give a.
Well, here, how about this? A great case in point for you. Last year, those guys were telling the media that they loved their safeties in the summer. Loved them. Loved their safeties.
You won't mind if I just go out and get somebody else if I can get them, right?
And yeah,
I'm going to go ahead and get somebody. I mean, and by the way, I mean the best programs are the ones that don't make mistakes. They play more unforced errors, not errors. Errors going to happen. The unforced errors are the ones that kill you. And then B or C, they go out and they say, hey, I'm not worried about the starter. I'm worried about the number 2 and the number 3 guy. We got to upgrade. We got to constantly be upgrading. I'm sorry. I know you love your crew, but that number 2, we fall off too many cliffs at too many positions. I'm sorry. I'm going to get a guy that's a step faster or 20 pounds stronger on the bench. I'm sorry. But like that, I know you love that kid, but like I'm tapping him out if I can go find somebody better. Too bad.
Well, listen, I appreciate the call. Thank you. And I'm glad you got to hang out with your kids and stop the tape and show them not what to do of watching the Vols. A teachable moment, Cinco. See that? I wish Tim Banks would teach like that fella.
I'll say one thing. The defense actually almost forced 3 turnovers tonight. There was a fumble that they didn't recover that could have really been big. 7-0. Yep. Vanderbilt fumbled the ball, and it looked like McMurray or somebody had a chance to get it briefly, but they got it. They actually got a gain out of it and went down and scored and tied the game. That could have been a big swing early.
I'm sitting here watching.
Let's address this GM thing. Okay.
Go ahead, Cinco.
Let's address the GM thing. Unless you're somebody like Andrew Luck, who has the clout he does at his alma mater, it's not going to happen. There's no way a guy making $300,000 a year is going to go in and tell the head coach making $10 million, this is who you're going to have on the roster. This is what we're going to. That's just not going to. No one's going to take that seriously. A guy like that doesn't have enough cachet. There's no way that someone like there's no way Danny White is going to stick his neck out and tell a head coach how they're going to have to do some things.
Back to the
because those guys aren't accountable for anything anyway.
And Danny
no way they're going to stick their neck out.
Yeah, he has a guaranteed rollover contract. I mean, he's got you talk about the deal of a lifetime. God. Hello and welcome in. Danny White fogs up a mirror on whatever that I guess was it July the 1st or whatever. He fogs up a mirror and he's $4 million richer. No offense. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, how's it going? Y'all hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Go for it. Were you
Hey,
traveling back?
My name is Ben.
My name's Ben. I'm from Nashville. I'm actually a sophomore here at UT.
Nice.
You know, today's tough, man. I actually, Vanderbilt was my dream school growing up. You know, they obviously didn't let me in. I ended up here at UT. I was fine with that, you know, obviously knowing that we had
another troll call,
strongest football team in the state. You know, but now that, you know, Vanderbilt, obviously, you know, their alumni make more than us.
Another troll call, Matt.
Their guys on average are more intelligent and better looking than us. But now that we're losing in football,
Brian,
too,
cut this guy off, Brian.
Now that we're losing in football,
cut this guy off. Good
you're outta
night,
here.
man.
You're out of here.
Hi, welcome in. You're on the air.
I don't even think you go to a junior college.
Yeah, you're a horrible phone caller too.
Maybe
the first troll
Roan State
call was so much better.
Yeah,
than
the first troll call. I mean, that was just. I guess
Julio picked up on that one being a troll pretty early.
Well, I guess the issue is they're just not at Vanderbilt. They're just not used to beating anybody. So you'll get better at it though as time goes along. Hi, welcome in. You're on our Garza Law fifth quarter fan reaction. I'm powered by our friends at Performance Medicine, online at performancemedicine.net. A new approach to healthcare with you in mind. See what I'm talking about over at performancemedicine.net. They are a cash-only business. They don't play the insurance game, so to speak. And the other game they don't play is they don't want you to be sick. They want you to be well and stay in the game and be in the game and rock hardcore and keep going and keep going and keep going. At Performance Medicine, online at performancemedicine.net. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Give it up to Performance Medicine. My brother is going there, and he's had good results.
Let's go. Thank you.
Let's go. So you guys have pretty much covered it from A to Z.
Yeah.
But I do want to say this based on the couple of last callers. Tennessee is not above paying a buyout to an athletic director because, you know, Phillip got one as a head coach and one as an AD. What I think is interesting is that the callers to your show, Tony, are showing more fire and vitriol than Heupel has shown on the sidelines for 5 years.
I don't understand it. Like Matt said, if Heupel would let us in and let us see who he is, and I guess we would understand it a little more. But, man, that just standing over there complacently. Matt, what was the play where their tight end just mauled one of our guys? Which was that their first?
That one of those touchdown runs, the short goal line touchdown runs. Yes, that was just basically grabbed and tackled McMurray.
Why is the head coach standing over there watching that? You think Kirby Smart, Matt, would just stand there and watch that? I mean, that's ridiculous.
No,
that's ridiculous.
Maybe he just didn't see it.
Maybe he didn't see it.
Well, and I don't want to bring up Kiffin I'm going to bring up Kiffin for an example because in the Ole Miss Mississippi State game at halftime, during the halftime interview when he's walking off the field, he brings up, "Hey, wait a minute, we just had a scrum and half Mississippi State football team rushes the field, and nothing is done." He's not going to get fined, he's not going to get castigated,
right?
And we have a coach that's making $10 million that is so comfortable. He looked like he was, I don't know, is he taking happy pills or mellow pills or something? But, and I hear you've even commented, and some of your callers have commented that no one's asking Heupel hard questions. Well, that's state-run media, and that's even, you know, some of the fan-run guys and stuff like that. But, I mean, there is legitimate criticisms that can be made that don't include firing the head coach.
Exactly.
And I'm not saying
thank you
that Heupel needs to be fired.
Right.
He doesn't. But when you don't put a spy on Pavia as a defensive coordinator, and he how many times did he break the back of Tennessee tonight? How many times has he? I just don't understand. You said on your halftime, you did a quick halftime show.
Yes.
and said, I am looking for Tennessee to make adjustments on defense and on offense. Did they make any adjustments at all?
To the no. No! Hell no.
So what are we, as you would say, what are we doing?
I don't know.
I mean,
but thank you for listening.
Thanks, guys.
No, I knew. Listen, I knew we were in trouble. Great talking to you. I knew we were in trouble at halftime, like anybody did. You watch enough of this stuff. You have 2 turnovers, and you're not winning. You're in trouble. And then the whole middle 8 thing. You knew they were scoring when they got the ball. Brian Hartman had a really interesting point. I wonder if it ever crossed their mind, hey, let's just onside kick the ball here, because they're going to score anyway. Let's give a jolt to our crowd. Let's, they have a better team. They're playing better football. Why don't we just admit it and onside kick the ball? Live a little. Play like we're an underdog.
Hey,
we don't have. We're not in the playoff hunt, so
yeah, we're not in the playoff hunt. I mean, where's it going?
On a real note, we've got that really athletic, versatile kicker who I've heard, is pretty athletic for a kicker.
Yeah.
Has we run a fake anything in the Heupel era? Serious question. Field goal, punt, I don't remember doing it.
Nope.
Not on special teams, no.
The only thing
didn't they do something against Akron?
The only thing that we fake in the high school Heupel era on special teams.
We did the onside kick versus Kent State.
That's right. Against the Husky, we did.
Which still makes 0 sense except for the fact that Kent State's coach got caught up in gambling.
Dixon, that's the greatest line I've ever heard.
He did. Well, they fired him, and they won 5 games this year. That's John Adams' kind of secret pleasure.
That's right. We do
MAC football.
It was like a 38-0 lead at the time.
And we scored on it, and we covered the halftime spread because of it.
The only fakes we're allowed to run on special teams are fake injuries. Back to the phones we go at 8, and we do a lot of that. And that might be why we don't get calls. That's one of Matt's theories, a working theory, until somebody can show me something otherwise.
Yeah, that's why you never get the benefit of the doubt. It's because of that.
Because they don't take you seriously.
Brian, you got a score on that Kent State game, Brian?
Back to the phones we go. Hello and welcome in.
I know Auburn just tied Alabama.
I know.
In the fourth
it's
quarter.
A great game. Hey, Matt, if this guy loses.
I want Juice Kiffin down there in Atlanta next weekend.
Matt, if this guy loses, what happens?
I think he takes the Penn State or USC job.
Totally agree with that.
If he loses,
he loses this game, yeah.
Does Vandy sneak in if they lose?
Texas will jump them.
Was that against Martin, guys? Was that against Martin we attempted that kick, Matt, or was it Kent State?
No, Kent State. We had gas pipe throwing deep in the final minute against UT Martin.
Okay. That's when they had words. Back to the phones we go. This Auburn-Alabama game. But wait a second, guys. Who has a better team? To our caller several calls ago. I mean, I don't know who that guy is. No offense to you. And I let everybody talk. I don't care. But you want to yell and scream at Sinclair, you're an idiot, man. Hey, welcome in. Hi, you're on the air.
Oh, hey, Tom. Rusty.
Hey, Rusty, welcome in.
Hey, buddy. Thank you. First, I want to start just for any of the trolls out there from Vandy listening. It is sad to see us lose to Vandy once every 12 years or whatever the average is. It hurts. But in their greatest season, they're still not going to be one of the top 12 teams in the playoff, and that's just hilarious. The greatest season in Vandy history, they're still not going to make one of the 12 teams.
QB's going to finish fifth in the
nothing
high
good happens. Yeah. Nothing good should ever happen to that family.
Yeah. Go look up the New Mexico high school wrestling state championship whenever old Diego was a freshman in high school.
Yes.
8 years ago. There's some good comedy in that with family members of his uncle, to be specific, and you can find the story out there. But no, as far as we go, I love Heupel. I'm a fan of his and think he can win big here and get us to the playoffs 2-3 times out of 5 years. But if he doesn't move on from his defensive coordinator, he's on my personal hot seat of me not buying into him if he doesn't move on. He did recognized last year that he has to change the offense, or had to change the offense, and he did it. Now he's got to look this year and say, we're 4 out of 5 years where our defense is below average at best, and one really good year when we had elite talent on defense. And he can. A lot of guys can coach defense when you got elite talent. So he's got to make that move like he did about his offense last year. That's my first take on where we're at.
What about communicating to the plan to the media? You think that would help?
I don't care about that stuff. Do not care. I don't care if you give coach speak like Botch. I don't care if you talk about Rommel like Dooley. I don't care if you talk about your girlfriends like Kiffin. I don't care what you do in the press conference. I care about what you do behind closed doors with your team. You're teaching your guys to be in the right place. I know Vandy's got more age on us. They're not more talented than our team. They're better prepared, especially on defense. Their game plan on defense was brilliant and got us off balance, and our game plan was non-existent on defense. And having guys in the right place, it's non-existent. We don't teach, and that includes all of our defensive coaches, do not teach guys their assignments properly, where to be, what you're supposed to do when you spy, what you're supposed to do when you're rushing a quarterback. Dixie, this morning, what did I say would decide this ball game? What was I saying?
Containing Pavia in the pocket.
That's right. You have to rush Pavia with some semblance of responsibility as a group to squeeze him and hold him in the pocket and not let him escape. And that's what got the game going downhill, is when we kept letting him escape. And our coaches clearly did not stress that to our players going into this ball game.
It's incredible.
It's like
man.
They never watched film, you know?
Yep.
Did they ever watch film? They had 11 games of Vanderbilt film they could have looked at.
Well, a coaching buddy of mine texted me and said, I don't know what they're trying to do on defense, but they better quit doing it or they're going to get blown out.
Yep. And the offense has plenty of blame, too, because their game plan took us off balance and we didn't recover from it. But Turrentine's a prime example. On their first touchdown run of the second half, Turrentine has one job: be the widest person on the field to your side of the field. Do not dive inside, because you're not helping if they run it up the middle. But if they bounce it your way, you have to be there to turn them back to your teammates. And a fourth-year guy who plays because Banks trusts him to do the right things does the wrong thing. That's on your coaches. It's not a talent thing, even though he lacks talent. It's a having your head in the right place and doing your job that you were assigned to do correctly. Now, we're going to be what we are, which is a team that can make the playoffs 2 or 3 out of 5 years, like I said, and probably lose the first game, occasionally win that first game with the current plan we're under. And me and Jordan Moore, the great, were talking earlier after the game. We can't be elite talent like Ohio State and some other teams if we want to be great in basketball and baseball too. The everything school, we can't do it. You can't have the payroll and the elite talent that some of the other schools that you play against and are competing with in football if you're giving $4 million to Nate Ament, which I want to do. But when you're spending that much on your basketball roster and trying to be a team that competes for a College World Series, and I want to be in everything school. I want to be great in all three. I do. But Ohio State doesn't have baseball and don't give two shits about basketball. Georgia doesn't care about anything but football. Duke cares about basketball and nothing else. And that's the teams that have been historically elite in basketball, like UConn and Duke and so on and so forth, and Kansas's, and those schools don't care about football. Kentucky, they want to be elite at basketball, and they know they're never going to be good at football. The everything schools, you either have to have oil money or you have to have an enrollment like Ohio State does. And they still don't care about the other sports. So I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but that's where we're at. We're gonna be a team that caps out at the Elite Eight, caps out at making the playoffs every 3 out of 5 years, maybe, and losing pretty early, and going to the College World Series most years, and maybe winning one every now and then. If we're going to keep doing these things these way.
But
Anyway.
I would just tap the brakes a second here. Alabama's going to Final Fours in basketball. They're doing both, and play baseball at a pretty high level. LSU wins or attempts to compete at a national championship level in football and baseball. You're right about Ament. I mean, that was expensive. Ament shows me, though, that you've got a coach, and Rusty, thank you for the call. You've got a head coach who knows how to work boosters.
Florida just won a basketball championship.
Yeah, I don't know, Rusty, where that. And Florida cares a whole hell of a lot about football.
Florida's won a championship in football, basketball, and baseball.
I love you, Rusty, but you and Jordan ought to sharpen your pencils, because that's not true what you're saying. It's just not. Matt, what do you think of that comment?
I think there's some truth to it. I mean, obviously, it doesn't hinder you from actually doing it, but I mean, you only have so much money that your school can spend on your rosters, and I mean, that doesn't absolve you from spending it the wrong way or over investing in things you shouldn't. So I think you have to be really smart about it, and that's but there is a little bit of truth there, but it doesn't keep you from doing it, but it does.
But we're not being. He's implying we're being frugal and spreading the same amount that everybody else has over all these sports. That's just not true. If you just take the universities, we're overall spending way more than they are. Ohio State's the only outlier in football.
That's right.
You're not going to tell me that Georgia, Auburn, Alabama, LSU, and et cetera are spending significantly more than we are in football. That's just not true.
That's not true. I agree with that. And the Texas schools, I mean, they're spending like hell, no question. Texas spends in every sport, though. But
Indiana's going to try to be great in.
Say it again. Well, you guys were talking together. So, Matt, what were you saying? And then Bri.
I just was making a. I asked if y'all think Mike Elko chews gum.
I think he chews and swallows it. Brian?
I think that same caller that ripped me was saying that Josh Heupel was looking for his next donut. I mean, come on, man.
I know. We can do better than that.
Come on, I mean, that's not even low-hanging fruit. That's on the ground.
Yeah, we can do better than that.
Hey Brian,
Indiana.
Who makes the ACC championship game if SMU doesn't come back against Cal? Is it Duke? Really?
I mean, why are we taking an SEC entrant? Why are we taking an ACC entrant, rather?
I don't know, but it's pretty embarrassing. Whatever. I think that's on at the same time the Indiana-Ohio State game is on, and I won't be watching 1 second of the ACC title game. So that'll make it easy on my remote next Saturday night.
Not a second? Like not even 1 second?
Back to the phones we go. Hello and welcome in. You are on our Garza Law 5th Quarter Fan Reaction presented by Marcos Garza, the Garza Law Firm, online at garzalaw.com. Also, a special shout out to our friends at Calhoun's. Our Friday runs are done there, but we will be live at the Corner 16 out on Middlebrook Pike on Friday. Race fans, shout out to Marcos Garza, my Garza Law Firm, online at garzalaw.com. Also, shout out to my friends at VIP Play. They, ladies and gentlemen, $20 with your first bet, $100 in bonus bets instantly. Also, shout out to our friends at T3 Vodka as we get ready to go back to the busy phones. Hi, welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, Tone. Much like me, I know these last 8 days between the Eagles and this game tonight's been rougher than a night in jail for you, me, and any other Eagle fans and Tennessee fans.
I heard that, brother. And our offenses have our offenses in the last couple games have ceased to exist here for several quarters in a row.
Yeah, they can, as you like to say, they can suck it. Mm-hmm. But real quick, I want to give a shout out to a defensive stand that we actually made tonight with our grounds crew guarding the power tee in the center of the field that they wanted to keep the Vandy players off of after the games. That was the best defensive stand we had all day on the field. So,
now, did they go zone or man? Zone or man with them after the game?
Yeah. Well, I'll be honest. If I would have seen Pavia try to plant a flag on the 50 right there in the power tee, I'd have probably drove down to Knoxville and I'd have been in the clink beside his brother, whipping his brother's ass. Just right there.
Hey, by the way, it's both
grounds
brothers.
Crew had great run fits.
It's both brothers, which is like the most next level thing ever. I mean, the poor Pavias.
Watching them two guys as they like the video we saw them coming into the stadium. Yes. I don't want to make it all about them. I got
no, you're
something
fine.
About Heupel I got to get off my chest.
You're fine.
Like seeing their antics and stuff like that. I'm like Brian. I want to see nothing good come to him nor his family.
Yeah.
Like that's just it's just such absolute ridiculous trash. And then Cinco talking about his mom making her guest appearance tonight at the Mouse on Kingston Pike. Hey, that's next level there, Cinco.
Come on now.
Anyway.
Come on now.
I'm better than that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're better than that, Cinco.
We all know you're going to be a Daisy Dukes at Alcoa Highway.
Her last name's not Pavia.
But anyway, with Heupel, guys, the thing that gets me, we've all fussed about it for years. Him just being kind of lackadaisical on the sidelines when it comes to officials and stuff. Do you think it goes back to his kind of upbringing in the Dakotas, his all shucks, his, quiet demeanor type? Is that what it's got to do with, just how he was raised and stuff like that? Because, like you said, you've seen DeBoer just going after the official when the Alabama guy absolutely just crushed the guy calling for a fair catch.
Yes.
Knowing it was a bad call, but he was just ripping him. And our team has to feel that and sense that at times. Like, why is our coach not fighting for us, tooth and nail when there's a questionable call? Why are we not seeing him throw a headset and stuff? I mean, all you see is like, oh, you got to be kidding me, throwing his arms up, looking like a good mix of Chumlee and Bobby Hill. I mean, what am I missing here, guys? Honestly.
I like the Chumlee poll. I've always thought our coach favors Chumlee. And you're
Bobby Heupel ain't bad either.
And you're a simpleton. And you know who else he looks like is the guy that Shane Gillis guy. The comedian. He looks like Shane Gillis.
Let me go one more for you. I'll get off here because, man, I've been calling since probably 7:30 and just finally got through. But our daggone offensive coordinator with the Eagles, Kevin Patullo, looks like freaking Ray Romano, and he coaches like that jackass too. But anyway, I'm going to get off here and let y'all go.
That's the most next.
Heupel has to make a change at defensive coordinator, though, guys. Something's got to happen because poor old Tim Banks looks like in that box like he's been riding around with Snoop Dogg with that gin and juice. I'm going to let y'all go. Love y'all. Mean.
Peace. Matt, what did they call on the Alabama? Simpson was getting ready to walk into the end zone, and I mean a safety went over and
they called a hold.
Blasted him at the 1 yard line, Matt. He was not letting him score. These two teams get after it, man. They respect the game. Auburn is playing their ass off out here tonight. Of course, they don't have as good a football team.
Things go their way, too. Yeah, it's been a very entertaining game. I mean, Alabama's getting ready to score. They called a hold, which they had to, is in the open field. But it was right after a roughing the passer penalty that was kind of iffy.
Oh,
Hell of a game. Really entertaining game.
Great game.
Hey, what happens if Alabama loses this and DeBoer gets out of Dodge? You think Kiffin holds off another week and starts flirting with that job?
I love what Kiffin's doing right now.
Wow.
He's so great. All right, Eric Waddell.
That might be why he hadn't said yet.
You were A-ping over there. Eric,
does Heupel's dog have a Twitter?
Ewad, you were I bet it doesn't bark.
I love the story hour.
Ewad,
love Juice Kiffin.
You're APing over here. Talk to me. What'd you think of tonight? We've been through a lot of these, Eric. That was bizarre.
We definitely have.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you, I almost couldn't even call in tonight and do this because that was so absolutely just a miserable thing to watch. And it's one thing to lose. It's another thing to lose to Vanderbilt, but it's a whole different thing to get your ass kicked by Vanderbilt. And that's really what happened. And that's pretty much what I thought. I mean, it's, just extraordinarily disappointing. I knew Vanderbilt was good, and this was a different brand of Vanderbilt than we've seen. But I just incredibly disappointed. That's leaving the four-letter words out of my feelings.
Okay, Golf My Way. Golf My Way over here on... Let me see how we do this, Golf My Way. Why is it not letting me? There we go. Hey, Golf My Way. Have yourself a merry little Christmas, and you're out of here. Peace. Eric, the thing that was... And Rusty said it earlier, the thing was most concerning or is most concerning about it is you had to know in the game, we just can't let Pavia do Pavia things. You know what I mean? And we did nothing defensively to take Pavia away from doing Pavia things. And conversely, Vanderbilt came out and said, okay, well, your quarterback doesn't like pressure. From the very first possession, we're going to come out and show those fronts where they acted like, as Matt was saying, they had all that eye candy before the snap. And they cooked us tonight. Their coaching staff cooked Tennessee tonight. And they fell behind because they turned the ball over a couple times in the first half, and they fell behind. But when they tied the game at halftime, we all knew that thing was over. We all knew that thing was over. So, any other words of wisdom for us? Because our fans are pretty raw and in a pretty raw mood here, man.
I'm going to make this is a very general philosophy for defense comment. You either got to try to blitz the hell out of that guy, and just come after him full tilt and let the chips fall where they may. Or get in a damn prevent defense and make them not literal, the old Mustang, but just make them meticulous, beat you going down the field, play by play by play. But we chose some kind of strange middle route that did nothing of the sort either direction. And that was just, it was just, to borrow from our British friends, it was bloody awful to watch that.
Oh, yeah. You're exactly right.
Hey, Tony.
Yes.
Speaking of British, if Tim Banks, if they end up kind of shooing him to the side, I got a job for Tim Banks and Willie Moe. They could go over and start training the Royal Guard, the guys with the hats, because they also don't turn their heads.
That's pretty illiterate. Nobody sold for my joke that Heupel's dog doesn't bark. What's the matter with you people? That's a pretty good line, man. Heupel's got a dog that just goes... It doesn't bark. It
doesn't ever ask for food.
It doesn't, yeah, just... Let's go back to the phones. How about Auburn, Matt? The guts Auburn's showing here.
Well, you just jinxed the absolute hell out of them.
Touchdown.
Man, Why don't you just line them up against the wall and shoot them?
Back to the phones we go. Isaiah Horton.
I mean, Christ,
6
Tone,
yard.
what the hell are you doing?
Touchdown reception.
You got to let him get off the field on 4th down before you say that shit.
Let it breathe. Let it breathe. Let's get our next caller in on Garza, our caller. Presented and we're presented tonight by our friends at Waterside Contracting. Shout out to them. Also Walker's Painting. Also shout out to the great Josh Collins and the Collins Insurance Agency, Erie Insurance. Josh Collins, your Collins Insurance Agency, they insure us right here in your Rainier studio through Erie Insurance. And Josh Collins, you're my man. Back to the phones we go. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Howdy, Tony. I just want to. Can I make one more shout out? Is that all right?
No. I'm sorry. No, we're not double dipping. I appreciate you. If I started letting people double dip, we'd have 9 calls. We'd have 9 hours of calls and 900 million. It's hard enough to get through to this thing. Hi, welcome in. You're on the air. As that gentleman vacates, a line available for you if you've been trying. Hi, welcome in.
Hey,
You're on the air.
Hey, Tony, it's David Ackworth.
Hey, Ackworth, your name came up earlier.
I heard that. I appreciate the shout out.
Yep.
You know, always loving the safety blitz and the corner blitzes, and
yep,
that unfortunately have lost their way and never will find their way home. But
interesting.
You know, I go back to what y'all said. You know, it was one of your comments in the last couple of years with Watson Brown. You know, there are no more programs. There's teams. And Vandy's a living proof of that. This is Tony, this isn't the Vandy teams that we grew up beating the heck out of every year. This isn't the Vandy teams that our loser previous coaches have lost in the last 15, 20 years. This is it's almost like the jersey doesn't matter anymore. I mean, you got Indiana, a top 3 team in the country. You know, nobody's seeing that 5 years ago. We never saw that football. It's a different world, and my question is, what's that Vandy team going to look like next year? Now, can he rebuild the magic again, and go to the portal and find him a little runaround guy that can play, and go find him? He's got 65% of his rosters is seniors and graduates. I mean, you know, we're sitting here talking about this, but you know, Vandy may return to Vandy next year, and I wouldn't be a bit surprised by that. You know, so you know, again, I'm trying not to look at this in the eyes of a 62-year-old man or 50-something-year-old man that you are, and what we have seen in Vanderbilt in the years past, because it's just not the same anymore. And the moment you do that, at least you can look at this on face value and not look at it as the demoralizing loser coach seasons that we've seen in years past, and go, no, this was completely not acceptable the way they quit. But to know that you're not losing to a 3-8 Vandy team that walked in here and had nowhere to go after the game was over.
Guys,
what do you think of that?
Is he lipsticking on a pig, or is he right? Dixon, I start with you.
No, I think he's right. I mean, this is by far the best team Vandy's ever had, and they were kind of a nightmare matchup for you, especially defensively. And they took full advantage of you and beat you in your building. But I think there's a lot of truth in that they come back to reality next year, because so much of what I don't think there's a team that's dependent on one player more than they are of Pavia.
No doubt about it.
You know, you talk about
Pavia doesn't go there.
Well, they brought the head coach and OC with them.
That's right.
It's his 4th year running that scheme.
Yep.
So, he knows exactly what to do. And they found a vertical passing game against Texas late, and they've been really, really good these last 3 games. I mean, I think they've scored 45 points in their last 3 SEC games. And Auburn's got a legit defense, and they just carved them up.
And Texas has legit defense too, Matt.
Well, yeah, but they quit playing. Game.
That's right. They were giving them.
But again, they got blown out, but they figured out that they have an elite passing game, and they took off from there. No, they're kind of it is kind of a 1-year wonder deal.
The defensive effort today was just completely unacceptable.
It's awful.
And to not have a spy on Pavia, I'll give Barnes credit. I know we don't. I'm not going to bring up Barnes in a negative way. Barnes will see a guy on another team's team, and I think he did it to like,
oh wow,
I forgot what team he played about a week ago.
Yep.
He finds somebody's best player on a team, and he was like, okay, that guy's not beating us. Go shut that guy down. And he may let somebody else may have a career high night against us, but that's what something like that will take to beat. They still won't lose, but why we didn't do that tonight and say, okay, Pavia's going to have to throw it within the next. He's not going to have any place to run, and he's going to have to throw it in 2 seconds. Now he may throw a couple over the top of us and score a couple of touchdowns, but you do not let that man do what he did tonight. That's embarrassing, and I just that to me doesn't make sense. And I tell you right now, Tony, I'm ready for a Shiano Sunday type deal with this bowl game, whatever bowl game we go to, and have a boycott. Say, look, until that assistant coach is looking for a job, nobody should be buying tickets to a bowl game. Because this AD needs to feel the wrath of our fan base, because he doesn't know what it's capable of, and something like that where the fan base just says, we're not buying a ticket to the Music City Bowl, or we're not buying a ticket to some other bowl and go play Iowa again.
How about
which is my absolute fear.
How about if you bring him back? We're not getting season tickets next year.
Boom. And I heard people all around me. By the way, Tony, that was my first game I attended of a Vanderbilt game, and I think I've probably seen 20 of them that we lost in person. That was still difficult to swallow a little bit. But I heard multiple people say that around me tonight. They said, if that guy's coaching defense, I'm not coming back.
Well, the point is, right, too, Dave, that this is no longer what they're asking for you. It was crazy money before Danny White got here. It's crazy money now.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy now what they're asking of fans.
Yeah, and I spent way too much money to go to this game Saturday tonight.
Yeah.
And I tell you right now, that's going to be difficult to do. And you are 100% right. I've heard you say it. That atmosphere is an assault on the senses in a not good way.
Not good.
Goodness gracious!
Not
I know I'm old. I'm old, Tony.
Dave, it's not necessary. It's not necessary. You don't need to pump sound at me 24/7. You don't. You pull the life out of your crowd doing that.
And the poor band. What's the point?
What's the point?
If you're not going to even be able to hear them play,
DJ over the band. What's the point?
It's
Makes
just
no
unbelievable.
sense.
And I'll say this last thing: the comfortable comment. I'll give Nega Dave credit when he said he looked comfortable. He looks too comfortable on the sideline. He also looked a little defeated tonight, and those two things worry me. But I thought it was a really good point talking about his preoccupation with the offense while we're on defense. I'd never really thought about it. I've always been kind of on the fence about him being a play caller because he's always been so good at it.
Yes.
But I never really thought about it from that standpoint, and I think that's a really good point in assessing, can he really do both? And I appreciate it, guys. Thanks so much.
Thank you. I think all these discussions, I love what we do here on a post-game show because once we get our madness out of the way, or anger, whatever you want to call that, I don't know if the madness ever subsides. But then we can talk about these little nooks and cranny things that will come up. And the play calling's one. The body language is another one. The how to make this thing go. The fate of Tim Banks. Matt thinks it's 60-40. Look, I've been around here long enough to know that the money people that are funding all this are not going to put up with watching him for another year. My prediction. Now, I don't know whether that'll be enough for them to do something about it, but just kind of knowing how these people roll, the stakes of this stuff have gotten so high, and quite frankly, Tim Banks is a clown. I mean, he met with the media literally one time in 4 months here. Memo to Tim Banks, you're not good enough, brah, to go hide for 3 months. It's not like you're Woody Woodenhofer back in the day. You're not John Chavis. You're not Joe Lee Dunn. In fact, you kind of suck. So you don't get to do that. I mean, no offense. 865.
You're not even John Jancic.
Oh,
yeah.
Shit, this ain't going to help him get the Virginia Tech DC job, guys.
I'm sorry. If you're a Virginia Tech fan, you're listening. Tim Banks is a lights-out, hair-on-fire recruiter and has been from the day he's walked in here. Really recruits Detroit well. Matt,
Best I have ever seen.
By the way, best you've ever seen. Auburn is facing
He's one of the best I've ever seen.
Fourth and 2, Matt. 90 seconds left. What are they going to do here? Our little watch along.
They'll probably get stuffed here.
Yeah.
We'll see.
DJ Durkin coaching for his life here. DJ Durkin coaching for his life on 4th and 2.
You guys are going to see
it.
Oh,
my gosh, he got it.
He got it. He got it.
So whatever happens, just know that Matt will see it about 45 seconds before we do, Tony.
That kid's got some balls.
Yeah,
no, I'm on it tonight.
Future.
I'm on it tonight. The Skycast is even with Matt tonight. Y'all turn the Skycast on. You'll get right with Matt on the SEC Network. Hello and welcome in.
And I'll be honest, I thought he made a terrible decision, but he still got it.
Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Tony B.
Yo.
How's it going tonight?
Hey, good to hear your voice.
Hey, I wanted to see if I could get a little clarity, maybe for Cinco, or maybe do a little pushback. I guess it was maybe a couple hours ago now. It was said that Heupel is just not a portal guy, and I get maybe he hasn't gotten some of the key positions in the portal, but our starting quarterbacks from the portal, our backup running backs from the portal, our tight ends from the portal, our best receivers from the portal, center, left guard, left tackle are from the portal. Our safeties from the portal. Our starting corner, who should have been playing this year or could have possibly played this year, was from the portal. The person who took his place was from the portal. One of your interior defensive linemen is from the portal. Our nickel is from the portal. I'm just missing. Maybe, he should have gotten a better safety in the portal, but to say that we just have no success in the portal, I think he's got a really high hit rate in the portal.
I think that's right.
And I'm just curious, what are we needing? And is there any chance, because what is that, greater than 50% of the offense is from the portal? So is there any chance he gives Banks permission to pursue people in the portal or not, maybe more than he ought to?
I think they've been pretty good out of the portal in the secondary, which is one of the real weird kind of conundrums here. Because those guys are certainly open to criticism, and Banks is the safeties coach. He's turned a lot of the internal coaching over to a kid, which has been sort of a point of contention inside the program, but we'll unpack that on another day. As Auburn fumbles the football and fumbles the game away.
Fumbles it away.
With 33 seconds left. That's tough. They played so hard. You make a great point, though, about the particular guys in the portal. I guess the one pushback would be that in the offseason, you see the light when you play Ohio State, and then you don't go get aggressive. What they've done is they've invested in their young kids. The problem with doing that in today's college football is that if these kids don't see the field right away, some of them are going to jump into the portal. I mean, that's just an issue that we have. Mm-hmm. In terms of giving Banks latitude, it looks like Heupel pretty much lets those guys call the shots. It feels that way anyway. I don't know in terms of player personnel how all that works, though. That's a great question. Again, that would be another thing that the head coach, it would be great if he would share that with us, how they do things internally.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think this year they've got to go get some interior defensive line in the portal.
Yeah.
Maybe beef up a linebacker in the portal. Got to get some secondary help in the portal, especially at safety.
How many?
Offensively, it seems like they're going to be in good shape.
I think that's right. How many portal acquisitions, or are you going to get a quarterback for next year? Or are you going to roll with one of those kids against that schedule?
I think you go get a portal quarterback if you could hear anything from Aguilar. I just don't know if the ruling is going to happen fast enough.
That's not going to happen.
But if Aguilar can stay, you run with him.
Yes.
The second year in this offense, he should be significantly better.
Yeah.
and then your offense should be in pretty good shape next year.
Yeah, I don't think he's back though. That's not going to happen.
I don't think you don't think he's back.
No, that's a pipe dream. No, there's no way that happens.
Okay.
Although with the NCAA in court, who knows?
Yeah.
Although with the NCAA in the courts, who know? I just don't think the NCAA, because that'll be like a Kurt Flood thing. Then all of a sudden, any time that you spend in junior college isn't going to count against your clock. And I don't think the NCAA or the courts want to see that kind of thing happen to the sport, is my sense. They're going to throw every weight they have at it, every political chip, everything they can not to have the sport, what would the term even be, defaced in that way, because it would be a different game if you did that.
Yeah. Well, hey, I appreciate it. I just want to get in and give that little pushback, because I know we keep saying he's bad in the portal, and I'm not trying to stump for the guy, but I don't think he's been horribly bad in the portal. I think we maybe gambled a little too much on Boo.
Yes,
being an upstanding citizen, and I think that might have caused Jacoby Thomas to pursue other options.
Yes,
should have been able to hold on to him, but
the Thomas.
Yeah, I don't know how you rolled with Turrentine all year though. That's the biggest head scratcher of the season to me. Defensively.
The Thomas thing is really interesting because his agent, he wanted to stay here, and he went to them and he said, "Hey, this is Miami's offer," and Tennessee didn't believe him. And that's why he walked. He did not want to leave. So, and he's sorely missed, yes. And he wasn't great, by the way, but he was sorely missed here this year.
Yes, he was.
Thank you. Good talking to you.
All right, well, appreciate it.
I mean, yeah, and that's interesting. When he starts listing all those pieces we got out of the portal, guys, everybody has bits and pieces from the portal. You better, or you're going to get run over in this deal.
Well, I don't think he was alluding to, or he was implying that people here on the show were saying that he's not a portal guy. I've never heard that. The only thing that we've criticized is this past year, when you knew you were losing a whole bunch of people, he chose not to do that. I think when they've evaluated guys, I think they've hit on a lot more than they've missed on. I mean, Kitzelman certainly no one ever thought Kitzelman would do what he would do. Aguilar, same thing. I mean, Jermon McCoy, Colton Hood, neither one of those guys were thought to be huge transfers when they came in.
Yeah.
So I think when they make up their mind to go get some people, now, and then there were a couple of guys, like there was an offensive lineman last year that they thought they had committed, and then last minute he goes to LSU because it was stupid money. Well, that's just the way it goes, and I don't blame him for that. And the Jacoby Thomas thing, whether they believed him or not, he did nothing on the field last year that would justify paying him that much. He couldn't start last year, and there was no indication that he was going to be a starter this year. Now he's had a wonderful year here, but nobody could have predicted that.
No, and all of it's gambling. The whole portal thing is gambling. As Auburn's going to have a crack from midfield. I'm going to tell you something, Matt. Auburn has played a hell of a game tonight. And I know they've gotten some fortuitous stuff to happen here, but this thing went right to the end, as it should. Just a great sport, man. Just a great game. Iron Bowl's over. Alabama,
Georgia, and Atlanta.
Yep, and Alabama and Georgia and Atlanta. All changed. That. Yep. Do you think there's a chance?
Matchup.
It's
been a while.
Over the Bama curse, then Alabama will be a 3-loss team in the playoffs.
Is there a chance DeBoer gets out of there, guys?
Not now. No, not now.
Hey, can I make a note on what that last caller was saying about
the note, please?
The portal?
Yes.
I think that people's problem is not. I think what Seco said was accurate a moment ago about this past year in particular. But I think the other thing, at least to me, that's a little mystifying, is the caller that was cracking a few callers ago that kind of had a valid point about there's not programs, there's teams, and what Vandy's done. Like, I guess part of what's mystifying to me is, with that being the case, why do you have so much money hung up in your freshman class? If guys are not playing right now, because there's nothing stopping those guys from leaving after this year.
That's correct.
Right? So I think the point is, not that they're not doing anything in the portal, but why are you not investing more of those resources into getting guys that can help you now? Because there's no guarantees with anybody.
Yes.
You saw it with Nico. There's no guarantees with anybody. So why are you making that investment that could pay off 2 or 3 years down the road versus getting something that is going to help you this year? Because as you know, with these coaches, it's a year-to-year deal. I mean, if you're coaching for 3 years from now, this isn't 1990.
I think that's a terrific conversation to have, and I think that's an interesting one, and I think there's a yin and a yang, because you talk to people, and these kids are getting that don't play, okay? And part of Tennessee's true freshman class are getting tugged and pulled on. You know why they're getting tugged and pulled on? Because Tennessee's doing the same thing at schools to kids that aren't getting on the field. Because if you don't, you're not doing your job. And if kids don't, look, Stevie Nicks said it best, players only love you when they're playing. So, I'm not sure if thunder only happens when it's raining, though. I've heard thunder outside, but the players only love you when they're playing line's a great line. We're going to go back to our phones. I want to remind you that all the great sponsors like my man Alan and WeShipFloors.com, WeShipFloors.com, where the sale is going on through Monday. 45% off if you use the promo code Tony. 35% off if you use the promo code Negadave. And he actually made a sale the other day with somebody using the promo code Negadave. WeShipFloors.com. Shout out to our friends at Alumni Hall as well. Shout out to our friends at Dos Equis, Cervezas Mexicanas. Go for Dos. Go for Dos. On a night where Alabama defeats Auburn 27-20 and where Tennessee gets run out the gym by Vanderbilt 45-24. Also, shout out to our friends at Connexial, Knoxville's own transportation logistics tech company. We go back to our TLD Logistics phone line, and we get our next call in. Hello and welcome. You are on the air. Welcome in. Hi.
Howdy, Tony.
Hey, welcome in.
First of all, I just want to say thank you to Walker Painting. They've done great work with me before, and I'm happy to hear you guys read an ad for them here tonight.
That's fantastic, my friend. Thank you.
Of course. They do great work. It's great to be here on a wonderful Saturday evening to talk about them. But second of all, as a Tennessee Vol, usually about this time of year, I start to turn my attention to basketball season. And I'm a little concerned. I got two topics, but my first topic is: are you guys a little concerned checking out Vanderbilt in the Ken Palm rankings?
Actually, I think Vanderbilt's got an excellent young coach in Byington. I'd like to know what was in the water up there, because the real coach on that campus was the guy that's at Indiana, but the Byington guy's a pretty damn good coach. I think it's great. In Indiana? I think it's great. Yeah, the football coach. They were at James Madison's campus at the same time. But you're a Vanderbilt fan. You don't follow other sports, and you're out of here. Thank you, though. That was good, though. You using a sponsor name and getting it in the call. It bought you a few more seconds. You know what I mean? Before I blasted you, because I have the power of the button, brah. Don't mess with the power of the button.
Thank God you took it away from Brian. He let that first troll go on forever. Oh,
he really did. By the way, guys, go over to SMU, California right now, 11 seconds left. SMU just outside of field goal range. Matt, how is SMU on the ropes to Cal? Like, how crazy of a sport is this? What's going on here?
Cal's got a 5-star freshman quarterback who's
very
torched
good.
them.
Yes. He's very good.
With an interim coach, because for some dumbass reason they fired Wilcox.
Who could be a great DC here next year.
Who does Cal think they are, really, to be honest with you?
What's the flag?
What's the flag? What's the flag? What's the flag?
If it's on SMU, they're out of field goal range.
I mean, come on,
are
guys.
Are they going to bail them out? The umpire that threw it.
Bail them out. Are they going to
bail them out with some weird hands to the face on the defense?
Yeah, it looks like he's pointing. He's pointing at the line of scrimmage. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Tony, it's Jeff from Jonesboro.
Hey, Jeff from Jonesboro. Welcome in, my brother.
Just an incredibly disheartening night. Just everybody said it. 1,000 times, but I just got to say it. Just there's so many things with our program at so many levels that just need to be totally overhauled. Not a total over. I'm okay with keeping Heupel. Banks has got to go. I'm just tired of seeing. I don't know how you don't put a spy on Pavia. I just don't know how you do that. I was not able to watch the game for the first half.
Neither was Tim Banks.
But listening to Mike Keith, time and time again, he would say, Pavia runs to the right, there is no one there. Alexander runs to the left, there is no one there. He used the phrase, there's no one there, time and time again. We're just totally clueless.
I think Mike also tonight, which I love about him, because he's not afraid to say it while he's saying it. He also at some point tonight said, if they have a play, they need to pull it out right here. In other words, like, they're not stopping these guys at all. But anyway,
I remember that. I remember hearing that. One question is, and this is like digging in the weeds for something, a nook and cranny, like you just said. It seems like, is this the last year of our scholarship reductions? From the
stuff hasn't mattered.
No one said anything about that.
That hasn't mattered in forever. It doesn't matter. You can buy as many guys as you want. You go to 105 now. You're under a new dispensation these days. You can buy 105 players now.
Well, if everybody else, just incrementally, it just may help with. It could help with the depth, but I know it's not a big deal.
No,
but,
it doesn't. It's not a thing anymore. We have a new.
Okay.
There's 105. You're allowed to sign to 105 now, so it's way past those days.
You're right that we do not. We just haven't found the right balance of what to do in the portal, and which players to. Recruit and bring in. I don't know. We got to have someone help Josh figure that out, because I don't think he knows what he's doing in that area. I hate to say it. We need a general manager. We need someone to help him out. I think we need a general manager.
Big time, man.
Yeah.
But here's the problem.
We're flailing.
But here's the problem, and Sean said it earlier. How as a general manager or somebody that an athletic director installs going to go tell a $10 million coach what to do? We have, guys, a 5-loss, count them, 5-loss Duke team playing for the ACC championship next week. And John Adams returns to the scene of the crime. Now, I'm going to let him double
against
dip.
a dog shit Virginia team.
Against a horrible Virginia team. John, should they have a special dispensation and not allow either one of those two teams into the college football playoff and let Vanderbilt go, yes or no?
Yeah, that's really embarrassing.
You could get 2 G5 teams in, because they both might be ranked ahead of Duke if Duke were to win.
Which is something Matt said earlier.
Keep Pavia out. I don't care how good he is.
He doesn't care about the playoffs. He's going to New York.
Hey, Matt. Hey, John, your news outlet, my News Sentinel, Tyler Whetstone reporting that one of the Pavia brothers got arrested this evening for public drunkenness unless Tyler Whetstone has a fake account. Is Tyler Whetstone a real person?
Yeah, of course he is. He's an outstanding reporter.
Well, he reported, and then somebody came below him and actually had a photo of the other brother being loaded into a paddy wagon down under the stadium because he apparently jumped into the police's investigation and they hauled him away as well.
Well, that sounds almost targeted, doesn't it? I mean, how many people could you arrest for drunk and disorderly after a Tennessee football game?
Well, those guys have gotten arrested down on Broadway before. After home games, so apparently those The Pavias go very hard. Pavia Nation. Apparently, they're drinking the finest of whatever it is they're drinking. I don't know.
Not the finest of anything. Come on, Tone.
Well, no, on their brother's dime is what I'm saying. Because those two guys aren't working. No offense to them. Hey, John, by the way.
They got them ankle monitors, apparently.
Well, interesting. John, is it getting any better on your end? As we just saw, Cal just beat an SMU team trying to get into the ACC playoffs. What in the hell is going on in college football?
I think the entire stadium actually stormed the field, too. Everybody in the crowd.
It looks like Nico's cousins down there and family. There's a guy from the old group Devo there. Wow. God, this girl just got elbowed in the face. Man, one of the reporters from ESPN just got elbowed in the face by some kid celebrating. What in the hell are they doing at Cal, man? Where's the crowd control?
Listen, Tony, I was...
Banks would never let that happen. Tim Banks would never let contact happen like that with a reporter. I'm sorry, John. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just watching. I'd recorded something earlier, and it came on, and it was the end of the Ohio State game, and it was snowing. The field was starting to ice over, and I thought I saw somebody in a gorilla suit. Was anybody at that game?
Did they slip and fall on the field?
Huh?
Did they slip on the field?
Thank God Paulie called in early before I started drinking.
865-200-5402. Of course, he called in and he played the Rick Barnes hit.
Yeah, I almost asked him if he was going to go to Notre Dame's playoff game again this year. I think the Cal interim coach is the one that got fired because he didn't take the COVID vaccine during the pandemic.
That guy there?
At Washington State, yeah.
He was the interim coach. He got fired because he wouldn't get the vaccine.
He just had a kid walk up to him and elbow him and do a selfie with him. And he looked at the kid like,
they're going to be climbing the damn trees out there tonight.
Hello and welcome in.
How did SMU lose to Cal?
They choked. That's how. Hi,
Cal
welcome
has a
in.
damn good quarterback.
Hi, welcome in. You're on the air.
He's pretty erratic, though.
He's really erratic.
I'm sorry. I don't want to cut you off. You want to finish your thought?
No, go right ahead.
So I heard the previous caller talking about the Pavias being arrested. Look, I'm all for if we want to, as a nation, get together. I'm willing to, as a Tennessee Vol, get together and deport the Pavias.
Back to the phones we go. Billy Derrick, your callers, your listeners, I'm holding him and George Plaster responsible. These people are not funny. They're not interesting. They're not entertaining. They're not like the Kentucky people at all. Kentucky has way better trolls. Vandy, I realize, Vandy Nation, you're only used to winning at college baseball, which till we started to moderately care about it here, now we own you in. You don't exist in college basketball anymore. Nobody cares about your bowling trophies, skeet or archery, okay? So, I don't know, but you better get better at your troll game or whatever this is you're doing on here. Because that guy there was just, buddy, I could have named that tune in 2 notes that you weren't for real. In 2 notes. You're in the key of N. Complete nerd, man. Y'all are a bunch of nerds. No offense.
Notre Dame leads Stanford 28-0.
Thank you, Brian. I appreciate the update. Hi, welcome in.
Do you think they're going to win?
Hi, welcome in. You're on the air.
Did Tennessee Tech win?
They got beat.
No.
Of course they did.
No, they lost. Big time.
31-6.
Jesus, that was at home, too.
Yeah, they got rolled, man.
Right? Yeah, really, idiot?
Hey, welcome in. You're on the air.
They sing you in.
He doesn't know. Hey, welcome in. You're on the air. 3, 2, 1, another Vandy moron. Hey, welcome in. Hi, you're on the air.
Tony.
Yes.
Dustin from Roco.
Finally, a real phone caller.
Hey,
Disappointing loss tonight, guys, and let's call it what it is. Is there any? I agree with John Adams on everything he said earlier when he first came on. It's time to ship some of those guys on that defensive side of the ball off, and let's go get us a defensive coordinator, especially Willie Martinez. Just they ain't getting it done.
Banks coaches the safeties, though. The safeties are Banks' responsibility. Willie Mo at least has an excuse in that he lost some guys and developed two guys. He developed a kid from Colorado.
Our corners aren't the problem.
No. It's Banks. It's Banks. It's Banks. It's Banks. I know Martinez keeps catching strays, so to speak, but it's really, really Banks' deal, the safeties.
Well, I mean, in a way, yeah, you're starting to see more guys, but still, I mean, even with McCoy last year and, with Hood this year, but, I mean, where would we be without those guys? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely.
But with the kid, the freshman this year, I mean, we had to get him. If we don't get that guy, to commit, as coming as a freshman, we're relying on one of the other guys that's underneath him, especially with Gibson being out.
Yeah, he's a nice player. See, that's why I get that people are at Willie Martinez or whatever they're at him, but that's an interesting. It's an interesting thing because the guy that really deserves the ire is poor Tim Banks, who's actually rich Tim Banks.
Yeah. And there's one other thing, the fact that we're not rotating 8 and 9 offensive linemen at this point really tells you our development at the offensive line, and.
Well, they had to rely on the transfer portal. You know that. You know the development at the
I know
offensive
that.
line doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen.
We relied on the transfer portal last year, and we relied on the transfer portal this year too.
And we're going to do it again next year. That's right.
And we're probably the from everything I've been hearing, you're probably looking at maybe even a freshman starting at either left tackle or right tackle next year.
Mm-hmm.
So, because we pretty much know Hurd's gone.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's coming. I don't know, man. It's just they're gonna have to do something. They're gonna have to make some moves because if Heupel comes out with this staff next year, like it is with no changes, we're gonna be sending him down the road.
I agree with that.
And
I don't know if they all realize that over there. I don't know if they realize that, but that's exactly what's getting ready to happen after tonight's game. Tonight's game is a sea changer for him, man.
I hate that for him because I really like the guy.
I do too.
But he needs to figure out a way to get his message to the referees in these ball games.
Yep.
To get that deal across, because if he don't, he needs to be throwing stuff down on the ground out there whenever the guys are getting these penalties on there, just to make sure that the referees know, hey, I'm not going to take your shit no more. Because there's been some bad stuff. There's been some bad play calls or bad in-game decisions made by the refs that's hurt him as a head coach.
He gets 0 home whistle. He gets 0 respect from those people, man. Like 0. Like, I don't know what he did to these people. They do not like him. I don't understand it. But I appreciate you nonetheless. Thank you. Excellent phone call. On your TLD Logistics phone lines, online at tldlogistics.com. And we're on Garza Law, 5th quarter fan reaction. It's unbelievable, Andy Mack. I will share with you who's in the room right now because it's hard to keep track of. Cinco's been riding high tonight. Brian Hartman, a stalwart. He's been in here for close to 5 hours. I'm only contractually obligated to do 3, so I don't know what it says about me. Matt Dixon's here. He started to imbibe. Got Ewad, who worked for AP tonight. I've got the great Alex Myers, who you'll hear in here hosting on Garza Law Tennessee basketball overtime. We have a game Tuesday night. We've got Sean Sinclair in the mix and in the hunt, and John Adams, my Knoxville News Sentinel. If you want to get in, 865-200-5402. Nick Swatson asks, John, if Duke wins the ACC championship next week, could Tulane and James Madison both get in with no ACC team present? In other words, a 4-loss ACC team. Could that happen, John? Because that's something to kind of cheer for.
They could take a – yeah, that's possible, I think. But I don't understand. I mean, Miami is the best team in the ACC.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you want to value championships.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what there should be? There should be something that's not set in stone. And if there's something just totally off or wrong, you could just say, okay, we're not taking them, and we're going to take an at-large team instead.
But you know what they do in the NFL, John? When there's a bad division, they take a team that's 7-10. It's happened before.
Yeah, and they host a playoff game with them.
And they'll host a playoff game with them. Yeah, they'll even make the mockery. That's right, Brian. They commit to the bit in the NFL.
They'll host a team that's like 12-5.
They commit to the bit in the NFL now. So I don't know. I don't know what to think about it.
But I just think for a 10-2 SEC team to get left out just really doesn't seem right. And do you think Tennessee would have gotten in at 10-2?
Matt, would Tennessee have gotten in at 10-2, or would they be in that predicament right now? Because they'd have that win over Georgia.
Yeah, Tennessee would be in.
Oh, if they beat Georgia, they would be.
Yeah. Yep. Or if they had beaten Oklahoma and Vandy, you would have 2 quality wins, and you'd basically take Oklahoma's place. So yeah, you'd have gotten in.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
I think a 9-3 Texas actually would get in over 10-2 Vandy.
See, I think that's interesting. I think that's an interesting conversation because they elected to play Ohio State to begin the year at Ohio State, and we now know what Ohio State is because they were like the Smiths today. I mean, meat was murder. They put it on that Michigan bunch.
What if they just scheduled Rice instead of Ohio State? Do you think at 10-2 they'd be a lock?
Probably.
Yes, they're Texas. Absolutely.
Yeah. With
okay, but what about this? And I think we talked about this earlier, not on this show, but another one. But what if instead of Vanderbilt's name on the jersey, it was Texas's with the exact same body of work? Would it get in?
Yes.
No question.
Yes.
I agree. Yeah, and
because
see,
their
that's
metrics would be higher because they have the recruiting profile that plays into all the advanced numbers would be a lot higher than Vandy's. And it's Texas. Texas is getting in. Yeah.
Yep. It's still made for television, guys, and it always will be. That's the one thing about all these things, you know.
Well, it's not fair that Notre Dame is really good. I really like this Notre Dame team. But it's not fair that it doesn't play in the conference and just has this automatic access to the playoffs. It's just not fair.
C, who's listening to us right now, said if Duke wins the ACC title game, there will be 2 Group of 5 teams. He said James Madison and the winner of North Texas Tulane are both going to get in if Duke wins next week.
Jeez.
He said this is a ridiculous sport when those 2 teams are going to get in, or 2 of those 3 teams get in, while Texas, Miami, Vanderbilt are scratching and clawing and politicking. 2 Group of 5 teams, no ACC team will be guaranteed in the playoffs with a Duke win against Virginia next week. That is ridiculous. And by the way, the teams that
I mean,
draw
they
them,
made the agreement though that the top 5 conference
No,
champions
you and
are
this.
automatic bids.
You
I
and
mean,
these.
unless you want to remove that,
you and these shit
and you can't do
teams.
it now for this year.
It's stupid.
But you go back, but remember, this whole playoff thing, it's not as though in a way that teams are getting left out like Miami. If it would have taken care of business and won the ACC, it had the best team, but it didn't do that. I mean, it's on Miami.
David
It should have
Ackworth.
won the ACC.
David Ackworth has a question. I will acknowledge the floor to David Ackworth. Dave, I wore your knee brace today, by the way, that you sent me last year. I went for a walk in the park, and I wore your knee brace. Dave said, do we typically have the AD on the field in front of the coach to greet the seniors when they're introduced to run through the tee? Because apparently Danny White was down there tonight. Matt, is that a typical thing we see at Senior Day, that the AD's on the field?
Danny White's done it every year he's been here, but before that, I don't think the AD was actually on the field. Maybe they were in the tunnel, but they were not actually on the field like Danny White is.
I think our previous AD was known to even support so far as to go out on the practice field.
Well, he didn't greet him, but he watched film. That's right. That's why we call him Filmer.
Maybe Danny White could help coach the safeties.
So this is fun. This is fun. Trev says, Tony, our defense is 110 out of 134 in red zone defense. Jeez. Trev, to that I reply, I'm surprised they're that high.
They were 134 3 weeks ago.
Let's go back to the phone. See, they're coming. They're coming on strong.
They got a red zone style. They got a red zone turnover today.
I mean, what do you want from them, Trev? God.
Bend but don't break.
Duke,
did you think there were more missed tackles than usual in that game by Tennessee?
Duke actually has 5 losses. John, what constitutes a missed tackle? Do you have to get near somebody? We had a guy that's real in X's and O's earlier.
Well, that's what I was.
Yeah.
That's what I was getting at.
Yeah.
I thought there were more untouched touchdown runs up for Vanderbilt.
Yes.
Than any opponent Tennessee's faced this year. Untouched.
Oh yeah. If that was 2-hand touch, they're still scoring on several runs.
Hello. And they couldn't have gotten near a flag to pull that out.
Hello and welcome into our next call. You're on our Garza Law 5th quarter fan reaction. We're going to crack the 5-hour mark just to say we did it at this point.
Tony, this is Mark in Chattanooga. How you doing, brother?
Hey, Mark in the Scenic City. You gave me my lovely wife, and for that I'm forever indebted, brother. I love the Scenic City.
Man, I wish I was calling under better circumstances, and I've not gotten a chance to tune in until now, so I'm sorry if I'm repeating things.
Thank you, brother. No, we're here for you, man.
But I hate to say it, man, but I feel really eerily similar to how I did after the 2015 season under Butch Jones, where you just knew he was not the guy. Like, you've seen enough evidence to know he's not the guy. And I know we're not getting rid of Josh Heupel. I'm not saying that. But I feel like there's enough evidence to know he's not a championship caliber coach. He's a good coach, but the flaws that he has are so catastrophic that you're just not going to win a championship under those circumstances, in my opinion.
I think that's a fair conclusion to come to at this point.
And another thing is,
here's the difference, though. Here's the difference. Back then, you built programs. Now you're putting teams together annually, so it's kind of a different deal.
And well, my biggest fear is too, we obviously need major staff changes. To be honest with you, I know the offense took a big step forward this year, but I think he needs a real offensive coordinator. I know he's still going to run his offense, but he needs a guy that can actually contribute and lean on to call the play so he can focus on being the CEO. And I don't think he's going to do that. But also, we obviously need a defensive coordinator, a guy that can actually make adjustments in real time and put guys in better position to be successful. But my reason why I'm afraid he's not going to make a change is, we just saw a year ago when we went down to Columbus and we got brutalized against a team that is a championship caliber team and, has a pretty damn good staff overall. We just saw us get, blitzed against Ohio State, and we did not attack the portal the way I would hope we would. Seeing the roster deficiencies that we had, we did not attack the transfer portal in the way that could give you instant impact type of guys.
Yes.
And, he basically just retained the core of the roster for the most part. But then even more so, which pisses me off, we let Jacoby Thomas walk and to give Boo Carter more money, and he's having an All-American caliber season at Miami right now.
So the thing about the decisions in the off season are interesting because, again, these are conversations we can all have and are worth having. And doing a daily talk show during this era, I find fruitful because you don't have to come up with things to talk about. There's a panoply of topics from which to choose in your palette as you're doing these shows throughout the year. And it's my contention, Alex said it best. Last year in the Elite Eight, Rick Barnes ran into that Houston team, and they got together as a coaching staff, and they decided, you know what? We got bullied today on the basketball court and really snuffed out by a more physical team than we are. We are going to mirror them. We're going to become them. And they spent a lot of money on it. And they brought that Carey guy in. And Matt, without the Carey guy in the Houston game the other night, they do not beat Houston in November. I don't know if they're going to be able to get past Houston in March when it matters because it'll be a different Houston team by then. But that's kind of the point the caller's making here. And I know you can't compare football and basketball, but there is, I'll say this for Josh Heupel, there's an alarming level of comfort with him that I don't like. When you speak about guys that win at high levels, Tony Vitello's team was way better than everybody. I can say this now that he's gone. Matt, who was the Hispanic kid that he had last year on the team? Alberto, what was the kid's name?
Alberto Ozuna.
He called me up, Tony did, and cussed me out. One night early in the spring. Why aren't you writing about him on your blog? Why aren't you talking about him on the show? You're the Shiano Sunday guy. I go, Tony, you have every freaking player and you're beating everybody by 100 runs. But you know what I learned about him to my friend in Chattanooga that night? I learned that Tony Vitello's got that sicko gear that Nick Saban had when he was at Alabama. It's never enough for those people. Like, they get the best team, and they want a team that's better than the best team. And I don't get that from our football coach. No offense to him.
Absolutely, Tony.
I don't get that from him.
He lacks that killer instinct, and we've seen that all throughout this year. But what I'm also going to finish out my phone call with, we kind of had the luxury of playing a relatively easy SEC conference schedule the past two seasons, and you're not going to get that luxury next year. If he does not make changes,
that's right,
we're going to get exposed big time, and I'm afraid this program is going to take a deep dive in the wrong direction. And I appreciate you having me on, Tony.
Thank you.
Have a nice night.
Yeah, you too. Here's the difference, though, man. You don't build programs anymore. You have teams each year. That's all. And, John, it is a major difference because what we're doing is, and somebody said it earlier, and I have to revisit my mind now, we let Vanderbilt come into our building and kill us, and Vanderbilt never has killed anybody. But as Matt said earlier, after witnessing them in person, Matt's contention with Vanderbilt is what, Matt, after seeing them in person?
Well, I mean, they're a better team than Tennessee.
And he thinks they're playing better than anybody out there right now.
They have, their offense is better than anybody's in the country right now. The last month, it has been.
If they got on the field,
there's numbers that will back that up. But once they started throwing the ball downfield along with the running game, They went from being very efficient to being very efficient and high scoring.
John, Lane Kiffin has not made his decision yet. Is it coming? Because it's still Central Time. Does he release it like at 11:45 down there tonight? His time.
Okay.
Gosh, I mean, how long can you prolong this? I mean, it's kind of ridiculous.
Ross Dellinger puts out a tweet. He said, "Update: LSU execs and Lane Kiffin's reps held a call after the Tigers game at OU to continue solidifying the deal with travel plans. The university is sending 2 planes to Oxford on Sunday. His family and other sources tell Yahoo Sports." That's Ross Dellinger, and this is a real account.
Yeah,
well, I think the delay. I think that's what everybody expected. If you let this go on this long, you're not staying at Ole Miss. It's pretty obvious. But I think what's going on here is I think Kiffin wants to get the best of both worlds. I think he wants to keep coaching the Ole Miss team through the playoffs, and I guess LSU would allow that if he wants to do that. But I don't know if
can't do that.
Will. Well, I don't know if Ole Miss would allow that.
No, Ole Miss ain't gonna let him do it.
You can't do it.
Is
I don't
Marty?
think LSU would want that either.
What happens
No, I
now?
don't know.
Since
But they would if
it's
it meant
a rival.
Since Dellinger broke that story, does Marty now have Kiffin's dog shit on his boot, one of his boots, Brian? Because he's camped outside his house.
Oh, that's true.
Martin Smith.
But Ross,
Mr. Marty Forstraws.
Did you notice after the interview, after the game with Kiffin?
Yeah.
A post-game interview, and I don't remember the lady's name that was interviewing him. And after they cut away, she went back and hugged him and then walked off.
I mean, what are we doing, John? What are we doing? These women have a crush on this guy.
Well,
he just has. He has a power over them, man. I mean, he's like a cat. When he was at UT, I mean, he was like a total Casanova. And John knows. I know. Hey, listen, it's getting late. Let me get into some of Matt's liquor. I'll tell you all about it. Yeah, but Marty's got. What's the dog's name? What's Kiffin's dog's name?
Juice Kiffin.
Hang on a second. I'm mixing my metaphors now. Doesn't Gruden have a kid named Juice? Matt Dixon?
What?
He's a strength coach. Or no, it's Deuce.
Hang on a second. Now wait a second.
Wait a minute.
Are you telling me that
Deuce
Marty?
Who's Juice?
Hang on. Are you telling me that Marty stepped in the Deuce created by Juice? And how does that tie back to? How does that tie back to? Both Kiffin and Chucky. These things are all running together now. I've been doing this for too long. All right, let's go back to the phones. TD Vol said he named a son after OJ. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony. It's Erica in Nashville.
Hello, Erica. Welcome in.
And I'm not a Vanderbilt fan.
Thank you, Erica.
In fact, that's why I'm calling.
Thank you, Erica. Tell me about this.
Listen, it's going to be rough. Everybody needs to pray for us who live in Nashville that are UT fans, because this is going to be unbearable for like the next year. It's just, and that's what's so frustrating to me, because the Heupel doesn't get it. Doesn't understand like what this game, like the expectation here and what it feels like. You could tell on his face, you could tell by the approach to this game, like he doesn't understand. And I'm just really tired, just like everybody else, of calls going against us in our own house every game, and he looks like just bewildered on the sidelines, doesn't do anything, just bewildered, just like looking with his mouth agape, and just like, oh my gosh, what was that? I mean, roughing the passer. I mean, it's just so frustrating. And you've been on here for almost 5 hours. I thought you were probably done, And I just thought I'd hop on because it just is. We were actually, I'm from East Tennessee. We were in the area, and I wanted to go to the game originally, and my husband was like, absolutely not.
Why? Did he know what was happening? Did he know what was going to happen?
Because of the 2016 game, we were at the went to the Nashville game, and had to sit amongst professors who were laughing in our faces. We lost that year, so it just things need to return to the right order of the world. And if Heupel doesn't understand what that is, then it's going to be pretty rough. And I don't think he needs to be fired, but I mean, what are we doing here? As you all like to say, what are we doing here?
I'll tell you
and
one.
With that,
you're going to listen to it. You're going to listen to it in the mid-state, and I'll tell you what else too. Heupel and Danny White are in a different reality now. Danny White's strong-arming of fans was not going to go on after this tonight. Our fan base is not going to stand for that. I know this place. When you're winning and going to the playoffs and you want to strong-arm me into some more money and all that strong-arm stuff they do, okay, fine. You throw up an 8-4 season with 0 quality wins in your building. Your one win of note was on the road with Florida, and you look the way they looked at home while his game presentation looks the way it looks. Hey, more power to you, Danny White. Your 31,000-seat waiting list is going to get a workout, my friend.
Absolutely. And I will say there have been a few people who've taken up for Heupel in some ways, and some
Sure.
and you have too, Tony, a little bit.
I
over
do take up for him.
The season about the that we got Aguilar came in and at the end of the spring season, and but Heupel is partially responsible for that. I mean, he recruited Nico. I mean, like, he brought that family to Knoxville, and he knew that they were trying to, that they were just in it for the money, and that they were holding our team hostage in December of last year when we went to Columbus and suffered through that embarrassment. And so, I mean, he's just far from perfect. I mean, and I don't know if there's better out there, and I appreciate where he's got in our program. But I mean, he's not. I appreciate that I think he's a good guy, and I handled himself well during the Nico situation. But I mean, he's not thoughtless in the fact that we were in that situation and ended up having to find an Appalachian State quarterback in May. So
Totally.
I'll hang up.
Yeah, thank you. Great talking to you. Thank you. It was excellent hearing from you on our TLD Logistics phone lines. Matt Dixon, help me out with this. Steve Kawicki. Everyone is projecting their own worries and assuming they can read body language of our coach. Accurate, Matt?
I think it's gone overboard and a little too much, because when things are going well, he's kind of got the same demeanor then too. Yep. He very rarely gets excited. That's just kind of who he is. He plays things kind of even keel and calm, and most of the time I think that's a strength when you can do that as a coach, because your team can. I mean, maybe your team reflects it too much in the negatives, but like he just doesn't show a lot of emotion on the sidelines. Like I just don't view it as such a negative that a lot of our fans do when things are going wrong, because he's that way when things are going really well also.
I think fans always do that. They always overreact when things aren't going well. Yeah. They look for things with which to criticize the coach.
Appearance thing.
It could be
right?
how he dresses.
I mean, who the hell cares if he's chewing gum? Like, seriously.
That was a big topic.
I know, but those are just symptoms when things don't go as well as you like. Yeah. I mean, of course it's meaningless, but Matt hit it on the head, and that's what's different to me than those other losses to Vanderbilt. Tennessee has had, and it's been a while, but back around 2016, when Jeremy Pruitt was, those were really bad Tennessee teams. This isn't a bad team, and as Matt pointed out, Vanderbilt's just better. There was nothing flukish about this. It was Vanderbilt was a better team. The line play, and that's what struck me that really got my attention with Vanderbilt early on. I knew how good Pavia was and Eli Stowers. But when it played LSU, and I thought LSU was pretty good at the time, it wasn't great or anything, but it has pretty good line. And Vanderbilt outplayed it in the trenches, both sides of the ball. This is a pretty good Vanderbilt team,
I'd say.
And the other thing that Matt pointed out, I thought that was really poignant, is that not many teams change their personality offensively during the course of the season. And I wonder if Vanderbilt would have done that sooner, if it might have beaten Alabama.
They could have run away from them, right, John?
Yeah, because if you were, what Vanderbilt was trying to do was kind of what he did last year, was run clock, control the ball, run some option. Not that many teams can just go from ball control, option offense to just throwing it all over the place with wide. They've got skilled wide receivers, a great tight end, and pretty good running backs, and the offensive line is accomplished.
Alex, you've been in here for 5+ hours. I have a question for you now. Alex Myers, are you still there? A proof of life check on Alex Myers, ladies and gentlemen.
Barely. I'm holding on.
All right. I was talking about Marty Smith earlier. Is holding vigil at down at
that's kind of ridiculous.
Down at Lane Kiffin's place, as if, I don't know, he's going to smell his sewage or something, and or the smokestack is going to emerge like we're choosing a new pope or something. It's beyond ridiculous. He couldn't be here today for their Marty and McGee show. He left McGee here so he could be down there holding vigil at Lane Kiffin's house, like he's waiting to see if Cato Kalin's going to pop out from back in the bungalow. It's the most idiotic thing in the world. All right, so we popped John. All right, so Alex, let's see if we can pop you now. I said earlier that Marty, and I'm reporting that Marty stepped in a deuce created by juice. Now, that's Lane Kiffin's dog that has its own account. So we're breaking news. That Whetstone guy broke a story tonight. That, by the way, somebody asks, what was the over-under on Pavia arrest? It went over 1.5. Apparently, both Pavia brothers got arrested tonight in Neyland Stadium. So if you played the over on Tony's totals yesterday, you're a wiener. All right, Alex. Marty stepped in a deuce created by juice. Tennessee gal, TN, came behind and said, or did Marty drop a deuce for juice? Now, what do you find? What do you find,
Brian, what's the score of the Notre Dame game now?
What do you find more plausible? And what do you think of somebody called Tennessee gal engaging us in that behavior and encouraging it from me?
I think Tennessee Gal's been a part of the Basilio listenership in the radio family for quite a while if she's acting like that. I'm for it, Tony. I'm for it.
Well, did Marty drop a deuce for juice? And I thought that – hang on a second. I thought that Juice was the name of Gruden's kid, but it's really what, Matt?
I think it's Deuce.
Who is built like Artemis.
Yeah, he's like a 5'8" strength coach.
Okay. So let me get this right now. And
Brian, it's like Nevada or Hawaii playing right now.
And Lane Kiffin's
San Jose State, are they playing?
Both
Tony,
of them.
You know who the happiest person on
Dixie.
planet Earth is that Marty is on this distraction right now? It's got to be Nick Saban, right?
Oh, no doubt about it. So somebody comes out and says, you can't tell what Heupel's doing, by his body language. Dave just jumped over here on YouTube, John, to say the following in Dave's voice. Brian, I'm going to read it to you, and then you're going to read it in Dave's voice. You ready? Heupel is comatose on the sideline. Go ahead and do it like Dave, Brian.
Apple's comatose on the sideline. He's comatose on the sideline.
Oh, my gosh. John, do you think this show's idiotic? Yes or no? John Adams. Did he leave? Now he's still there. I thought he left. One of us is drinking whiskey and the other one should be. Okay, Steve Kawiki said, it's so laughable, Tony. I saw that. I love Marty, but he takes himself way too seriously.
Brian, does Nevada always hit this hard?
Matt,
on defense? I mean, they're getting the absolute hell beaten out of them, but they're out there flying around.
John, what's the worst? John,
42-17
what's
late.
The worst thing that you were ever? TD Vols is wondering if Joshy Boy's banned. Yeah, Joshy Boy, that's going to get referred to we have a commissioner. His conduct earlier is going to be referred to the commissioner. I don't make those decisions. I'm not qualified to say whether or not Joshy Boy is banned or not. John, what's the worst thing that's similar to that you had to cover and watch vigil over in your day? Did we lose John on the air? Is that breaking news, Matt, if we lose John on the air?
It says he's still in the room.
That's what I'm saying.
He might have fallen asleep like Brian.
He's not muted.
He's not muted. So if we lose him on the air, is that breaking news? Tennessee Gal TN says, it's better to laugh than cry. Thank you guys for making me laugh. Making this gal laugh rather than the other. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. 5 hours and 15 minutes of this is about enough for me. Does anybody have any final thoughts that we haven't said? Some of you made sense tonight and have helped me feel better. So,
hi, Toddy Bozzolio.
Thank you, Brian. That's very good. That's constructive. Anybody else?
I guess what's next is the bowl game. Whatever that is and whatever flavor it is.
God, I hope it's after Christmas. Brian, I don't want Brian to get hot again. Shit.
Good night, Brian.
Brian, what is the bowl game going to be? Project for me now. 8-4. What's the bowl game?
I'll say they'll be in the Gator Bowl.
Really? What's the date on that?
Shooting off the top of my head. I mean,
is that December 27? December 27?
Yeah, I think so.
Daryl Talent reporting.
There's 10 SEC teams that are bowl eligible so some of them, a few of them will be in the playoffs. So that'll be probably 6 or 7 SEC teams that'll be in bowls.
I think we need to stay on air until Kiffin makes a decision.
Steve Kawawiki's asking, I'll be on Monday from 11 to 1. We're on every day. 5 days a week, 11 to 1 Eastern time, or you can catch us right here. But thank you. They're saying Music City Bowl. Music City Bowl. Or the Duke's Mayo Bowl.
Well, to have to go play in Nashville after what Vandy did to you is probably the ultimate troll job. That's not good.
Have we played the Duke's Mayo Bowl before, Matt?
No.
No, not the bowl game. We played in the kickoff game.
So I guess technically we would be a possibility for that. I don't know how they move these teams around in the lesser bowls.
Yeah, you won't be matched up with Georgia Tech. Or at least they would, theory, try not to.
That's right, because you play them next year. Boy, they they had kind of a rough end of their season, didn't they?
We're gonna beat the hell out of them next year.
Oh yeah, I think that's gonna happen.
Yeah, Heupel will win the fan base back on that game. We'll blow out an ACC team like we always do.
Yes, just like super truck somebody.
Correct me if I'm wrong. They'll have a new quarterback. That Haynes King is gone, right?
Yes, he is.
Correct.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Yeah, and he's basically carried them all year.
He is the team.
Their backup quarterback this year is Aaron Philo, who's a friend of mine from UT. His father's a Tennessee graduate. Comes from the same Pennsylvania area. We used to drive back and forth to school. And his son's all grown up and is the quarterback at Georgia Tech. That's a pretty incredible story, if you want my opinion. And when they played him this year, he was pretty good. But they're going to be kind of where we're going to be, which is, do you want to put somebody out there that's less experienced, or do you go and get somebody out of the portal? And we'll be tracking all this and that, and a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And tonight, when Vanderbilt scored to make it 7-6, they had a fan going like this, doing the 6-7, 6-7 thing. Those of you that are familiar with that. I want to slap the hell out of whoever came up with that, by the way. Matt, thank you. Ewad, thank you. Alex, thank you for engaging me in my sophomoric behavior. And I want to thank all of our terrific sponsors once again. Marcos Garza, the Garza Law Firm. Shout out to them. Shout out to our friends at VIP Play. Shout out to our friends at Calhoun's. I'm getting really hungry for the taste of Tennessee. Shout out to T3 Vodka, where you score a T3 TD each and every time. Our friends at Waterside Contracting. Walker's Painting, who got a shout out tonight. Shout out to our friends at TLD Logistics, online at tldlogistics.com. Conexial, drive life with Conexial, KONEXIAL.com. Josh Collins, the Collins Insurance Agency. Dos Equis, go for Dos. Shout out to our friends also at Performance Medicine. Perform your best with Performance Medicine. Also, Alumni Hall, online at alumnihall.com. And shout out to our friends at WeShipFloors.com. Remember, the sale goes on through Monday, Cyber Monday, at WeShipFloors.com. 45% off with the promo code Tony. 35% off with the promo code Negadave. One of the greatest radio commercials that's ever aired in the history of radio. For Matt, for Bry, for Cinco, for John Adams, for Juice and Deuce, Brian Hartman, and also Ewad and Laura. My name's Tony. I hope you have a great one. And Lane Kiffin, I hope you understand what you're getting yourself into, brother. Because I don't know that you're going to like it too much. Because those people down there don't play, and they're half crazy. They're half crazy down there. But till we meet again, I love you. I appreciate you. If you missed any portions of tonight's activity and for some unknown reason would want to listen back, I'm going to replay the show right now to our friends who are traveling, and we will do that for you because that's what we do. In the meantime, I love you. I appreciate you. It's been incredible. 12,000 people over. Let me see here. What am I doing here, T? Get off that. And get over here to YouTube. Okay, there we go. Kind of number we do on YouTube. Just one thing alone, we got 12,000. Let's see here. Oh, there's so many ways to digest this stuff now, or whatever you call it. Ingest it. What's the word? Take it in. 5 hours and 20 minutes. I mean, what kind of like sophomoric immature person would joke around about deuce and juice and juice and deuce and really amuse themselves and Butchie Boy and Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Where's the show? Sugar Bow. Here we go. Here we go. Where's the show? Tonight, we're really far from it right now. Now, that might be an overreaction. That Vanderbilt team literally, now I know we have a young team. They walked the dog on us in our building is what they did. That was a dog walking. And it's not going to help you in recruiting. It's not going to help the perception of your program. You cannot get beat like that by them. You can get beat, like I said earlier, you can lose on the last second field goal, 45-41. Hey, our defense isn't very good this year. The offense was terrible. Terrible. Josh Heupel's offense was and don't tell me we had a drop pass in the end. Don't tell me we had a drop pass. I don't want to hear that. That's loser. That's loser talk. You either make the play or you don't, and I appreciate you calling from Cleveland, but that is a great lesson that somebody told you in your life, which is when you get a chance to win a championship and walk through the door, you better freaking enjoy it because it may never come again. Trust me. I know all about it. I mean, I'm just trying to comprehend what I just witnessed because we quit in that second half. Brian, how many times have we quit under Josh Heupel? Have we ever?